morning, everybody. Welcome to the Manchester Major. We finally made it to the UK, my very first time in the country, and boy, what a time it has been. We spent the past few days setting things up here in Manchester just to get you in for Phase 1, where we eliminate teams and move on to the big leagues. Hello, I'm Milos, your host, and I'll be following things with you as we go on through Phase 1 today and tomorrow and the rest. But you see, we are in a LAN setting, which means we want to show you what this all looks like, and for that, we have our field reporter, Milos, to tell you all about it. Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, we are here and we're showing off our space with all the players, and I assume it'll also be you in the space, but on the other side when we're talking about it later on. But you see, everybody's getting ready. Everybody will compete. And look at this. We have found a real catch. Joel, wait a sec. Joel, please, superstar from Bleed. How you doing today? I haven't seen you since SI. We had a great interview back then. How you feeling? Few words, but a lot to say. Mentalist. Sorry. You're here. Sorry, Joel. I'll leave you back to your nap. Mentalist, first of all, welcome to the Manchester Major. Yep. I will tell you, Lagonis has told me, a reminder, Team Liquid have had like a really wishy-washy way to get here to the Major, but he has said to me that he's had super spicy food here just at the catering. What do you feel about that as someone from Southeast Asia?
To me, UK food is not spicy at all. I think Lagonis and his team is just weak. Like Julio also told me, Brazilians can't take spices. I think, yeah, that's true, unfortunately. So yeah, I think British food is pretty good. Does lacking variety. I think if I were to stay here,
What's good about British food? What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's just the quality. They make it good, but at the same time, it's just fish and potatoes. There's nothing else. So if I were to stay here for like a few more weeks, I think I'm gonna lose my mind.
Absolutely. You should do it like the Korean team do, which is they ship their own food to the event. That's a little top tip there. Thank you very much, Mentalist. Milos, you've heard it here first. There are spices in the UK. They just not always really use them. Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, there might be spices in the UK, but it's really spicy in here. They're definitely being used at the Major in Manchester. But we want to see how things are done kind of in the back rooms. There's a big cave in the back where people kind of make this show ready. And we have our field reporter, especially for you international viewers, Milos, to talk about it. Thank you very much, Milos, and yes, welcome back. We have our good friend here, and let's just say prehistoric measures. Some would say, hello, Lassie, how are you doing? Boy, good girl. All right, there we are. We got some prehistoric animals with us here. This is beautiful Manchester, known for its diversity and very joking, I guess, dinosaurs. Yes, Nelly. Okay, thank you, Habibti. Let's move on, though, and talk about people in caves, because we have one of our own, prehistoric in many ways, and it is our production cave, where all the magic happen, all the transitions, and the God voice that Ace of Pirate likes to do. Come on over, my friends. And here we are. Watch it. We got a production team. Everybody's lined up and set up to work. Some are even taking their break now in the afternoon. But look who I have found, the T-Rex of them all. Tommy, our producer. Tommy, first of all, welcome to Manchester. How are you feeling?
Thank you for that. I'm feeling all right, a little bit stressed, but overall, I'm all right.
I think we're going to do a great job, regardless of it. I know Milos is a great person on the other side, so it'll be
a bit difficult to work with, but he's all right.
Yeah, difficult to work with, yeah, fair enough. But what has been your take so far on English food? Because as far as I'm concerned, Danish food, not so hot, outside of, the one restaurant, right?
The one. I think we have like 8 or 10 Michelin restaurants in Denmark. We have documentaries of Danish chefs slapping their waiters and stuff. Like it's hardcore business in Denmark.
When I can afford it, I'll let you know. So how do you feel so far about the UK?
It's all right. I miss the Danish food, I must say. British food, English food doesn't really have. I don't think. Do they have a food culture at all?
They said that it's very spicy. That's Lagonis from Team Liquid, and then Alamo said that's trash. So.
I'm going to go with Alamo's opinion. It's trash.
Fair enough. More validating of Alamo. Thank you, Tommy. And
thank you.
Let's get through this show. Back to you, Milos, on the studio. Thank you very much, Milosh. Of course, for all of our international viewers, we got you covered here on the show, and I hope you enjoyed it. We have more also to show you later on in the day, but now our focus gets on the teams participating in Phase 1. And there's 8 of them here competing in our bracket. You get 2 lives before you are eliminated, and each team is coming from a different region. GK from MENA, my home region, is in there. Team Cruelty from Latam, from Mexico, of course. Bleed coming from Southeast Asia. KAG Osaka from Japan, Fear X from Korea, G2 Esports from EU, Space Station Gaming from NA, and of course Team Liquid from Brazil. These are our regions here in the Blast R6, our global regions represented in competition. But we have something for all you also watching at home, but also joining us later on. You see this QR code? It's actually pretty simple. Scan it, save this, and then predict. Simple as. You want to win free stuff in the game, it's actually just simple. See who you think will make it out of each phase, and you get free stuff right here. This simple. We're giving you one more shot. You got 2 more hours before this closes. No 2 ways around it. I'm not going to do anything faster than this. All right? Keep that in mind before we nom it away. And we're done. Take it away. There it is. All right, let's move on then to from the predictions and on to our tournament bracket. I said that Phase 1 is a double elimination bracket, and here's how it is. The teams are already seeded at random in here because, of course, they're all coming from the last chance qualifiers in their own regions, except for MENA. You get 2 lives, you get eliminated from here, and only 4 teams out of the 8 will make it through into Phase 2. And what does that mean? Well, we are currently in play-ins, which is what we call Phase 1. It is what precedes the actual playoffs, where you have those legends of their regions. You know, your BDS, you got your FaZe Clan. All those teams will be playing on May 19th, later on in this week. And of course, our grand finals, those will be all in our stage at the BEC Arena, and they're all playing for a boatload of money. First place awards you 350 SI points. Remember, we are waiting for that event in the US. It's been announced in Brazil. $210,000 for the winner, but just making it here at least gets you 8,500. But that is our prize pool. We kind of set things up for you before we start, but we also caught all these players walking into our venue. So let's see what our content team and Mats had to say to him.
Tell us what you're feeling coming into Manchester, and how's the morale and team spirit right now in Bleed?
Right. I think coming to the Manchester and the UK as a whole, we're pretty decently confident this time because we prepared a lot during the LCQ as well as for this event. So hopefully we'll make the main stage this time.
For this major, like we had a little bit of time to regroup and focus on this Manchester major. Like we made some particular changes in the team. We added 2 more players and we got a coach. So with the time being, it's a bit hectic, but like we will do our best and we'll prove that we are the best in the MENA region.
I think we're feeling very, very comfortable coming to this major. I think we got a good run on the LCQ. We got some confidence back and we play really good. Put a lot of time into practice during the boot camp. So I think we're very confident for the tournament.
Always good to hear from our players, but of course, we're still taking a tour of this entire space, and we are going to continue our tour with our casters. Again, more behind the scenes. Well, we got casters in the UK, from the UK, local bread, basically, that we got in here. Ace of Pyrite and Demo. Ace, I know it must have been a long trek to get to Manchester. How you feeling?
I've made it. I've been meant to feel welcome all over the world, Milosh. People do a brilliant job of that, but I can honestly say I've never felt more at home than at this one here in Manchester.
Because, like, you're literally...
Because I'm literally at home.
Fair enough. Well, if anything, Tim has come back home. That's all we need to learn from it. Demo, you're back Tier 1 events. Good to see you at the major. How you feeling now? You're home turf. You've been in this arena many years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen Navi was the side that we seen lift this trophy. Well, not exactly major, but the trophy we had back in the UK. And, look where everyone's kind of ended up. We've got 3 of those players who were there that day lifting that Premiership trophy. They're all on different teams, which I think makes it even more interesting to see how they've ended up. So, yeah, hopefully Phase 1 will deliver, because obviously you got some of the big dogs still in here. You talked about all the big ones going in Phase 2. We've got some here in Phase 1.
And those kind of... young players back then, they're now in the top teams. That's the power of the T2, T3 scene here in Europe. Gents, you'll be on Stream A today all day. Make sure to catch them on there. But let's head on over with the magic of cameras. Here we are on the other side. We head over to our B stream where we have our good friends Faluke and XR Troika. Emmy, what are you talking?
I'm just sending a message about the fun streams that we have on today.
You're tweeting.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, friends, it's good to see you. As always, I really love every event that we get to see one another, as has been tradition. But now you're in the UK. Actually doing an event, Emmy. How are you feeling?
That's all right. Yeah.
It's the most English accent.
It's good, isn't it?
It's good, isn't it?
Have you seen it?
No, it's my first time in the UK.
What you enjoyed so far? Went to a football match?
I did.
Who'd you cheer for?
Nobody. I cheered for the crowd. I took a page out of Tim's book, which is half
Terrible.
fun.
Tim's a Liverpool fan. What do you mean take a page out of his book? He likes crying and losing.
To
I'm
be
having
fair,
a great time.
That's Manchester players
Why
in
do you
general.
keep insulting our food?
Anyways, it's okay because your food is insulting. Anyways, let's talk about our teams because you guys are going to be talking about our B stream matches today all day, and you're starting off with Bleed versus CAG. So please, can you fill us in on these teams?
We can, yeah, with match 1, of course. Bleed versus
Match one.
CAG. That one is going to be the first one that we have
It's a
coming
two-match
up
system.
here today. It's a 2-match system that we are going to be running on the B stream. I don't really know what to expect with this one because we've got CAG, we've got Bleed. CAG, we didn't see SI. Obviously, so for anyone that really only joins for sort of international siege, there's a bit of a question mark there as to what they've been able to do in the background.
I don't want to put too much spice onto this, even if Milos really hates eating anything in this country, but there's already been chat inside the lobby saying good luck with your match in the losers bracket. So there's a little bit of heat.
Oh, there's
here.
trash talk.
There's a trash
There's
talk.
trash talk.
There's some development talking about trash. Let's throw it to Milos.
Thank you very much, Emmy. Yes, I am the trash binniest person of them all, and we are back here to talk about things. But as you've seen, we've kind of introduced our player area of just production. We've also shown you where the casters are, but it's time for us to split the stream in two. For those that want to continue on with the A stream, great. If you want to watch both streams, you can go to Rainbow Six Bravo and catch Emmy and Ollie, who I definitely want to also listen to throughout the day. You'll continue on with them for the match with Bleed. Let's do the split and then continue on. And with the split done, we are now on to Stream A. What can I want to make it a bit dramatic? FearX versus GK are playing up against one another. We got Demo and Ace of Pirate to take you through it. In this case, GK bringing seriously Trixt, XK, Blaz, and Neskin to this role here. Our region meta team, they are so strong in their own region, but how will they fare internationally? Whereas FearX have made it through their LCQs and got Good Boy Mephi, Vanny, Nova, and Rin, of course, a player that we've known for many, many years. And those two squads will be playing on these maps. So let's bring them up on the screen for everybody to see. Our first 5 are in. These are all best of 3s, remember? And first up, it is our GK pick with FearX starting on defense. Our second will be for FearX with GK on defense. And then going on to Consulate, that'll be our decider with FearX having banned Clubhouse just before that. An interesting pick, I want to say. I really like enjoying like Chalet and Bank and how they kind of face up in general, but I'm really curious to hear what the casters, the ones that have been following through all the matches, have to say. We're going to bring them up here, just kind of this little chat to see how it's all going to go, because I'm quite curious what our teams can bring, given that map pools, when you've come through LCQs or in underrated regions, you know, Ace, you've gone through Japan, you know, Demo, you've seen how it is in the world overall. What are we expecting out of them?
I think it's two very different stories, two very different teams that we have in terms of experience. I think it's probably the first thing we have to look at. GK have had a big rebuild this stage, of course, and we've seen some players move on to other teams, other regions as well. And GK, they didn't go down the avenue of, oh, let's just get, you know, more players in the MENA region. Let's get them in. They went for the import system again. They've brought in Brazilians. They brought in French as well. That side is a very new project, who I think, Tim, can make a big impact, but they're up against a side who, as we know, for the past, 4 or 5 years, 6 years, all the experience at international events is going to be for FearX.
Yeah, like you said, Demo, it comes down to experience versus gun skill, I think, in a lot of cases. It's interesting to see that Oregon's not going to be played. We've had the map ban come in there. FearX, that's where they've had, I don't want to be too harsh, but that's where they've had all their success.
You know, it's 100%, yeah.
It's no surprise to see Oregon taken away. So this, for me, is really going to be a big test for FearX, and particularly that map pool. It's always the best of threes where I've worried about them recently. Coming in here, there's going to be big questions asked of them from GK, and they've got to find those answers. You've spoken about imports. Of course, FearX have one of their own in the back line and the back room.
Of course.
They've got the international coach. They've got Dark in there that's managing things. So we'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at the first map, Tim. Chalet. Chalet has been allowed through, and that, for me, is probably GK's best map that they've played on during the MENA region. You know, they have looked just stalwart, extremely strong, where Chalet's one of those maps that we look at and we say, it's not so much about the strats, it's more about who can kill. GK, a team that hasn't been formed for too long, killing's kind of going to be in their blood. And I know some of the players that they have. Blaz, for example, I've known Blaz for a while. I've known him, obviously, inside the European community. We've seen him have a stint at NA, where he was like one of the top performers that the NA had whenever he's playing for Parabellum. You then look at him on Heroic. Again, maybe didn't work out to the same degree. But Blaz, in terms of the gun skill, he's the player who can pop off. He can grab the bull by the horns and just ram it into the floor.
We're going to see our bans coming in. No major surprises there. Ying, Monte, we're going to have Valkyrie and Solus taken out. The Valkyrie, there's always a lot of value in Valkyrie. You know, it's so easy to make a case, to make an argument for different defender bans at the minute because, you know, you've got Azami, you've got Fenrir, you've got Solus, you've got Valkyrie, you've just got so many choices to go at, but nothing too surprising in that ban phase. The Monte is going to be an interesting one to watch over the next couple of days, over the next week. Demo, we were speaking about it yesterday. How much are we going to see those shields attracting the bans? Obviously, they've had the changes come in. They're in a reasonably powerful spot at the minute, and so we see it banned out straight away. I think it's going to be one of them. Maybe it depends on the players that are on the other team as well and how much it's going to be a bit of a target ban towards people.
There are players in the world who are known for shields. You know, it happens. And there is one thing I have to mention. It's kind of the elephant in the room with both of these teams. They played each other at SI. FearX 2 of them.
And what was the score of the first map, Demo?
7-0.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
On Oregon.
It was a tough one.
As well. So it's...
But I think it's fair to say GK, this time, and this is the first time we've really seen this from them at an event, are coming in with the roster that they've played through stage one.
Yeah.
They've got consistency. They've got that stability that we've maybe not seen from them before. And that's going to be an interesting question to see how that plays out today. Are we going to see them sort of hit the ground running a little bit more?
Yeah, and I think they should have a lot of confidence. You know, GK coming into it, they don't really have a lot to prove. You know, they don't. They come from the MENA region. They're not expected to go and win this whole thing. But you would like to see them have a good performance. I think that's kind of what they want. They just want to have a good performance because we've seen teams lose games, but you can still say they played really well today, even though they lost.
Getting things underway then. We are well into our first round, almost a minute in. We've got Trix bringing along the Blitz. You're going to ban the Monte, will bring the other. Potentially use that to get on into sight. You can see just in position. There comes Blaz on the Amaru. He's going in looking for gunfights here. He knows there's one in the top, and he's going to find him. Seriously manages to pick up Nova along the way as well. Demic has one, but it looks like this could be over for FearX in this round. But no, they're fighting back, Demo. Demic and Mephi manages to find 3 kills between them in rapid succession, and that could be a real defining factor of this round. FearX just digging in and saying, no, we're not going to be run over in our own site.
It is Blaz in the 1v2 already. He has to come to the aid of his side. Doesn't have a lot of info. Diffuser cold. Swings. A bit of passion though from Demic. Just has to stay alive. Knows that Mephi will cover him. But Blaz now takes the approach, going to challenge the player in towards top fireplace. See both players just waiting for him. Blaz has individualized the guns fights. He's brought them into 2 1v1s, and he's from the drone. I knows exactly where Demic is. The information will be fed through by his team. Reposition from Demic in towards the half wall. Don't think Blaz can vault through that. If he goes for the window, that will be heard, and it gives a sound away and a peek from Demic. It's the last thing that Blaz was expecting.
That was so winnable for Blaz. He'd got himself to that 1v1, but Demic just showing some real grit, some real nerve there. Steps up, takes the peak. Often in that sort of 1v1 situation, you're the defender. You may be going to be thinking, I don't need to be too aggressive here. I don't need to take this fight. I can set myself up for him to move into my ADS, but no, Demic feeling himself after 3 kills in the round already. Manages to pick up the 4th. Closes it out, and Demic showing why he's such an important player for this FearX side.
So one thing that we have to mention is the actual setup of how that round came about. We can see the classic kind of library hold that teams will do, where they open up a lot of just the horizontal angles. You'll play the shield in towards, the blue area. You'll just stop them from getting to the library. GK see that and think, right, we're not going to send everything across that, because that's going to be quite difficult. A lot of time's going to be wasted from doing that. Let's go for a bit of a pocket rush. It's not like you're instant, you're in the building within, 20 seconds. It is a coordinated fast push. You'll see Secret have done that a lot in EUL, and it actually worked really well for them throughout the course of the season. But one thing that they were missing for that take, you're trying to send the blitz in through Office, you're having your Amari go in through Solar Window, and you have a player on the big window. The issue that you have is Ying's been banned against you, which is what you really need to create that cover and that chaos to get your players in. If there's a Ying being tossed in from double window, it will help that Blitz out significantly. Blitz got shut down so quickly, he had no impact whatsoever. And that was probably the issue. You lose that Blitz, you lose the player who was in towards Office, it allows the retake to happen from that half-wall position that we've seen.
Exactly, you're rolling the dice at that point, because when the Blitz goes in, you're just kind of praying that the engagements are going to be at close range, so he can flash him with his shield, and as you say, as soon as they're not, we see what happens. But moving on into round 2 then, GK really did nearly make that work, to be fair to them, even without those Candelas available, but FearX just dug deep and managed to get those kills in the mid-round that kept them in it. So we've got a minute off the board here. It's going to be games for our second site. FearX just chasing down a few drones, trying to prevent that intel game. Now, interestingly, Neskin's got himself into the basement here. Often we'll have players on the defensive side playing down there. He's just looking to allow XK to get in safely and open up that wall. Not only does he get that, he gets a double demo!
Oh, but here comes Demic, a player who single-handedly took them down. A down has happened as well in the midst of that. Mephi is down, but now out, but Nova swings as well. It is so fast. So much blood has been spilled.
And it's mostly come from the basement. We haven't even really seen too much fighting around site. Mephi, he's going to be picked up. That leaves us in a full 3 versus 4. He is low health, but Neskin needs to be careful here. He's dancing, he's ducking, he's dodging, he's trying to find his angle around the pillar here. He knows that there is a challenge to be had, but Demic, he has time on his side. He can just play here. He can hold Neskin, keeps him there for 20 seconds, but runs straight into the DMR of Seriously.
Yeah. Oh, but a great refrag though. Wasn't expecting a second, and Nova wins his crucial engagement inside of top. Mephi will try and retake now using the keeper barriers, but I don't think he has really enough to run through now, and Blaz flash him out and will try and isolate the last player in the site. Knows where he is, and Blaz finds his kill, and Nikki wins his engagement. Great work there for Blaz, knowing that if I can kill the site player, it gives Key the go-ahead to move into the site.
Really, really smart play from Blaz there. We've spoken about his experience so far, and it just goes to show. You feel Mephi just a little bit unfortunate there. Doesn't quite have the coverage from the Kiba barricades to be able to switch sides, to be able to move to where he wants to be. And being low health, having been picked up only on 20 HP, it was a big ask for the Azami to be able to do anything in that situation. But this was it for me. GK's start to the round. Neskin goes in with the gridlock, just prevents any of those flanks coming onto the ace. Key's able to get onto stairs, open up that wall, but also finds a double. It was just such a big entry play coming in from XKey there. Absolutely spot on start for GK. Really nice second round from them.
Both attacks for GK has been revolved around let's push where they're not. It was a full extension across from the bedroom. They ignored that. They went solar take, playing fast. For that setup, in towards library, using the Azami upstairs. We know how difficult going for an Azami is on Chalet, whenever you can just put them on every cabinet inside of reading. And then finally you just think, okay, let's just ignore that and let's just push below, because we know that they're not going to have enough to really hold basement. No one ever does. You don't hold basement. You might reinforce the wall, but you can just open it up. It's not really a big issue for the attackers. And if you get open that stock wall, it makes site so difficult to play in around. You know, that stock player is always the most crucial one that we see the defense have on a very heavy roam setup. As long as there's one gang connector, you know the Scythe will be very, very safe. But if you just isolate that player, you take him out of the equation, Scythe's pretty much free. What we've seen straight away from VRX, they realize that, and they try and go for a retake. But because you have the gridlock, you can stop that movement, you can stop the flanks from coming in. And yeah, Key picked up a fantastic double kill.
Heading into round 3 then, Mephi's going to be the player up on top floor. It is a basement hold coming in from VRX, but we're seeing that full map hold that we quite often see for down in the basement now. So it's going to be GK's job to try and get in there. They've got an opportunity potentially to isolate the 2 players on the top floor. Good Boy and Mephi, just get them screened off, get in there, get those kills, and you get yourself a major advantage before pushing onto site.
The only thing I don't necessarily like about the full top floor hold, I don't mind, you know, holding dining, holding trophy, but you do spread yourself very thin. You know, you look at the entire side of library, all it takes is like kind of one crouch walker and it could really upset you. But I say that though, Blaz has been taken out and they've put trade after trade as Demic found one before seriously has eliminated Good Boy.
That's really big from VRX as a start there. Mephi and Demic find 2, but most importantly, they take down the ace. We haven't had any major breaching work done on site yet. Like you said, so far in the first 2 rounds, GK have tried to push where VRX weren't. This time, that opportunity was onto site, and they haven't taken it. And that actually might cost them in the later round.
Yeah, they've kind of fell into just a classic kind of roam, and straight away the defenders know, okay, we've got 2 kills, we've lost 1, let's just go back to site and win. It's going to be very difficult to win from this position, because, again, losing that ace, that long angle that you'd want to have for the vertical, it's going to be null and void now. But even, again, you've still got some issues, even with the Tabaro that you have to go through.
GK just don't really look like they know what to do at this point. It's like they've lost the ace. Where do we push? They're all back on site. It's kind of, you know, they're in and out of windows. They're not really confident in the ground that they've taken. Like you say, yeah, they're considering whether they're going to be challenged on flanks. It's all very difficult for GK to win this from here.
I don't know how they get through the Tabaro. This is now the kind of issue
they have.
It's
too late. Yeah.
You have still so many canisters left as well for Rin. Still 2 more remaining. You can't get that long angle open. There's no way they're going to be able to go for it, and they're just going to stack up. You're going to clog up into 1 door, and it should just be an easy 3-2-1. I hold this angle, and we swing all together. But if they start giving away picks like this, Tim, you start giving GK a chance of a fight.
That's it. VRX just need to hold their angles at this point. Rin manages to get 1, Demic another, and they've played that final 15 seconds perfectly. The Korean side just closing it out there, shutting down GK. That roam just worked beautifully for them. GK, it's the first time we've really seen them play directly into VRX's hold. Like you've said, they didn't try to take the space this time. Instead, they went for the kills. They went to push Master. They went to push Solarium, where Demic was on the stairs, and it hurt them. They lost, especially sending the ace in to try and do it. The attacking onto basement, there are a few key things that you really need. Map control is one. You do need that vertical control, but you also really need to be opening at least 2 out of the 3 walls. You need trench wall open, you need the long angle open at the bottom of West Main if you can, and then a big bonus is getting that front side open to even just for phantom pressure.
That's exactly what I was going to mention. I think right from the get-go, if you're doing your spawns with your Thermite, your Thatcher, maybe bring a Nade or Zofia, something, just to stop a bandit trick happening, you get that front wall open and you just leave it. You don't have to sit there and hold that. You just have to have that open, so if you're defending, you know, there could be a guy. We don't know, but there could be a guy out there.
They did go there. The Thermite did go there at the beginning. I'd like to see that back because I don't know exactly what's gone on there because it obviously
that should be step 1.
It obviously, well, I think it was. I think the intention was that it was step 1. The Thermite goes there, but then the wall never got opened and the Thermite moves away. And yeah, the Thermite's next job, for me personally, the Thermite's next job is get trench wall because I much prefer that with a Thermite.
Your role, Tim.
Exactly.
I'm speaking to the expert.
You really are.
Any
get the main wall,
come to me.
Get round and get the trench wall, let Ace open the long angle because all you need is a line of sight through that west main wall. A nice big breach on trench wall is what you're looking for. So you're not having to vault, you're not having to mess about, you can just run in, get your diffuser down once you've got that control. But yeah, I don't really know what happened. I saw the Thermite there, I saw him move away, there was some electrification, there was some denial there, so I think it was again just VRX's setup working well, and they just managed to keep that wall closed.
Another thing I like as well about the roam is actually going for the roam whenever you know you have strong operators like Fenrir. Fenrir in the dying stages of a round happened there to GK. We know how strong Fenrir is. He's so good. I personally think he's the best defender in the game. I know that you say, oh, but what about Souls? What about Azami? I generally do think he is so good because he fits so many roles. You can play him as a roamer, where you can set up all your traps in a mid floor, which I'm pretty sure you had some of them. But then just for that final execute, because they're so difficult sometimes to find. There's some cracking spots, Tim, as we know, that you can place defender traps into. And yeah, just little things like that. And especially, like, immediately be thinking, okay, then you just bring like a Twitch and a Brava. Trying to fit that in, into your lineup isn't always the easiest thing to do.
It's difficult when you're attacking somewhere like basement, where
you need the double hard breach and you need
EMPs. You need EMP. So all of a sudden, where now are you fitting your Brava in? Where does it, you're starting to run out of options at that point on a basement defense. So yeah, really well played. We've got to give it to FearX there. Nice setup, had the top floor, had the spread through the map, correct operators, the utility where they needed it, and also we've got to shout out Mephi and Demic. They are finding kills at the minute. They're going absolutely fantastically. They've got 10 between the two of them inside the first 3 rounds, and FearX's lead at the minute is being built on the back of the work that they are doing. It's really, really great stuff from them.
Don't forget, this is traditionally an attacker-sided map. 4-2 attack is pretty good. Already they've got 2 defenses, and they still have, 3 more rounds to defend? This is setting up very nicely for FearX just because they had to start on the tougher side. Again, look, everything can change. We've seen it all the time, Tim. One team does really well on one side, but then just can't do it on another. I take Wolves, for example, in the way they've kind of had their defense-attacker split in EOL this stage. It hasn't been the greatest in terms of how they attack. So, look, we'll not say anything just yet.
There's a lot of Siege to play yet, Demo. And speaking of which, we're going to head back into game very shortly, I hope. My fingers are crossed. I can see that the lobby is full. We've just had a quick technical issue there that has been resolved. I don't think it would be game 1 of day 1 if we didn't have a little tech pause thrown in there somewhere, Demo.
Yeah, I think it always happens, doesn't it? Just a couple of teething issues, but I'm sure we'll get through it. And one thing we haven't mentioned yet as well is Rin. We've mentioned, obviously, Demic, for example, has been, stalwart in what he's been able to do, but Rin, over the course of the stage, has been the top performer in the league. We haven't really mentioned that yet, which is, I think, a little bit scary. If Rin's being quiet, what happens if Rin all of a sudden becomes loud? But look, you've known Rin for a while. You can think back to that classic game you had against FaZe.
I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, yes.
Sweden, the Evla major. It came down to the very final
Your favourite game, isn't it?
It's one of them. It's certainly, I'd say, tied first. It's up there in the way. We have had a couple of other bangers along the way that I've put in there with it. But yeah, going to overtime, map 3, FaZe versus Damwon Kia at the time, and just an unbelievable finish. Came down to a 1v1 versus Souls. It was a hell of a finish. But Rin is one of those players. Rin is, I would say, classic. I kind of class Rin as like an impact player. Either going to come in, get 3 kills, or going to come in and die in 30 seconds.
The thing is, they've stuck the best performer on the Clash, which is a little bit weird because you don't really see that. This is more of a role that you would stick your support player on, who will sit there and feed out information, not really the person the best gunner on the side. You wouldn't really want them to have a shield as their weapon.
No, I think Rin, we've seen sort of Rin move through a couple of teams now, a couple of different iterations, and I feel like, obviously the role being played here is significantly different. I don't think that's necessarily the end of the world. As I've said, historically from Rin, we have seen some fantastic plays, great ability, but also sometimes, if we're being honest, a little bit of over-aggression. We'll go in, die in 30 seconds and do that, sort of chain rounds together like that, and it leaves the team on the back foot, and maybe, fulfilling a little bit more of a supportive role along the way whilst having that gun skill in the back pocket. It could be a match made in heaven.
Bit of a stall here for GK. Not a lot happening within kind of the first half of the round. They've only just now gotten into a position to put the thermite charge on the wall, but denial will come in the form of a mute jammer. So they have to try and get through that some way. They don't have any EMPs, for example, so they're going to have to try and just shoot it off the wall as best as they can, but we know that's easier said than done. They will now move in and try and open up that main wall as well, but the Clash has caused them a lot of issues because it's just that information. Being able to count where GK are pushing in from. Okay, there's 3 guys lobby. They're probably just going to try and hit us on sight.
I love this from Rin. Doing a great job at the minute in preventing that space, preventing that control for GK. FearX still got 5 alive, still got 1 up above. This is going to be very difficult, and that is exactly why. Because the 1 above is able to use that verticality to clear off the second exothermic. Demo, there's only now hard breach gadgets left available from Blaz to get through that site reinforcement.
I don't know how that's been allowed to happen. No one holding the breach. Like, oh, it's so annoying. Honestly, he could have retaken above. He could have played Fireplace. GK really letting it slip there, and they look as though they're going to try and jump in through the windows, try and go in through Trophy, in through West Main, and they're going to do that as Blaz just walks straight up in the blue, and now he's in the heart of the site.
They've got no other option, really, other than to just push directly, but it's working for them as Seriously and Blaz, they managed to get 2. FearX were prepared for so much Demo, but they were not prepared for this. Xkey, he's going to be getting that diffuser down. It's a flawless round out of almost nowhere for GK. What a turnaround, what a mid-round adaptation to recognize the problem and say, you know what, there's only one answer here, and it's Route 1.
That is so difficult to do. The initial plan, you know, it's pretty basic. Open up the walls, go for the plant. We know that. We've seen it all the time. Whenever that doesn't work and you lose the Thermite charge, their option really is, okay, we either have to push in against the Clash and push in the players above, so we have to take gunfights, or we just try and walk in and hope they're not watching. It's a bit of a hope. You're just hoping that FearX allow you to do that. You're putting the faith that FearX are going to misplay. But what I loved as well is that they were using the Flores to eliminate the Fenrir gadgets. A thing that I mentioned before of Fenrir, extremely strong, but it almost kind of lulled FearX into a false sense of security. Did you think, oh, if he jumps...
Very reliant on the gadget.
I have a Fenrir trap there, it's fine, we'll know. As soon as that's gone, and you don't know that's gone, all of a sudden they're in. And he removed the gadget that was holding the West Main window and also the stairs. Blaz timed it to a T. As soon as that Flores drone exploded, he moved in. I don't even think they could have reacted to that. You know, it's, yeah, so impressive to be able to just to play through that. And it's a little bit Brazilian-esque, the way that they've moved through that. We see the way Brazilians can play Siege, where they'll win out of absolutely thin air. And that's kind of what they've done.
Yeah, having that ability is, you know, is a huge bonus for any team. I'd put BDS in the same category. They were one of them teams that, and always have been, where if the round isn't quite going their way, sometimes Sharko just runs into site, gets 3 kills, and they win the round. And having that ability within the team is a huge, huge bonus. And it's, in honesty, not something that every single team has got. But GK coming out there, showing a great, great adaptation.
They have a Brazilian. Probably really get it.
Well, maybe that's where it's coming from. Neskin's just bringing in that spice.
And you have to remember who Neskin played with. He played with Alamau, who does that all the time. You see some of the rounds G2 when they'll win it out of thin air. There's something in it. There's something in the water about that.
Really, really good round from GK there. After a couple of mistakes, it has to be said, at the beginning, but they managed to turn it around. So we head into round 5, and we are absolutely no closer to knowing what is going to happen between these two. Neither has had any serious advantage so far. It's been round for round, back and forward, 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. Neither has been able to get an advantage. GK on Chalet, you got to think they're looking for a 4-2 realistically here, Demo. So FearX at the minute, I would still give them a little bit of an edge. There's 2 rounds to play, and you feel like they've already got their minimum locked in. A 3-3 for them is brilliant on the defense, really, especially for a map that they're not great at playing. They're 1 win for 2 losses in recent history. They haven't won it for over a month. You know, Chalet is not a big pickup map for FearX. GK, they know this map and like this map. So yeah, FearX are doing really well at the minute.
The way GK are playing, it's very lurk heavy. You know, there's not a lot really happening in the first minute. They're just trying to gain little pockets of space and seeing if they can get a quick kill just to open up the site. And almost Seriously was able to pick off Nova, but just barely misses out. And I say that, Nova's re-peaked it though. In what universe do you re-peak it?
Rin did manage to get one along the way, make that a second coming in from Demic. 4 versus 3 now. FearX are holding the space well again. We saw this back in, I think it was round 2, when GK tried to play directly in and get that space from them. No, sorry, it was round 3. It was when they were holding onto the basement. Whenever GK play directly into the roamers, try and take that space from them, it has proven difficult for them so far.
GK, they were just trying to get picks here and there and try and give them that man advantage, but if it doesn't work, what is going to be your goal? And look how separated they are. You've got 2 players towards the fireplace, and then you've got your diffuser carrier by himself on Solar. He is not going to be in any position to help the team, or more or less get a plant down. So this is very scary times for GK. They're just trying to individualize their gunfights, and now almost everyone's just trying to play for the kills, but that's not going to work out against a well-structured team in Fearex right now.
A big positive for Fearex as well. I was just about to mention Goodboy, who's been downed in that exchange. Trix manages to finish off the kill. Goodboy's been very, very quiet so far today. Hasn't picked up a kill, and he's usually such a huge player for Fearex. If he comes online on top of what they're already doing, it's going to be big for Fearex.
I'll mention what just happened there in a moment, as obviously right now for Trix, this is a tricky one for him. Not a lot of HP, and he has to try and find the diffuser as well, and almost finds one, but he's going to be walking in to a rotate, being held by a player towards top Solar. But one thing I want to mention is the kill that happened just before Trix. The Habana key. So from Fearex's perspective, they know there's 2 players towards Fireplace, 1 player in the office door, 1 person coming in just from the double warp piano, and the other player is Habana on Solar Window. I think it's a safe bet to say that probably the hard breach player is going to have the diffuser. That was going to be the Habana. They knew how individualized that team was, the way they were attacking that top floor. They know that their Habana has to rotate to the library control. They have to rotate towards office to try and get the plant down. They just can't swing in through Solar Window. 2 of them rotated down to Trophy, knew the player would get off the rappel and catch him as he's running outside, crossing over. Genius.
Smart play.
Genius.
Really smart play.
You know he's coming that way. It's a free hit. It's like you've ambushed him. You know exactly where he's coming from.
Great stuff from Fearex as they managed to outdo, as I said, that minimum. You were looking for at least 2 rounds on the defensive Jaleh. They've managed to grab themselves 3. If they could go for a 4-2 defensive half, there's a real opportunity for them to come in and take GK's map pick away from them. There's a lot of siege to play yet, but as I said, Fearex just seems to be growing into this one. Like I said, Goodboy, been quiet so far. Really instrumental player for this team a lot of the time. And oh! We're just clear pigeon shooting now.
It's a great hit. Wow. I mean, GK right now, it seems very fragmented. It seems very individualized. It's been very hit or miss. You know, we've seen great executes, flawless executes where they worked so well. And in that last round, it was just very one by one by one by one. They were just losing bodies. So I think they just need to try and just say, right, we're just going to try and all go in this area. You know, just try and let's just full on go for it. And it kind of leads me to believe that because they've got Grim. Utility Dump is his name.
And that's kind of what's worked for them in the rounds that they've won so far, is recognising, right, where are Fearex not playing? Yeah. Let's get in there, get a few numbers, get established and work from there. And they just seem to have dropped off that a little bit, like you said, playing more into Fearex's setups. Trix is going to be down but not out. Will likely be safe to be collected, I would expect. Fearex might not be aware of that at the minute, but it's all about time. It's all about resource. Now somebody has to go and collect him, has to pick him up. That's going to take 20, 30 seconds because he was nowhere near anybody.
And also take somebody out of position, which is another thing you now have to resist. This guy now. But right now it's looking good. No, as Demek and Goodboy have both decided to have a challenge, and they've both been sent back into the graveyard. And this is good because they've kept everyone alive for GK, and that's the way they want to play. They want to have that kind of final minute where everyone's alive, they all set up and go for that clean execute. And also you have the Grim alive with still 3 B canisters available as well, so there's a lot of options right now if you're GK, and they just have to slow it down, take their time, and more importantly, do the drone work.
Yeah, it was beautiful from XKey there, just find that shot around the Kiba barricade. Nova is going to retreat back to site, as is Meppy. I think Fearex just thinking that they need to try and hold on to whatever they can here, and all that they've got left to them is site. 5 versus 2, and GK, you can see them, they're circling like sharks. They can smell the blood in the water here. They know that this round is almost done, but I like that they're not getting overly aggressive here. You can see they're taking the time. Let's find out exactly where are they. How can we get in? Where do we push? XKey manages to find Meppy, takes it down. It's all up to Nova, picks up 1 to prevent the flawless round, but that's the best that he can do as the final kill comes in from Blaz. GK take the round, and that's going to be an even split on the first half of this one. It's 3-3.
Whenever GK went around, it looks quite easy, doesn't it? But whenever they lose it, it seems to be just everything's going wrong for them, so it's a very hot and cold side. Not the player, he comes in later.
He's somebody else.
Somewhere else.
He's not playing in this one.
No, he's too good for that. But yeah, look, I kind of look at GK and the way that they want to attack. It is all about just constant pressure, constantly rotating players. Again, always trying to take space that they can. And yeah, I think right now the gun skill's shining through as well. You know, Blaz is just fearless, would you not say? The way he's just moving through the middle of the site. Kias hit some cracking shots as well.
Unbelievable stuff so far. Interestingly as well, I'm just looking through the entry game that we've had so far. Every single round has gone in the direction of the team who've picked up the entry kill. So whoever's getting that opener and getting that man advantage, the other team are really struggling to be able to fight back from that point. So watching at home, keep your eye on those entry battles, see which way they're going. It's going to give us a good indicator potentially. It might switch up a little bit now that we've got FearX on the attack. We are at that halfway mark where things, the flow of the game can change a little bit, but that's going to be something for whoever's going to go on to win Chalet. It's going to be something they need to overcome.
See, little things like this is what you need to be ready for whenever you're against a team like GK, who will just try every trick in the book known as rat plays. They've read it all, but seriously gets punished. Maybe FearX picked up the airport. Maybe they had that read of that book, but again, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for them because getting revived up and back into his position. And considering that it is the Azami, you would like to keep that operator alive, Tim, because there's 2 Kiba barriers just chilling right now in the inventory.
That's it, so, you know, one of those utilities that we talk about, much like Legion, much like Wamai, that increase as the round goes on. So you want to be keeping hold of your Azami because that value continues to be given throughout the round if you can keep her alive. So get some serious damage done too seriously there. Maybe not the smartest operator to be taking for the spawn peaks, but also nearly took out Rin on the Dokubi, which would have been a big gain if you could get rid of those universal calls.
Oh, look at this. Bit of aggression coming in from FearX. Seeing that, yeah, there's one player who was lurking in towards dining it. Those tricks who has since then fallen down the hatch, and he is now in towards Boiler. He's in a safe position all the way in towards the basement, but I think that's actually something that GK wanted to happen. They wanted to see FearX actually challenge below, because it's going to waste a lot of time. It's going to eat up a lot of utility. And there's one big operator that GK have brought in. That's going to be the Goyo. You think about time, he's great at burning down the clock. Literally.
Trix has got himself back up into main lobby here. He's going to look for that flanking to dining more than likely, because with Good Boy underneath on the book, they're trying to work the verticals. It's the right thing to do potentially from FearX, but my question is, what's your setup like? How are your flank drones? Are you prepared for this man potentially moving his way back across? Blaz manages to pick up Nova. That is a big opener for GK. They're looking pretty comfortable on the top floor here so far. Only a minute left to go, and FearX, they haven't really got themselves established in a position to get into sight, but that could be a big kill coming in from Good Boy, just opening up that solar side push.
Oh, Blaz, he really rolled the dice on that one, but ready. Good Boy with the shotgun. Blast them in the next week, but again, this is still great from GK's perspective. You've only lost one player, 30 seconds remaining. You've got Goyos that you can pop, but Good Boy finds another one just on the double window. Catches out seriously.
I did say Good Boy coming online could be a difference maker here for FearX, and they're going to need a difference maker. X-Key's going to be flashed out. There's going to be nobody there to push, really. No, there is. Rin manages to get in and get that kill. Planty's going down for Mephi. 4 versus 2. Rin with another onto Neskin. Rin and Good Boy really coming online now. They've got themselves on the attack. Will be taken out. Trix has a 1v4 to find. Cuts it down to a 1v3, but with the diffuser down, he's working against the clock. It's going to be so difficult for him to pull this back. We can see FearX, they've had all the time in the world demo. After that diffuser's gone down, they've got themselves back into really good post-plant positions. Trix finds another, but those are not the difficult kills. It's the man on the window, it's the man underneath that are going to be the tough ones to find.
Oh, is he going to jump out? Expecting someone to be in the solar window, but can't hit the shots, and Mephi is ready for him. I mean, great execute, just using the power of the Grim. You clear away Bedroom with such ease, but I also think the flashbangs worked really well, considering that Ying is banned in this matchup. You have to have some for flashes, and obviously there's plenty of operators you can bring in, but you have to look at Rin. Extra man used perfectly. Now you have that man advantage, and you just want to rotate him into an area that's going to make everyone turn their backs. Everyone's going to be focused on the Bedroom. The guys in piano, the guys in towards office, they're all going to be looking that direction. You put Rin on that window, they all have to turn their backs and ignore what's happening with the plant. And yeah, it just works so well, the synergy. Look at GK, I think they need to be more reactive, for example. Look where Blaz was. No one's helping the guy. He's just stuck in solar by himself, getting back below, getting everything thrown at him. Why is no one moving to help him? Maybe retake below, help the guy.
I mean, it was Trix moving through main lobby on the Goyo. He just never had an impact on the round. He got himself away. He moves back up into main lobby. And again, you know, it's something probably to look back on. But I mentioned it. I said, you know, what have FearX done here to prevent this flank? Because they're playing with Good Boy underneath. They're using that book. We saw how vital that was. So what's going to happen here? If Trix walks in and kills them both, big problem for FearX. But it just makes me wonder, did they have the drone there? Did they have the call? Did they make the challenge onto the flank? If they did, then FearX have played that beautifully. They've done it really well.
We need to see what both teams are thinking.
Need to see where the drones are. You need to see what's happened. But yeah, if that's the case, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, FearX have then managed the flank really well. They've left Trix out in the cold, and they've taken the man advantage on site. Really good from them.
Here he goes again. Blaz looking for a jump out on the window. No, someone's below. Thankfully, they heard that. So Good Boy is alive. There's another operator we mentioned with the utility. Capital comes equipped with, of course, the 2 fire arrows and also the 2 smoke arrows that you can use at your leisure. And that's going to help a lot with clearing away people in towards the pillar position. But you can see Neskin in right now. You just fire in. It's going to be no issues. And also you can fire them in towards blue. Looks so that Cade has not been successful. The wall will get opened up. And yeah, this is everything right now. If you're FearX, you've got the long angle. You've got Trench open. This is looking good.
Yeah, short of having the main wall, there's not really much more that you can ask for here. If you go in for that rear-sided push, you've got that. The one thing they need to do now is they need to get down in hatch. As soon as they get down in hatch, they can then get in and plant. They can clear out pillar. They can force those players back deeper into sight, but they have to get down in hatch. If they try and go in and plant without that, they're going to have some big problems because Trix should just cut them down from above.
Here we go. Nova straight in with the blitz, and oh, what a slaughter! Oh my goodness! Blink and you miss it. 5 kills within, what, 2 seconds of each other, every single kill?
Beautiful stuff from FearX. What a push. As we said, once you've got the long angle, once you've got Trench,
so easy.
If you don't even have the front, they didn't have down in hatch, but you may have missed it in the midst of all that, and I kept talking about Trix on that down in hatch. He's the one to stop this push. As soon as that push came forward, Rin killed Trix, and there was then nothing to stop it. Really well played from FearX, and it forces GK into the tactical timeout.
I think I remember a stat that I read, and it was like, throughout the course of EUL, I think Chalet Basement was played like 9 times, and it was won by attackers every single time. Like, that basement is very attacker heavy. As long as you can just play it as simple as what they did.
Yeah.
It is so,
just don't overcomplicate.
Exactly. On the surface, though, you think, oh, it's a big map, you have to go above, do some vertical. No, sack off the vertical, actually. You don't need it. You just go Trench, you go big garage, open up long angles. It's so easy. Just look what FearX did. That's all you need to do. And like we mentioned, get that main wall open as well, Tim.
Right,
but,
we'll see how much of an impact the tactical timeout has for GK here as we get back into things. But FearX have really found themselves on the attack. If you remember them back, I think it was round 4, round 5, I picked up on Good Boy. There's some serious celebrations coming in from the FearX boys. They are ready for it. You know, I picked up on Good Boy. I said maybe not sin enough. Rin as well had been a little bit quiet to begin with, but get those 2 onto the attack, and all of a sudden they have come to life. And along with them, so have FearX, and they are really dominating Chalet at the minute, and they're looking pretty impressive.
Don't forget, this is GK's map pick. I said that this has been the map that GK has dominated in their own region. But then I suppose then you have to have that conversation, Tim, about the MENA region. You know, is it going to be as strong as Korea? Is it going to be as strong as the other regions? But you have to say not really, because it's still a developing region. You know, you look at Korea and Japan, they've had years to develop their scene. MENA is still fairly new.
You've got to look at the performances that we've had at previous events from the MENA teams, though, as well. You know, we've had... I'm not saying that they're ready to come in and win one.
It's a very different team.
There are different, but the point is that, you know, they are still coming and performing when they get on the main stage at times. But we'll see whether they can put the performances in here. Just looking ahead in this one. Looking towards that second map choice, which is Bank, obviously. FearX picking that one. It is their second preference map demo. Banned against them consistently. 12 times in recent history it has been banned against FearX. Teams not wanting to play them there. And it was kind of the choice that GK had. Do we take away Oregon? Do we take away Bank? They obviously took away Oregon. They find themselves coming potentially into Bank. They managed to open up their account here. After that tactical timeout, Neskin manages to find a double to kick things off, and this is what GK needed.
Almost loses another one. They say that, yes they do, as Key eliminates Rin. That was just from playing underneath the hatch, I believe, and it's a 2v5, the Deimos and the Blitz. See if they can get anything from this round, but it's going to be very unlikely. Plenty of utility still on the board for GK. You have Miro Windows, you have the Azami you have to go up against. Don't forget about the Fenriers also scattered around the map. What's Nova thinking of? Maybe just to jump in through the window in towards lobby and just maybe try and blitz your way in towards the site, and we'll double up now as well with Mephi, who could also just play in the window and stop anyone else rotating in towards lobby, and it looks like Nova's going to do that, just jumps in straight, but he's lost his player behind him, and now 1v5 for the Blitz, a flawless for GK, another flawless for GK. That's the second one they've had this game, Tim, I believe.
It just seems to be getting to that point. It's one of those games where it's all or nothing for both of these teams. You know, in round 8, we saw a fantastic attack from FearX where they completely ran over site on basement and just, you know, decimated GK. And then GK come with a tactical timeout and a huge response with a flawless round there. Neskin kicking things off with a double, really put him on a great front foot. Look at that beautiful, beautiful wall bang there. Obviously just acting on a little bit of intel. Absolutely great stuff. So, yeah, GK fighting their way back into this one, back in touch, only one round in it. This game, Demo, what a way to start the Manchester Major. It's anybody's, it's fun, it's exciting, it's explosive. I'm really enjoying this one.
I mean, knowing you, this'll be overtime, because it's you.
How could it not be?
Because it's you. Me and Ollie never get the overtimes. We're just in, quick, job done. Not with you. Something about you. But as we move in again to another top floor defense, believe it or not, a lot of people kind of think that this is actually the worst, but statistically it's actually the best. I think it's actually joint with Bar as well, so this is still a very good site for the defense, and I think just the way the defenders play it now is they've really elevated how well you can do with your kind of setups in towards Library, where you can bring in, you know, shields, have those long angles looking in towards Library. Obviously, I think as well, you see some very aggressive positions in towards the kind of office mount where you can set up shields. Then you have that big double window you can play off that. We've seen a lot of success as well in this stage with that kind of setup. So there's a lot of options, of course, for the defense.
Seriously, it's going to be, we've got some serious noise coming out of the teams, I think, on the B stream. It's not ours, because we're at the beginning of a round of applause! Absolutely beautiful through the cabinet, puts Mephi on display as he absolutely rips head from shoulders to kick things off. And GK have woken up after the tactical timeout, Demo. Seriously, picking up Demic as well, but Rin is there to fight back, manages to pick one up, 3 versus 4.
What a good start. You've lost your Thermite, which is the thing we have to mention. You've lost the hard breach, so that main wall will be closed. That is going to be shut up shop. This is going to be a really big engagement for Good Boy if he gets this kill, and he will pull it back into an even man count, but it just makes it worse now. A 2v4, and seriously, hungry for more, are we? Yes, you are! A triple kill in the round, and Blaz got the first kill and gets the last in the round. A very swift and decisive defense for GK.
Oh, they've just come back online in a big way there. What better way to come out of a tactical timeout than 2 back-to-back rounds, getting yourself back level, guaranteeing 12 rounds as a minimum here on map 1, and just really fighting back on your own map choice. But it's also the manner in which they've won those rounds. All of a sudden, FearX in round 8, great attack, absolutely ran over GK. They look like the tide washing over rocks. It was just as easy as that for them. But then, they've done nothing in round 9 and 10. GK have kept them completely quiet, and it's been a brilliant, brilliant turnaround from them.
5-5. Don't know who's going to get the 6th round, and that is such a round 11. Such a huge round in the grand scale of things, because it's either you set yourself up at match point, or you're going to have to try and fight back to get to that overtime. So it's a huge round, and FearX, one thing I will mention is that they've had the blitz from Nova a lot of the rounds. I've seen very little impact both times.
If I didn't know that blitz had been being played, and you said to me, oh, he's been playing blitz, I'd be like, really? Right. Has he?
You have 2 ways that you want to play the blitz. You either play the blitz for your quick pushes where he can take ground immediately fast, or you're going to pick him because you want a shield to help with a plant. Right, that's two things. Because remember, with shield operators, you can plant in areas other people can't because you can put the shield in your back, you can plant in the open, and you'll still possibly survive. That's the thing you have going for you with the shields. I just haven't seen him do either of that. Nova seems to be a very passive blitz player, which I don't really think you can afford to have in the current meta, is to have a passive shield. Because as soon as a team knows that you have the shield, they will play every operator in the world to counter that, and we'll just double up on you, just play together to eliminate it. And already Nova just immediately tanks the C4 to the face.
Took a lot of damage there, trying to get in aggressively, as you said, go in, take that space, can he find his man? Seriously cuts down Mephi, Neskin with a double, and once again, GK standing tall to whatever FearX throw their way. Rin is gonna down Neskin, who now finds ourselves in a 2 versus 3. The Gon 6 just going in there and getting the job done.
The Gon 6. Oh my. Oh, Rin
just needs to get aggressive here. The opportunity was there to find a double on the pickup. Smart use of the canister, the Zoto canister coming out from Tuberau there, just to prevent that push around the corner coming in from Rin. Demic, he's trying to find the alternative angle. They don't have enough intel here, Demo. They don't know where anybody is.
No, they dumped out both the
They've got 5 drones left and no knowledge.
They just want to try and get the kills. They know that they're in that room, but they don't know exactly where in that room that they are, and the time is just ticking away. And where have you came from, Key? He's been eliminated by Rin, but Demic lost his life because of that, and it's an easy crossfire established for GK. What a strange round that was.
Well, I don't know what got said in that tactical timeout, but it's woken GK up one way or another, because they've come out with 3 consecutive rounds, and out of nowhere, they find themselves, they were 5-3 down, and they find themselves on match point now. And that situation, all 3 of them were in office. They were picking each other up. They were surrounded, but they've still just, they were backs to the wall, and they've put their foot against the wall, and they've pushed back big time.
I think the timeout was just play more aggressive. That's what they've done. They have
take the gun back.
Gone ho against them. You show no fear. I know it's a little bit weird against FearX. Do you fear them? No, just go for it because it's working right now. Using the devour against the Blitz. Again, Blitz, just no impact. Like really minuscule impact that the Blitz is having in these rounds. I just think you need to sack off at this stage. But yeah, Rin just had an absolute mare. You know, he gets the down onto the player behind the mirror window. He knows he's downed him. But then he forgets you have a Gon 6, you don't have a pistol, and he just fires the Gon 6, he misses his chance, the revive comes in, and it's just one of those rounds that Rin's going to be kicking himself thinking, I should have had 2 there.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to question the Nova play as well. Comes in on the blitz, pushes him on half wall, but just doesn't really commit to the fight. Like that's the one person you can fight. Turns towards Master and Piano. You can't fight anybody there because they're too long range. The one impact that he could have, he just didn't really commit to it. And FearX certainly looking on the back. Yeah, I think definitely. There's been no value from it. Again, just little things. That's another 20 seconds that's just been wasted with a drone that's bounced off. It happens, but it's going to cost you.
Just confidence is seeping through for GK. You know, look at the kill department. Everyone in their team is positive, which that doesn't happen a lot. Well, to be fair, we kind of missed 2 rounds because of a bit of a rehost, but at the moment, just as it stands on the scoreboard that we can see on our screen, everyone is positive for GK. The kill department is working so well for them right now. And it's up to FearX. They're now on the back foot. They're the ones under the pressure. They were leading with 2 rounds. And now they've lost, what, 3 in a row? Could be 4, I don't know.
It looks like it's only going one way. I mean, would it be the start of a major demo that I'm casting map 1 if it doesn't get a couple of extra rounds thrown in for some spice? I don't think that would. I mean, of all the majors as well, if I can't deliver overtime in Manchester, I'm doing something wrong, demo.
What's the point? What's the point of having this?
What's the point?
Should have done it elsewhere.
Well, 5 versus 3 as FearX managed to pick themselves up a big double, but we've seen GK be able to fight back from these situations so far. They know what's on the line here. They could get Chalet locked out here, and now the Mirror is going to continue fighting on Library for the time being, but I think, as I said that, they just dropped back into sight, which could be a smart play. They don't want to lose lives up there, and Blaz manages to pick up Rin for free, but then cut down on Mezzanine. Great trade from Mephi.
Yeah, I think Blaz done really well to get that kill, but maybe he should just fell back. You know, does he have to risk going above? And we see a very late mirror window being placed by Key, and that's just going to try and lock down the stock area. As we know, that's the crucial position that the defenders need to play in. Trix was thinking of maybe getting a little bit aggro and pushing up the stairs, but we know that FearX are ready for that. And 45 seconds, this is going to be so difficult for the defense to really come back and win this one out, but could be doable. I don't know. They have the Fenrir traps that could maybe help them out.
The best thing it feels like they can do at the minute is try to burn as much time as possible. They don't know where X-Key is. He manages to find Demic. No, sorry, Demic finds Key. It's going to be down. It's 1 versus 1. Trix with the drop over the balcony. Really did a job there. A smart move, I think, to go in and start collecting people. Trix manages to get one. Demic is going to go for the plant. The time is running down. Good boy is on some essential cover here. Has to hold it. Demic manages to find the final kill. And we're going to overtime, Demo.
Doesn't it the same, does it? They're not saying Des. Doesn't it the same, Tim? But yeah, here we are. But
that was a crazy finish to that round.
3 people down.
I thought it was Key that had come over the top, but it wasn't. It was Trix, but then the triple down. It was a smart move to just get in there. 20 seconds, that's brave to think. 20 seconds, I'm going to pick somebody up.
You
get Good Boy back on his feet for the cover.
You needed
really smart.
to... I think right there for FearX, all they needed to do was just say, right, 2 people are going to drop the hatch, 1 person's going to push blue, other person's going to go lobby. Then you just trade. But they didn't. They were just very individualized the way they pushed it, and it allowed GK to get themselves back into the game and take the gunfights. Where it should just be, you just trade off the 2 kills and you still ended up in a 2 versus 0 essentially. So that's really all FearX are missing. Look, they still win the round, but my God, you could not get any closer than that. And yeah, overtime, here we are. We wipe the slate. This has been an even chalet. 3 rounds on the attack and 3 rounds on the defense for both sides. Again, 6 in total, 6-6.
5 seconds remaining.
And yeah, here we go. GK on the defense. Does that favor them? I would say probably yes.
I mean, the way that it's just, the fact they've had 3 rounds back to back, you know, around 9, 10, 11, they really got themselves going on the... I think you're right, and that round was very winnable for them. It shouldn't have been, but it still was in round 12. They just didn't quite manage to close it out at the end. So yeah, I think it probably does favour GK a little bit. If we look towards that top floor, it was round 10 that we saw them win it last time. Blaz picked things up with a big entry, seriously got a triple in the round. They were really dominant in the round. So yeah, I think they're going to be bringing a lot of confidence into this.
Oh, he was thinking about the classic, I call that the noodle, because he always did. That's probably where he got it from, where he just tosses a C4 out through the solar window and you just catch somebody on the rappel. It's very easy with the lineups now. But all quiet as it stands. I say that though, somebody just jumps straight in through the window and Demic gets eliminated. A massive kill. You've lost the Grim. Oh, fancy footwork there from Good Boy downstairs. Uses the buck well, but they have no idea that there's a second one. Good Boy has to try and make this happen. Oh, Netskin gives himself up, but another trade comes in. Key. Great situal awareness, knows there's another player below, and just goes and helps his team.
GK, earlier in the game, you picked up on it, Demo. You said they were a little bit fractured, a little bit separated sometimes. Yeah. Whereas now, look at the difference. Always there for the trade, keeping themselves with a man advantage. They can play the rest of the round like that because they 3v2. So long as every time FearX get a kill, they find one in return, they win. It's as simple as that, and really nicely done from GK. Just pressure constantly. Good Boy gets one, but he's then being pressured from somewhere else. Then he's being pressured from the hatch. It was just non-stop for him, and FearX didn't really have the answer. Blaz, he knows he doesn't need to aggress here, but he will anyway! And he's going to find a beautiful headshot onto Rin.
So, first time casting Blaz then, you know, expecting him just to swing every window. He's like a dog in a car. His head has to go out the window. Oh my goodness. But Nova, all by himself. An attempt of opening up the mirror window will be stopped. And yeah, just not looking too good here for Nova and Blaz. Yep, waits for him, gets his kill. Oh, the Frenchman. He's on form today. I mean, that's what I said. I think you needed Blaz to show up today, because he is one of those impact players who he can just take control so quickly of the game, and he's just such a nightmare to deal with, because he is one of those kind of Jumes characters where he's so annoying. He is so annoying to play against because he knows every little rank strat in the book, and he will just abuse that. And he's saying, oh, how are rank strats working in professional play? Trust me, they do. Sometimes they do.
Yeah, it's been great from Blaz so far. The impact that he's had has been tangible in almost every round. He's sitting at about a 70% cost at the minute. For anybody that's newer into Siege, maybe cost, when we talk about that as a statistic, as a percentage, what we're talking about there is KOST, so kills, objectives, survive, trade. So how often do you do one of those things? Big team mechanics. How often do you do one of those things in a round? Well, 70% of the rounds we've had Blaz getting at least a kill, playing the objective, surviving the round, or his death being traded. And it just shows the contribution that he's making in so many of these rounds. And seriously, alongside him as well, his cost is actually better. He's higher at the minute. And those two are really, really guiding GK through this one. It's been great stuff from them.
Need a big step up from FearX. They've chosen the basement. Again, we mentioned, we think it's a very easy site to attack. The last time they played here, I think we both said that GK, they chose the wrong approach. They tried to fight the roamers and didn't work. If they go direct, if they get the walls open, wait till you see the difference.
We've already got an immediate difference. Last time GK failed to open that main wall. This time it's the first thing that they've done. So that's now going to create that phantom pressure. As you can see, FearX, they're using utility on it. So that's utility that now can't be used elsewhere. They've got guns pointed at it. They know that the pressure now is going to start moving in towards Trench as well. They are playing the shield on there. They are playing the little extension. GK need to deal with that. But when they do, FearX are going to be in big trouble.
Look at the lineup from the defense. They have nothing to stop walls. That's an issue. As soon as one of those walls gets opened up and those keeper barriers and the shields go, you cannot sit safe in that bomb site whatsoever. So, FearX is either they try and retake and they try and go for the retake in towards dining play of the hatch, for example. Or else do they try and play, I don't know, for the smoke? They don't really have any C4s they can rely on. It's going to be difficult. I think GK, as long as they can just play it well and play it right, they should have no issues. But one thing I'm curious about as well is maybe they're just going to try and go snowmobile because the single wall for snowmobile is reinforced. If that was opened up, you couldn't really do that. But because it's reinforced, it does put the defenders in a position where they don't have the long angles to challenge onto the main breach.
Nova knows that Blaz is working forward here. He hears the sound come from the barbed wire, but it's not going to be enough for him to be able to get that peek around the corner. I think he could see the laser sight on Blaz's rifle as well that just gave away that position, but ultimately it's actually Nova that comes away with a ton of damage there. And GK, they get away scot-free realistically. Blaz continues opening up those verticals, and as you say, Demo, this is all shaping up towards that front-sided push.
Well, Blaz is in. He's been flashed by his teammate, but he's still okay. I don't even know if they know that he's actually in here now. They will. And Blaz is trying to storm through. He finds another one, but Nova is still safe. He is still on this staircase. He's been here for ages. Good Boy's retaking in towards Bins. They have no idea he's there. He is going to be in for one hell of a surprise. Finally, the man on the stairs falls, but Good Boy's still alive, and there he goes. He appears, and he finds another one. 3 kills for Good Boy. What a rotation, what a movement from him. And he's basically just kept his team alive in the map.
Absolutely fantastic play from Good Boy, just sneaking himself into a little position and doing some serious damage. Neskin goes in though. 1v2 becomes a 1v1. He knows where the last man is, but he can't find him. Mephi on the shotgun moves around the corner, and with a single pump, he takes the round. And we are going all the way to 15. Map 1 Chalet between FearX and GK. And what a game this is turning out to be. Blaz with the drop into sight. Demo, he just couldn't have the impact that he needed. That kill from Nova onto Blaz was huge.
Oh, it was Good Boy for me. Great Boy.
Yeah.
Can we call him Great Boy?
Go for it.
What a rotation. Just... That's one of those things where if you're gonna VOD review that as GK, you will see that is just timing. As you have started to rotate off the vertical angles and get in position for the plant, he has then just slipped in. If someone's on those vertical angles, he dies. All day of the week, he is gone. But just because he has caught them in transition, he gets away with that. So it is down to timing. But even for Good Boy to realize that I need to make a play. See, if you make the play makes you. He made the play.
Certainly did, and it made the round for FearX. I think coming into this one, with it being Chalet, we kind of half expected that GK might well have themselves the first map on the board, but it certainly hasn't played out like that, and FearX have come in looking impressive. At times, they struggled a little bit, I think it's fair to say, in stage 1 of the Korea League. They got themselves into the playoffs, ultimately losing out on the auto spot to PSG Talon. They had to go through the last chance qualifiers to get themselves here to Manchester, and we've had big plays from a number of players to get them to this position, but they've certainly turned up looking a lot more cohesive and a lot more effective than maybe they have through the regular stage, and GK, they're feeling the force of that at the minute.
Drone up. Here we go. One last round of Chalet will be decided on our kitchen and our dining. Straight away from GK, they're bringing in plenty of denial for the walls. You have your Cade and you have your Tabaro. So walls should be very difficult for FearX to deal with. They do have the double hard breach, they have the EMP, so they do have options to try and get through that, but it's just going to come down to time. That's what you're essentially trying to burn through with that combination of defenders. Rin has got the sense, so a little bit of a change did happen with the sense, where, as we know, we've got 4 of the charges now, so you can really start clogging up the bomb sites.
Good Boy's done some great work on the Twitch there, managing to clear off that electrical. Yes, they've still got the Tubarao on the top floor to deal with. They need to move him out of this position. We saw the damage that can be done previously if you're not going to manage this breach on the top floor. But Tubarao, for the time being, Neskid just looking to hold on to that position, because until he's clear, they can't really look to get in and open the wall onto site. Nova, he's just going to keep clicking away at that exothermic charge, but he's just waiting for that Zoto canister to clear off. Are they going to get both of these open? That's the question. The wall's been re-electrified, so that means the exothermic has been tricked off. They're not going to be breaching into office. They've got to find a way, and FearX, while stalling out, GK have taken advantage.
Oh, big down. Would have been better if it was a kill. Seconds and he won. Oh, Demic just barely gets out of that one, but again, they're just struggling. They can't get the wall open. Nova, where are you going with the case? He falls, he had no more thermite charges left, and it's just a head loss from FearX, a complete lash out. It gives GK all the time in the world to close out a 1v4. Good Boy, not gonna be good enough to save his team this round. And GK, it was hard fought, but my God. Oh, they take the first map. They take their map in Chalet.
What a map we have just had to open things up at the Manchester Major. GK getting it done at the end. It was really nice play from them. The Tubarao up on the top floor, they really understood what they needed to do there in order to win that side. And as soon as FearX couldn't get that office wall open, it was panic stations. They didn't know what to do, Demo. They start getting hit with nitros, thrown into lobby. They know they can't breach the wall into sight. They wander in towards dining corridor with the case. It all falls apart. But let's not take too much away from FearX. It was a great performance on a map that they're not really known for. They've put a marker down.
Yeah, they have, and don't forget, it's a best of 3. It's not best of 1, so there is still hope for FearX in this series, considering they go to their map of Bank, which has been a permaban for
against
GK.
them, yeah.
It's, you know, this
permaban
is
for GK, permaban against
exactly.
FearX.
It's a map that GK, we haven't seen them play, and it doesn't look as though they want to play it because they've just been banning it most games that they go into in their MENA league. So I think it'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a tough one for GK to come out and get a win. I think we could well be looking at 3 maps here. We've got some of our highlights coming through, and honestly, there was so many in that matchup for both of these sides. They both had huge moments. You know, in the back end of the game, particularly, we've got to give a shout out to Good Boy and a couple of big plays that he made along the way. This one in particular, just absolutely brilliant movement to get himself into a tricky position and really did some damage to that GK attack.
Yeah, I mean, GK started off a little bit rocky, especially if you look at their kind of first 2 rounds of their defense. They were very alone. They weren't really helping each other out. And then that timeout came in, and just everything changed. You know, the power of a timeout, I think, has been proven a very powerful tool for GK.
Yeah, it was, the TAC timeout was massive, like you say, 3 rounds on the back of it. I think we can have a look at our stats across the map as well and just see exactly, because we did have a little rehost in the middle there, so
yeah,
we didn't quite get those final figures, but we can have a look at them now and see how everybody did. Blaz and Seriously, I was shouting them out along the way, 29 kills between the two of them. It was really, really big.
Yeah, I mean, Blaz, look, I said before, he's going to be the guy for them. He really is. You know, we've seen what he can do to different regions. Think what he's done to NA, look what he's done to Europe, and now look what he's doing. Well, this is more of an international stage for him, isn't he? He's doing it now on an international stage, which we didn't get a chance to see him on before.
Yeah, it was great stuff. So that is the end of map 1, but we've got so much more Siege to come for you. We're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to be getting into map 2 for your X versus GK. It's going to be bang. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Manchester Major. We are in map, well, it's going to be map 2 demo of best of 3 here. GK taking the first map against FearX. Going 1-0 up on Chalet, and what a start we had.
Yeah, for a minute there I heard you say, we're at the Manchester Major in Manchester. It's like, well, yes, Tim, of course, where else would we be? We're map 2 of our first game, but look, already it's fireworks, stream B, another 8-7.
Exactly the same.
I blame you. And Dez isn't here, so it is him. It's your fault.
That's it, it's fact. No,
That's
it's
it.
fact.
So, Dez, you're off the hook. Congratulations.
We're going to be getting into this in just a couple of minutes. The players, as you can see, getting themselves ready after what has been a bit of an epic battle between these two so far. Both teams had their opportunities, Demo. Both teams had advantages at stages. It was 5-3 to FearX at one point, and then GK take attack timeout, battle it all the way back to 6-5, and then we go to overtime. It was just a wild, wild finish.
Both teams have had rounds where they've looked flawless, quite literally, because they win flawless rounds, and we're sitting there thinking, wow, amazing. And then there's some rounds where both of them are just so scrappy and it comes down right to the wire. So, I mean, you look at the spread of things, one diffuser planted, that's it. Everything else is killed. I kind of expected that that's the way things were going to go. GK aren't really a side that you would expect. They're going to be orientated around the kills, or around the plants, should I say, sorry, more towards the kills because of who they have and the players that they have.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw that a couple of times from them. You know, a few times on the attack, Blaz is kind of just stood inside a site, getting kills.
He's just looking for an opening, isn't he? And
that's something that FearX can take away from that as well. You know, FearX can learn from that and look and think, we just need to tighten up on what's going on inside of our own house here. So long as we stop Blaz walking in, so long as we stop doing that, they're not really playing the objective very well. And on something like Bank, there's an opportunity here to burn a little bit of time at the beginning of the round and then force GK to play that objective.
See a social prediction, 45% to FearX, 55 to GK, which is always strange considering that GK's already won the first map, and a lot of people then will just straight away say, oh, let's go for the team that just won. But I think everyone understands now what the map is that we're going into. We're going into Bank. It's been a permaban for GK.
It has. It's been a permaban for GK, and it's been almost permanently banned against FearX. This is one of their better maps. It's a second preference map. We're going to see the Monty taken away immediately by GK Demo. We saw it in the previous map as well. They do not want to be playing against that shield.
No, and I think whenever you look at Monty on Bank,
especially on Bank,
it is his best map by far.
Yeah.
The pushes that you can do, the early control of server, up the spiral stairs with your top 4 attacks, you can walk into open area or walk into kitchen in the open area, defense and just plant with ease. So many ways you can abuse the Monty, and yeah, no surprise to see it being banned away. Ying also goes, and look, this seems to be very familiar with Chalet, but that's a new one. It was Valkyrie last time. Now we have the Fenrir, which I keep mentioning. I think he is the best.
Very, very good. We may well see some Valkyrie play here on Bank, given the fact that she's been left on the board. We'll see as we go. It'll depend on the sites, particularly. Not too useful for
a... you'll see it probably.
Yeah, I was going to say not too useful on a basement defense, but certainly on a CEO defense because of that big main lobby. You get some Valk cams in there, there's a lot of places to check. Even if you bring the IQ, there's still a lot of scanning to be done to try and track them down and find them. There's a lot of places that you can hide them, so we may well see a little bit of Valk being brought in. As we say, and I've said it since I started casting 5-6 years ago, consistently throughout, many things change inside a Siege, but one thing that does and always will remain the same, Demo, is how important intel and information is in this game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the approach from GK is going to be. Chalet is a map where they can go for those lurk plays. We've seen Blaz do that a lot. Neskin was also part of the equation into some of those attacks. I don't really think you can do it to the same level on Bank just because of the layout. Chalet has a lot of, staircases that kind of connect most of the bomb sites together, whereas you look at top floor, you're not really going to get any flanks up square. You're not really going to be able to push up through main stairs. You're not going to push up through spiral. You can't really play those lurk walls. You have to go windows, for example. You don't really get that. Basement, again, it's like Fort Knox. There ain't no way you're going to be able to crouch walk into site without somebody knowing.
No.
Maybe the mid floor. You might get a bit of luck in towards tellers and archives. But again, it's just very difficult to kind of play that same play style. So I think you have to go by the books. You have to go strategic. But if there is an option, which there can be, there always will be options for just those quick little push-ins where you can find space, it will happen. That's why I think GK need to try and play around, but it can't be their only reliant on how to win this map.
No, I'd agree with you, and I think this is going to be a test for GK in terms of depth, in terms of, you know, can you win the rounds?
Can you play normal Siege, guys?
Can you play the tactical game? You know, can you win the rounds where you can't just go in and take a bunch of gunfights? That's going to be the big question for everybody at home to keep their eye on throughout this game. You know, how do GK do when they can't just grab some space, when they can't just, you know, go in and get 2 or 3 kills inside a site? Are they able to set up for an execute, for example? Are they able to set themselves up efficiently, effectively, in time to get that diffuser down? They may well need to do that on Bank on the attack.
Against a strong side who we know can play that strategic siege. Look at what they did on the basement attack for Chalet, how clean that was. It was a just 3-2-1, everyone's dead. We didn't really get a chance to plan because everyone was dead.
Not at all.
It's, yeah, I think obviously FearX have to go in as the favourites going into Bank just because they're the more, I think, team of the experience. They know what you need to do to win a Bank, whereas GK we just don't know because they are still a very young side together.
I think we're going to be getting on into this one any moment now. We just had a little bit of a tech issue there. We've got GK back in the lobby, I believe, and we'll just make sure everything is right and in order before we send you over, but we won't be too far away whatsoever from getting on into this one. It's going to be a telling start. GK do start on the defence. We've obviously spoken about the difficulties they might find on the attack, you know, given the play style that we've seen on Chalet and the way they want to aggressively take space, specifically inside of sight, which is going to be more difficult for them here on Bank. Are they going to be able to do well on the defense? I feel like, given the fact that attack might be slightly more difficult for them here, I'm thinking GK need a 4-2 here on the defense. They need to find at least 2 sites that they can lock down. You know, by contrast, I want to see FearX come in and start putting that diffuser down. Let's have a little bit more objective play. Let's have some more strategic siege being played now.
We go for basement, right off the rip. This is seen as the defender-sided bomb site off the map. Very easy to defend, where you just stack up a lot of the utility operators. You bring in your smokes, your Goyos, C4s as well. You can bring them in. And it's just very, very difficult to try and plant. I think time's going to be a big thing for FearX. I want to see them set up and get in positions quickly so you can win the round by burning down all the utility, use the clock to your advantage. But GK not going to make it easy, as they will be opting for their hold, for their smoke in towards blue. Again, a classic position that we see all the time. Let's just see how good Key is in that position, because I always think blue players are hit or a miss. It's either you're going to see them kill everyone or just die straight away.
Yeah, it's a tough position to play. It's sort of a thankless task, really. You try to hold on for as long as you can. You're basically giving your life from the very beginning of the round. You know that's where you're going to die.
Games,
if you're committing to it, it's just how many can I take with me. So we'll see how Key does. I like this from FearX so far, Demo. They're moving confidently. They've had the drones in. They're starting to open up hatches already. We're inside the first minute. They've taken a lot of ground here, and this is something GK are going to need to learn to deal with, because I expect FearX to be good at potentially getting that diffuser down and creating that space. And so far, they're showing me why. We're going to have a little bit of a trickery attempt here from Blaz onto the hatch. It's not going to do the job. That's opened up. Nitro comes out. That's going to be missed as well. Good stuff from FearX up to now.
I'm a little bit surprised they didn't bring in the Tabaro. You know, whenever you're dealing with little hatches, that's where Tub can be great at just delaying the time and seeing if you can help that Cade get the tricks off. It is difficult, of course, and Blaz! I mean, it's what he does. He'll try and take those risks, and if it works, he comes out the hero, but if it doesn't, he's a villain.
Yeah, you're potentially going to be getting punished, and that's exactly what happens. And the difficulty is now that you've got Key on blue stairs. He's going to be stuck as this hatch gets opened up. So if we're not quite there yet, but there's a real possibility here that GK find themselves in a 5 versus 3, depending what happens on those blue stairs. If FearX are able to deal with that well, but they might not need to, Demo. It looks like they could go for a little backstab here, but it could be a mistake. Trix manages to find one. Neskin, he gets one, but the immediate trade comes in as Mephi. He goes right in behind his man. He's backing him up. He's there for the trade.
Oh, get the trade. That's just it. That stopped them, and the diffuser is now cold on the ground. Demic caught in the mixer as somebody just walked up right beside him. Rin in the 1v2, and another swing comes in from Seriously, and it worked. Uses the cash as a bit of cover in that instance. Oh, I'm scratching my head a little bit. I know exactly what the issue was with the attack. I can tell you straight away what they missed out on. They didn't have the flashes. If you want to drop into that hatch, you know there's going to be a guy in vault. You need to flash him out. You didn't even use smoke. You've just dropped into a sightline being held by the guy.
Well, that's not the only problem that no flashes create. Why didn't they go into server? Because they had a smoke on blue stairs that they couldn't deal with. Get the flashes, and you can deal with the smoke on blue stairs. There was nothing that they could do to push Key back. For me, I feel like FearX did a lot of work towards the server plant, and then kind of went, oh no, we're going to go down in vault. And they had time. I'd have liked them to continue what they were doing with server. They had an opportunity to potentially actually just drop server hatch and push Key from both sides. Push him from bottom stairs, top stairs.
The only issue is
I'd like to have seen them follow through what they were doing.
But even if they did that, I'm pretty sure GK prepared for that because they had the garage wall open.
Yeah, true.
And then they had the long angle even onto the server breach as well. So if you try and push bottom stairs to clear out the smoke, someone from garage will nail you if you try and do that. So they actually did have a lot of things covered just with their setup initially. But yeah, I mean, just missed a bit of utility and they just said, okay, let's go for it. But I mean, even Cabotage just smoked that as well. Like, he's dropping dry, essentially. So just little things like that. Just little bits of not putting utility in. It gives easy kills out to the defenders. You lose that initial surprise factor of the push. You're just going to lose from there. You can't do much about that. So, look, we'll move on to round number 2. And GK have to go to the top floor, which I'm always scared of playing the top floor just because I think there's so many different window angles that you can just die to. It is very tricky as a defender to kind of sit and hold it whenever you know you're kind of locked off by about 20 million angles. But that's probably why they're bringing the castle, I guess.
Let's get into round 2 then. GK managing to take their first defense. This time it's going to be top floor. They are going to have the blitz coming in. We said this previously. We haven't enjoyed Nova's blitz play so far. It hasn't been overly effective. Demic is going to be the first one to get on in there. Puts down that Talon shield. He's going to be trying to play from behind it to push that janitor position. Tricks manages to find Good Boy though. What can Nova do here? He knows there's one off towards Marble, but he's now concerned about that janitor swing coming around onto his flank as well. It's difficult for him to get anything done here. The smoke comes out though. It's going to allow him to push. He goes into janitor. He finds the warden. What a direct kill that is. The one counter to him is now taken off the board.
Oh no, but he is stuck inside of janitors, but the smoke is missed. Pretty much all the smoke's onto him. He has nothing left. And Key, what are you going to do up against Nova on the blitz? He will try and pull back, use the support off seriously on the bandit, but there goes Nova on the blitz. We're finally seeing a bit of value. He done great work using the smoke, using the cross, using the cover. And now GK have to try and battle back from a 2v4. Diffuser goes down. A good kill comes in from Seriously, but at what cost? He's lost all his HP. Diffuser goes down, and you still have the blooming blitz to deal with.
Plant secured by Nova. We said coming in, he's not had the most value out of that operator on Chalet. Brings it along to Bank and basically wins the round with it. Really well played. I love the little smoke canister off to the left to stop any push coming from top Marble so he can get himself round into janitor and then takes out the warden. You just know they heard that blitz coming, and even with the glasses they thought, I don't want any part of that. They turned to move out through the rotation. Shot in the back. Well played from Nova.
I would say that Seriously probably called in. They've smoked my Marble, rotate the warden, and as warden rotates, he turns his back to the blitz.
Great.
That's what it was. Again, it was just you've baited the warden to try and come to the aid, and then that's what happened. And this is where blitz can just be so dangerous in those tight areas where you can make that quick push. And like I said, blitz is great for taking those small pocket areas. He's not going to be good at running into an open room because you will just die. But in close quarters like janitor, where else he's not going to die to his right because the windows will cover it. As long as blitz in the position where he's always facing front, he's always got that 180-degree cone, he is going to get you kills. He's going to be such a nightmare for the defenders.
Another good start to the map here then, 1-1, and it looks like it's going to continue exactly as we left off. Chalet, of course, was back and forth throughout, nobody able to take any real advantage, but if you remember what I said at the beginning of the game, that was GK need to come out here strong on the defense. We've got a feeling that it could be tough for them on the attack. If they're trying to just go direct to site, for example, it's going to need a lot of work from them, so they're wanting to secure as many defensive rounds as they can get. They need to find that second second site. They've been able to lock down the basement, but that's the one they should be winning. Can they find a second site that they can close it out on? That's going to be the big question. Rin goes in, gets a big opener onto Key, takes him down. That's the mute gone, and part of the roam cut down, and that's the rest of the roam gone. Rin manages to find a second, seriously is out of it, and it's 5 versus 3, FearX.
Yeah, that R4C can rip people to shreds, and with the ACOG, look, I think everyone knows how strong that weapon is, just with that little bit of a advanced visual effect that you get with the zoom in, of course. So yeah, such a strong weapon to have. You have it on Ash and also on the Ram. And honestly, this is where you just look at it and think, this has killed the round. You know, right from the get-go, you've lost 2 players immediately. You've lost, I would say, 2 operators who should be in the site being the support players. This is going to be difficult.
And this is where Deimos becomes really, really strong. You've got that man advantage. You can just keep on using those pings, just really making it difficult for anybody who's trying to get out on the flank, anybody who's trying to play away from sight, anybody that you've got an idea is in an unusual position. Just keep those pings coming in. Information, intel being fed back makes it very, very difficult for them.
Look at the position Blaz is in. He's right beside the electrical door, and he gets picked off from it. I was thinking maybe he could have got taken out, but
and that's the strength of the Deimos.
The information, you know, he's in a bit of a position you would expect somebody to be standing in, but yeah, they've got the man, they've got him killed, and Trix is just jiggle peeking for all these words. That was what the 6th time he done that. He finally gets the kill from it. A 2v4, but oh, hang on a minute, now a 2v3. I was going to say it's still not looking good. You still have a 2-man advantage for FearX, but now you only just have the 1, and Neskin is in a fairly safe position on that triple wall. It still has not been fully opened up. Oh, Trix misses out on that kill on the good boy, and now Neskin has to clutch up. 1v3, and no, just a wall buying will seal the deal. Good boy is there. My word. I mean, look, you just have to put it down to the opening. Rin fires a ram in, jumps through the window, gets a freebie. And then another guy tries to get a kill back, and he does as well.
I was going to say, the start of the round for FearX was much better than the end of the round. I was a little bit concerned for them there. When they went to 2v3, they start pushing into archives on their own. I'm thinking, FearX, you've got 50 seconds here. Like, don't get dragged into
if
this.
Trix wins that engagement,
yeah, exactly.
No one's
2v2, and you think they were going in very solo, and I'm thinking, you've got 50 seconds. Don't get dragged into these like almost panic fights. It's like, yeah, we're pushing now. We've just got to push. No, you don't. Take your foot off the gas. Consolidate your lead. Get yourself in position and then push together. You've got a minute to work with. And I think FearX were just getting sort of baited, just getting drawn into those fights a little bit more than they needed to there. But they still managed to win them. They got the round done. It's 2-1, and that is not great for FearX. Like I said, they need to find a second defensive side. Even if they win down in basement again now, they're going to face a 4-2 half if they can't find a round anywhere above the basement. And I think that could be a big problem because, as we know, this is FearX's map pick. They are prepped. They are ready. It is a map that they like playing. They are going to be good on the defense.
Basement, that's where we head to. I wonder what the approach is from the attacks this time, because it was a little bit strange to see them just gonna sack off the player who was holding blue stairs, where you would like to see them have a go, and a C4 from Blaz. Oh, he never pulled the trigger. 2 seconds earlier, Meffy would have been dead.
Meffy just spraying through the wall there, almost catching his man, but will not find any damage. And the roundabout continues here as the still trying to find an opening kill. 40 seconds in though, and FearX are doing well again. They've got themselves into good positions. They've got a little bit of control here. They're starting to force those GK players back towards site. The big problem for the minute, of course, is Rin being such low health, but not the end of the world. They just want to make sure that they keep those Bs available for the end of the round.
Trix gonna drop, and looks as though he has, so everyone is going to be on site. So they've wasted a minute. They've done a little bit of damage here. I'll say a little bit, quite a lot of damage to Rin, but FearX haven't lost anything from it. They haven't lost any of their important operators. You still have the Grim for the execute along with the Capital. You have your ways of opening up the hatches as well. You still have the Thatcher, so everything at the moment is fine for FearX. Just a little bit less time to do it in. I wonder if maybe GK are just going to let them do the same thing again, because in GK, they know what basement is. They just like to play very static. They didn't really want to move. You have your player in blue. You know, I think it's more the pressure on FearX than what it is for GK. We know exactly what GK is going to do. He's going to sit in sight and just play the utility.
Just going to see the hatches getting open. They haven't opened up the main lobby hatch yet. Nobody's heading over in that direction, so it suggests we're going to be having a push coming in towards server this time from FearX. Decided last time it didn't really work out. They can take blue stairs here potentially. They need to get on in, stop burning utility there, get yourselves down, and then they can think about this final challenge, which is going to be getting the diffuser down. They'll smash that mirror window, no doubt, potentially, and then look to get that opened up.
Oh my word, they put the mirror window to stop the hard breach gadget going on.
It's empty, there's no glass in it. That's smart play from GK.
It is. That is great to see them utilize the mirror window in a position that we don't really see all too often, but look, there's still a lot of utility you have to go for, and it will have to be a hatch drop. Nova is ready with the bolts in hand. He also has the case in hand as well. In goes one, in goes the second. Oh, what a swing for Blast! The diffuser's going to be called from the hatch. Somebody needs to retake it. Somebody needs to get in the position. Trick just swings off the hatch as well. Massive kills coming in for GK. Has C4 on the top of it as well. Demic down, another one down. All control for GK. Diffuser once again, not on the hands. Now they pick it up. Has to go for the plant, but another one goes down. Oh, and he wins it. The cherry on top of that round.
So aggressive from GK onto those hatches. How do you win so many vertical fights on the reverse like that? They really did hit their shots, got the job done. GK dug deep, held themselves on into sight. It was a good round from them, but as I said, Demo, we can't get carried away just yet. The next 2 rounds are the important ones. They've already won basement in round 1. They've won it again in round 4. The question now is, can they find a defensive win anywhere else?
You have to say, great bit of counterplay from GK.
Oh, it was brilliant. Beautiful.
Seeing the attacking lineup for the basement, which was exactly the same. There was no changes there. You still have operators open up hatches only using hard breach gadgets. You didn't bring in your Ace, your Thermite, or your Habana. So you know that's all they're bringing. You then place the mirror window on the server wall, which is where teams will open it up to then get their default plant on. You open that up, you can't open up that wall, you can't plant in the default position, you then have to drop the hatches. Like, just a little counterplay that completely muddled FearX, because they seen there like, oh, what do we do? And that's an issue that they had in Chalet, where they're almost like a deer in the headlights. If the initial push doesn't work, how do they come back from that?
Going to be heading up to the top floor then. This was the first second choice site that we saw. So the first site that wasn't basement that we saw them attempt last time in the first 3 rounds. This time they're going to go there again. It was tough for them to hold on to. They were unable to, and they really, as I said, need to find something away from basement. They really could do with finding 2 rounds, to be honest, and giving themselves a 4-2 half. Look at this aggression again coming in from FearX. I've loved that from them so far. They're certainly not afraid to get in, take ground clear utility. They are going to drop back out from there. They're not going to be pushing immediately into and through main lobby, but they have got the castle barricade cleared out. They're going to be looking to get another one from the outside here, just taking away so much utility in the first minute from GK.
Yeah, castle barricades that were set up, immediately dispatched with using the Habana, but as you can see, they have the backup castle barricades. The Azami barriers will now be placed in those positions. Can try and get through them as well, but you still have the Flores, which is going to be a great counter, as we know, to those Azamis. If you can get them in, bombs away, I suppose, in that element, straight from the rooftop over in through the skylight, and there's the windows. Again, this is the issue that I sometimes have with the top floor. It's just so many angles. You just can't hold them all, and yeah, he gets punished for it. So 4v5 is how it stands with half the round still to go. But if you look at the actual attack from FearX, they're not really setting up in any one direction. They're just poking. They're prodding to see what they can get just in this kind of early stage of the round.
Yeah, I think they're just hoping to do what they've done. Pick up a kill, maybe pick up another one, 5 versus 3, then you can control sight a lot better, potentially get yourself on in, but it's not going to work out as Blaz manages to find one. Neskin's there for the traders, Rim picks up Tricks, seriously onto Good Boy. We're in a 2 versus 2, there's a minute left to go here. Rin has gone big on the round to keep FearX in this, but this has been much, much better from GK in terms of finding kills on a site that isn't basement. They've really got themselves in this one, and this could be the location for them to get that second defense.
A whole lot of pressure on Rin, though, as the other players on the window. Rin's the only one in the building, and just both of them try something, and they both get eliminated. A swing-in actually happened at the end, but it's quickly dealt with. I mean, JK just didn't really move. They just played pretty in static positions, and they just picked up kills here and there, and it worked out for them. I mean, it looked as though Fearex, they were trying to push in through lobby, up through Spiral, using the player coming down through the skylight to eliminate the player inside of CEO. As the player then goes up the staircase, they didn't check elevator, which is so strange because there's always something in an elevator.
Yeah, it's definitely done them some damage there. Fearex going to be calling the tactical timeout. No doubt recognising problems like that and making sure that they're not going to continue getting hurt by it. Because as I said, Fearex, they're going to be looking. A 3-3 split, I think, on the attack is not the end of the world for them. They're going to be confident in a 4-2 defence. They're going to be confident on their map pick that there's going to be 2 sites that they can lock down. But a 4-2 half in favour of GK, and then you start looking at this and thinking, this could line up for overtime definitely here. And then depends who's got defense, who's got attack.
You're here, so probably.
I mean, it probably will, but Fearex, this is, I won't say a crucial round, I won't say a critical round, but what I will say is it's a big round for Fearex. If they get this one, then yeah, they take a big step towards winning the map.
Yeah, but obviously 4-2 then, it's an uphill battle. You're right from the get-go.
Yeah, so this is what I mean. It's a swing ground, really, potentially.
But, I mean, it is going to be the open area, which you would expect will go in favour of the attackers. This is quite an easy one to attack just with the layout off it. The big, massive quad wall you open up and you don't really give the defenders anywhere to sit. But I will say, in fairness to GK, we didn't really see a full representation of what their actual setup is, because they lost 2 players within 30 seconds just from somebody jumping in a window. So it's not a true representation of what GK can do here in the open area. So if they can keep people alive, I'm more interested to see what their actual setup is, because they just didn't get to see it.
Let's move on in then to round 6, final defense for GK coming up. And like you say, let's see what they can bring to the table here and whether Fearex, without the blitz on side this time, can get themselves into the same sort of difficult and tricky positions for GK to deal with. I noticed straight away we do have the Amaru on side this time. We'll see how much of an impact potentially that's going to have. There's no hatches for verticality up into sight, so it's going to be more about, I think, getting into top floor quickly and taking control up there, but haven't really seen too much use from it yet. Blaz is still in a position to be able to fight. Doesn't see the man. Thought that it might be somebody there, but Good Boy manages to absolutely slam Blaz and gets an advantage, but it's fought back. Seriously, Neskin, once again, they've been doing so much trade work and they continue to do it.
Oh, they've tried to stem their attack, having the Ash on Repel, who then opens up one of the archives walls where everyone else comes in through ATMs and straight into archives and tellers. Because look at that, double Ash, you have that long line of sight, you'll probably pick someone up because that's an angle that just doesn't get played. So as a defender, that's going to catch you out. But you didn't have anyone holding on to the main corridor of that site, the elevator hallway. The wall wasn't opened up, there was no one holding it, and it just one defender just swings it and catches you in the open. So just, it's so frustrating because it's a good idea to open up this archives and tellers, but to forget such a basic thing as the elevator corridor, you're going to get punished.
And they did. They really did. Good Boy. He's going to be trying to fight that long angle on into sight. Trix is going to take a lot of damage along the way, as is Neskin. So GK, whilst they might have the man advantage here in terms of numbers, they don't have the advantage really in terms of hit points, as there are more on the side of Fearex at the minute because of the damage that has been done along the way. Trix and Neskin just going to try and keep themselves off the radar, but I'd be even worried about Twitch drones going in there potentially.
Nova. Does he know about the player in behind the bomb chassis? Now he does. But all Trix needs to do is stay alive. He just needs to almost be the bait for his team. I think Trix is happy enough dying in that position because you would hope that his other defenders can just hold the long angles and wait for the attackers to push in. But 30 seconds, somehow Nova's been allowed to swing across and pick up that easy kill. Good Boy. He's had a few explosives tossed at him as well. He's going to be stuck inside of the small box, and a swing. Neskin goes down. But look at the HP from Nova and Good Boy. A pistol from Seriously comes out as well. He's got the pistol in hand. 2 shots to Good Boy. Good night. But then Nova swings around, even with the goo mine in his leg. Still picks up the kill. Whew. Why does he have a pistol out? That's what I'm more... Where's his main gun?
In what could be a really important round for FearX there, Nova gets an essential kill, just picking up that round, closing it out, and that gives them the 3-3 half that they needed. Now, moving on to the defense, what do we need to watch in this second half for GK? We need to watch how efficient they are, how well they set themselves up for potential plants, for executing onto site. It is unlikely, or should I say it would be unforgivable from FearX on a number of these sites to allow GK to be able to just walk into site and get kills like they did on Chalet. You can't allow that on basement. That can't happen. Top floor, that should also be very, very difficult to do. So FearX, they just need to make sure that that doesn't happen and basically force GK to play siege, force them to clear the map, force them to open hatches, to create space for a plant to go down, to use that utility. And then the big question comes in, can GK do that in time? Can they do that effectively?
There is one thing I'm just thinking about it now. I'm really surprised that FearX didn't do, that I would assume GK probably will, and that is Garage. No Garage play whatsoever, and I think Garage is as much of a difficult position it is to get into as an attacker, because there's always going to be a defender holding it. If you get yourself in behind that truck, you basically have a cut-off between both of the bomb sites. You shut down the red corridor immediately, which is where all the utility go through from the defense. Oh, Blaz. Oh, how does he get away with it? He's not allowed to do this on Bank. He's not allowed.
If you remember the word that I used about 30 seconds ago, it was that it would be unforgivable to allow somebody to just walk into site and start finding kills on basement. And that at the top of blue stairs is unforgivable from the warden. You cannot allow somebody to just walk up on you and find that kill for free. So much utility. There's multiple Goyo canisters up there. There's so much utility invested in keeping hold of those blue stairs. You've got the warden with the shotgun.
Yeah,
got everything that he needs to hold on to it, and he didn't even fight back. He didn't even know it was coming. It was an easy pre-fire for Blaz. You know, great opportunistic kill from him, but from FearX, that's the sort of thing that's going to lose him this game.
It just shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't. You know, it's all well and good to win on Chalet, a map which is, you know, heavy in the gun skill department. Plenty of avenues. You can kind of go for the crouch walk and those quick takes. Especially in the basement, that shouldn't be happening. I would understand if this is like an open area, somebody slips into archives and tellers, that happens, but on this bomb site, just that's no way.
It's the whole purpose of why you're there. That's the only fight you're there to take.
It's the anchor
he
place,
just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
Tuberau is going to be freezing out the lobby hatch for the time being. That's going to be the technique used by FearX to try and keep this controlled on this side of things, because then they know that the push is going to have to come in from elsewhere. They know that it's unlikely they're going to face a lobby drop with 20 seconds left to go, so they're just burning out as much time as they can over there. They'll now recognise that there's a presence inside a server, so they just need to hold off from there. Smart play from Seriously there, taking out those two Goyo canisters inside a site. The other two were positioned up at the top of blue stairs, so once this fire burns out, there should be the opportunity for them to get into site.
Yeah, it's very default right now from GK, you know, opening up the main server breach where you can just try and get in there and go for the plant. But there is smoke still. You know, Nova has all three of them ready. He'll have us lined up, you know, getting ready to toss them out. And there we go. There's the first one. Two more still remain. And not only that, there's still a C4 as well from Good Boy, but Rain gets eliminated. Just plays underneath the hatch. Damek has the long angle though, Tim. This is the position that he didn't address.
Yeah, it could be a key factor here as they go to push in. Out comes the smoke canister. We see now ticking down to 15 seconds. The smoke can burn out the rest of the round. Oh, he gets in. He manages to sneak his way through. He could potentially put this down, but no. Demek is there for the kill. It was the position you picked up, Demo. They didn't deal with it. 2v2. There's no time. There's no time for GK.
I don't know if you've seen it, Tim, but the C4 from Tabaro was aimed for the guy with the diffuser, and as it went off, the unlucky player above has dropped the hatch at the wrong time, and he gets down because of it.
It happens, but that is not good for GK. Yes, you'd kind of expect FearX to pick up the basement.
I think it's okay, because that's the basement, yeah.
Yeah, you expect him to pick it up, but the problem is that GK are now behind with FearX on the defense on their own map. FearX, they lock down a second site here. Let's say they win top floor, they 5-3 up. They know that they can rotate back through those two. There's going to be a lot of confidence for them to take this map. So whilst it was a great, Mephi was completely switched off there. I think he was like hands off his keyboard or something at that point. I don't know what was going on, but Blaz, you know, took advantage of it.
City, maybe, Timmy.
Yeah.
It's an awe in this area that we are. Venice, who? Venice, who? Paris, who? I shouldn't say that maybe because there's a few Parisians in.
Manchester is everything at the minute, Demo. This wonderful city that is hosting what I am sure is going to be an absolutely fantastic major for us. It's certainly kicked off in that trend. We've had 2 maps so far, both go to overtime, one on A, one on B, and we continue here towards, honestly, what could potentially be another overtime between these two on bank.
I've accepted my fate. I've accepted what today is. With you, it's going to be overtime. Every map, every game, maximum rounds. So we could have. We'll be casting again another series later on. I could maybe be casting 90 rounds of Siege because of you.
You're welcome.
Wasn't looking for you're welcome. I was looking, you know, maybe some compensation.
It's everything that we want. It's everything that we want, Demo. We want every single round of this that we can get. We want the challenge. We want the heartache. We want the tension. We want the big moments as Good Boy goes out of the window, picks up key and gets away with it for free. There is no Claymore to punish him. He's surely going to lose his life, but he's wasting time. All the time that he's out here. Tricks, he's looking for the peak. He doesn't want to take the fight. There's the kill. But 30 seconds and a death from Good Boy.
I know a lot of probably people at home would have been thinking, why is Key looking, or why is Tricks looking up at the window where Key just died at? It's because he just can't swing into the Valkyrie. No, somebody could be waiting for him. It
stand
could
and wait for it, yeah.
So he's just playing it very, very safe there. So all credit to Tricks has done well just to keep himself alive. And I think it's also noting what operators on. You're on the sense. That's an impact operator that you want to use to get in and go for a plant. You can't be losing that because then essentially the whole attack idea that you would have in your kind of operator pick phase is, okay, what do we want to do? Okay, let's sense and then we'll try and go for a plant. If you lose the sense, then you don't have the plan no more. So it's very wise that he kept himself up. And yeah, Good Boy, he gets the 1-for-1. I think it's an okay pick, Cabana. It's not going to have the greatest of impact, but still, it's a hard breacher off the board nonetheless.
Rin working from underneath on the Oryx, manages to pick up Blaz, looking for the second jump out, but gets cut down by an Eskin. That is not going to happen. Seriously manages to pick up Demic, and this is big for GK. They need to find attacking rounds. That is going to be the key for them to get a result here on Bank. They now find themselves in a 3 versus 2 with 50 seconds left, Emo. They've plenty of time.
Sense has been tossed in, but Nova not moving. Tricks is on the window right beside him. A nade will be popped over, has to force Nova out of the position, back in towards the front desk, and back over again in towards the banana. Neskin is actually going to rotate below. Maybe a bit of a change up here. Maybe looking to attack more so than go for the plant.
Just looking to potentially find a few kills here and end the round. He's going to open up that Kanto angle to force out anybody playing at elevators, but it's not going to do the job. He's got the yellow ping. He knows that somebody's there, but the challenge comes in. However, Nova can't find his shots, and he leaves Mephi in a 1 versus 3. 12 seconds left to go. He knows there's one there. He picks him up. Can he find the second? Yes. No. He's got the down, but seriously, he's there for the trade. GK managed to lock down the attack.
Just about.
So close. I thought that his Mephi had gone for that second challenge. I thought he downed him. I thought he downed him and brought it into the 1v1, but maybe, I don't know, maybe the GK player just hit the deck. Maybe he just went prone to get out of the line of it. I don't know what it was, but oh boy, that was close.
Because again, Sense is 1 armor as well, so less HP than other regular operators. So yeah, I'm completely with you, but still.
As soon as that spray come in, I thought he's got the down, he's got it back to 1v1, but no, 4-4.
I mean, and this one, that's all they care about.
This one just continues to go around the merry-go-round, Demo.
I think as well in Knockout Siege, which, I mean, obviously no team goes home just yet. We'll find out tomorrow.
Not today.
But I think it's a lot different than League play. Knockout, I think you just want to win. You don't care how you win, as long as you win. Whereas League, I think you want to try and get better and see an improvement over the course of a longer period. But just a tournament, just win.
Yeah.
That's all you can.
Tournament is all about form.
As you want, So, and again, GK won't care.
I've said this countless times, tournaments are all about form.
Yep.
It's about hitting form at the right time. It's coming in for this week and a half, and those being your best games. It's not, yes, you know, don't get me wrong, if you can pick up an improvement here and there, if you can see something and say, oh, we could change that, we could do that better, we didn't do that very well, of course you're going to do that. But like you say, it's not, I think it's probably the difference actually. Yeah, there's a little bit about improvement. It's not about growth
It's
at
improvement
this
if
point.
you lose. If you win, you don't care.
It's not about growth at this point. It's about just coming in and hitting your best games here at the Major and doing what you've been growing for, what you've been improving for over all these weeks is this.
Oh, here he goes again. I was going to say Blaz is on one, but they've got a pulse. They can see where Blaz is. Demic now is getting information fed, but he still loses it. How does he still lose that? All the information in the world, the Blaz still ends up getting a kill.
Yeah, they cannot let Blaz keep getting away with this. That's the second time on the attack that he's been able to go in and get an opening kill that he has absolutely no business securing, and they've got to stop him. That was a pulse onto an IQ. They were already taking the risk of Blaz picking him up, but you get the information, you've got to use it, and Demic was unable to come away with the kill. So Blaz will continue fighting here. He's going to try and push on to Mephi and make this mirror position very, very difficult to hold on to.
Oh, Trix is in. Using the pressure that Blaz was applying, has had enough cover for Trix now to move in and start opening up that floor with the drones. And Raven has been droned out, but they have no idea that another player's coming up through Spiral in towards lobby. I mean, look, that's the power of the Dokkaebi, isn't it? You know, that information that you can just sweep that top floor of ease and just pick out those players who could be in those tricky positions, like Elevator, for example. They just get swept away. And look, a 3v5, you've allowed, again, these kind of cheap kills that just should not be happening, have happened to you. What do you do now if you're Fear-X? And it looks to be, let's go aggro, let's try and retake here, a double retake on the main stairs, but both of them being forced back.
Mephi's going to find Blaz. Trix is down. We're in a 3v3 effectively here. And Fear-X somehow could hold on. Trix is going to be picked up. I think that's a smart move. Retain your man advantage. 50 seconds left to go. Time not a huge factor yet, Demo.
It's just slowed down a little bit, hasn't it, for the attack? They've done well in initial 2 kills, but nothing really has happened since then. I think right now, if you look from the attacker perspective, you just need to try and get in and get this diffuser down.
It's the difference between the gunfights and the objective play.
Yeah.
GK have the gunfights, the beginning of the round. The objective play is where they're starting to struggle a little bit. They've managed to make some lines of sight that they can use through this wall.
Changing max.
X-Key picks up a beauty onto Good Boy, but Nova is there with one of his own. Cut down on the countertop as we have 13 seconds left to go. X-Key, he's in a position to put the diffuser down, but he doesn't need to, as Trix finds the final kill, and that's why you pick your men up, Demo. He was picked up, and he comes back with the round-winning kill. GK, they get another attack, and Fear-X, they are on the back foot right now.
Oh, Good Boy. Just so unlucky. He just put his head at the wrong time. It was, honestly, it was the last bullet of the spray that was put in. You know, you can't get any more unlucky than that. He thought he timed it well. I thought he did as well, but just the last bullet is enough to get him. But boy, oh boy, GK, the confidence, I think, since that timeout on Chalet, the confidence change is incredible. I would say there'd be nerves for GK. There would be nerves. And I think whenever they kind of see that, hang on a minute, we can take these guys. We can take them in the gunfight department. That has just been the mentality shift.
And it's good to see them coming out with this performance on Bank. As we've said, it's their permaban map. They never really play there. And they're coming out and they're doing pretty well. You know, yes, they haven't played sort of objective heavy. They haven't gone in and got plants and stuff. That's it. They haven't, you know, played that side of the map particularly. And you've got to say, you know, against maybe, you know, a top-tier Bank team, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle a little bit. But that's not what they're facing at the minute. It's about coming in and it's about winning today. Like you said, we're in a tournament. It's about winning. It doesn't matter how you do it. And GK right now recognise that. And they know that they can bully these Fear-X players. They can find them in positions where they can take gunfights. Blaz can walk in and get aggressive in their faces and give that advantage to GK at the beginning of the rounds. And GK, I think the way that I would put it, they're playing to their strengths very, very well at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, the plan is not let's get the plant down. Look at their lineup. It doesn't scream utility dump where you can plant with ease. It is more about just, I would say, comfort picks. It's about being able to open up the hatches and then trying to probe and get some kills. You know, look at Ashe, for example, doesn't have the greatest of value outside of maybe mirror windows, but the mirror windows, again, can be dealt with like a Capitao or a Grim, for example, can deal with them with no issue. So, again, it's just a preference, I think, for a player like Plaz to go on that operator with the gun that you have on the Ashe. But, look, right now the biggest issue is going to be this flash. Nothing on the lineup on the attack to deal with that. Maybe they might be able to use an EMP to stop the taser effect, but even still, how do you then get close and, somebody helping the Clash, for example? It's going to be very, very difficult, but yeah.
That's going to be the key, is who's supporting Nova.
Yeah.
They need somebody supporting him so that they're not allowing GK to get close. They've shown that they'll play with aggression. They've shown that they'll take fights. So given an opportunity, they're going to go up and they're going to hit that shield. And they need to make sure that that doesn't happen on the side of FearX. Seriously, he picks up Demic with an opener.
The only issue now is that Nova is by himself. No one is near Nova, and Nova, they're just going to ignore him. So he's out of the game, so they're just trying to take a 3v5 on site because they know the Clash is just null and void here.
Good Boy's looking the wrong way here. Blaz has dropped into Elevator. Good Boy's watching for the lobby push. They are holding on to Garage at the minute. Important fight coming in, seriously. Sprays down Mephi, but can't find the kill. And Blaz, once again, is finding the holes in FearX's back line as he manages to get a big kill to open things up. And 4 versus 1, surely that's the round now, Demo.
Unless Ren can prove you otherwise, Tim, and he gets 1, and still 3 more to find, but it is going to be difficult. We do see a punt attempt. Is that some form of ankle? It's something that he can maybe lock onto. He will swing around the back. He sees it, but too late. Diffuser goes down. He has to cross for the Garage that we know seriously is currently holding. There's going to be no hope for Ren. It shouldn't be as long as GK can just set up, get the refrags, a C4 to no avail. GK just storming away.
FearX feel like they've done exactly the same as they did on Chalet. If you remember, there was those 3 rounds back-to-back, and it was round 9, 10, and 11 for FearX. They just seem to get to a point in a game, and everything kind of switches off. Everything kind of shuts down. Everything, just kind of slows down, and they lose that momentum. And we're here again, Demo. Round 10, round 11, same rounds, and FearX have just failed to show up for the last couple of rounds. And it is a big problem, something that they're gonna need to deal with.
The one thing that I would worry about more than anything is how does the first kill actually come to fruition? How are they losing? Like, I'm pretty sure with Sears in the butt, who has died? Who has exposed themselves to either main stairs or a hatch? How, can they not just keep people alive in the site? Because as soon as you lose that first one, it makes the Clash have less value. Already bringing in the Clash is difficult because you lose a gun. Same way we talk about you bring in a Monty.
4.5 versus 5 almost.
It's difficult in that regard. And if you lose a player, somebody else had to take his position, and then the Clash was left by himself, which we've seen that the Clash was just alone in server, had no impact whatsoever. But I think that's very wise from GK. If they get gifted a kill, they'll say, okay, we'll just leave that guy, we'll just go for a 3v5 execute, and it's quite easy. And they did that. I love the player going in towards Garage. You need that. And like I said, you get in that Garage position and it just creates that divide, creates that separation.
That's been something that I've been impressed with GK so far, is the ability, the mid-round ability to adapt, to look at what's in front of them and say, actually, this is now what we're going to do. This opportunity's presented itself. We saw it on Chalet, where Blaz just, right, this isn't working.
It's not the default.
I'm just going to walk into site. We've got to get something doing. And I like that adaptability from GK, that ability in the mid-round to just switch things up a little bit. You know, it doesn't have to be a big change in course, but it's enough to get the job done or to recognise that opportunity and to take it, and that's been really good for them.
Ollie back onto the open area again. And last time it was, I would say, a bit of an unfortunate round more than anything.
IED active. If it runs on batteries,
oh, sorry, no, it's basement with an open area hold. That's where we're at. Apologies, I was confused. I was like, no way they go to open area again whenever basement's still there. But look, open area hold, maybe this is what they need. Maybe they need to bring a little bit of aggression into the fray of things and just stop GK from being able to just take the map as freely as what they have been doing.
I mean, already Blaz has taken a lot of damage there. We've commented on Blaz's entry ability, particularly over the last couple of rounds, to just wander in and get himself a freebie that he really shouldn't be getting. This time, they've not allowed it to happen. He's taken a ton of damage, as has Rin, fair enough, but they've fought him off. They've got him backed up, and now they've also got the opener onto X-Key. They've taken the Maverick. That's going to hurt their ability potentially to get the hatches. We've got Tubarao on side that's going to be able to slow things down with those Hibana pellets. It puts a lot more pressure on Neskin to get that work done.
This is the second time, I would say, in the series that we've seen GK try and actually attack the kind of offsite hold from FearX, and that's twice now. It hasn't worked. You know, that's already, it's not a coincidence no more. That's twice it's happened. So I think actually trying to attack these players in open area has been actually the wrong move by GK. Now, it happened on Shelly, and it's happening here in Bank. So something for FearX to look at, and obviously something that GK need to address. It's, you know, what are we doing wrong with actually clearing out away the roamers? But I suppose that's a discussion to see how they do. And another day where they can actually look at that and see what they can improve on.
Again, a lot of focus towards that lobby hatch, but the drop hasn't really come down. Again, you're letting Blaz walk on into sight. He's taking pot shots. He has to back up. He knows that he's been found out in that position. The challenge will come in. He's low health. He can't risk it for much longer. It doesn't really pay off this time.
I mean, Nova has the Echo in hand. Great position just to sit and hold all that information, but he gets naded. Oh, but a shrapnel has hit the Yokai. Have they got the wall open? No, they haven't. They can't even go for a default plant. Down goes Blaz. He was on low HP anyway, and oh no, the hatch drop has not worked out seriously as well. Joins them, and yeah, it's just going to be a lockout. The basics weren't done correct there from GK. They couldn't get that main wall open. You're asking for trouble.
The big thing was the loss of the Maverick. Obviously, I picked up on the hatch element, but if you think back to the last time they attacked onto server, they opened up the main wall with the Maverick. That was obviously the plan for GK. And I've talked about their adaptability in that round, but they've maybe shown us there that whilst they do have great adaptability in some ways, and the ways that I'm talking about, and it comes back to this gun skill versus objective play, if we're looking for kills, and if we're looking for gaps and opportunities, then their adaptability is great. If they play in towards an objective focus, and the plan gets broken down because they don't have the breacher that they want for that area now, maybe not as good. So again, that objective play, just needing more options.
I mean, again, it just you look at the way FearX certainly been setting up some of their defenses. That was a lot better because they didn't just sit back. You know, they actually took the fight to GK. I think for a long period we've seen it there for what, 3 rounds in a row. It was just GK was getting every trend, every little bit of luck that could have went your way. They were getting that, and I think that comes down to just FearX just asking for it, because you're sat in positions that you're just going to die from. I think you have to move around. You have to do something. You just can't sit there and let GK just win the attack. I know that for some of the sites on Bank, you almost do have to play that way, but you still have to get a little bit aggro. You know, look at, even if you think back to the way FearX had some of their attacks go, you know, we've seen GK swinging hatches from reverse, for example.
Yep.
And it worked well, because they're not just sitting back and waiting for it to happen. They're doing something about that. They're stopping them from even getting the slightest inch of confidence going into an attack. And I think FearX, they need to keep that going.
Round 12 then. It's going to be 6-5 GK's second opportunity to close out not just the map, but the match. They could come away with a 2-0 win. They did pick up the opening map of Chalet. If you look to the top right of your screen, our wonderful production team keep that all updated for you. And you can see that Chalet was 8-7 to begin with. GK took that one. They came in here on a permaban map, and they've taken it to the point where they have the opportunity to close this out here and now and move themselves on in the phase 1 upper bracket. They're attacking top floor. They've already won this demo. It was back in round 8.
Yeah.
Can they do it again?
Obviously, the timeout was used. For those of you who don't know, it's not Aloe anymore. That, you know, people probably would have seen Aloe whenever we've seen GK and stuff at the last major they're at. They've brought in a Brazilian coach. They brought in Hellraiser. He's a young guy coming into the fray of things. And obviously, I always think Brazil, you need to have a bit of that if you want to play in this current day and age and the map that you have. So, look, the timeout worked really well from them the last time whenever they done it in Chalet. Let's hope it's enough just to get them the 1 round. You know, it's not much of an uphill battle as what it was in Chalet.
Trying to clear off the Selma charge there. Doesn't do its job, and it's going to allow Neskin a nice, clear, long angle all the way up into elevator. So Demic is going to find himself in a tough position. Going to open up the wall from Square into CEO as well. So definitely looking for a plant in that potential area here, GK. Looking to maybe get in behind the desk. But as always, the key position to close out is going to be Stock Corridor and Janitor.
So, right now, if you look on the kind of basis of how the attacks have went previously for the top floor, it wasn't necessarily GK attacking any one way. They were just focused on playing the windows, trying to root out some of the strong positions that FearX can try and sit behind, and more importantly, use the senses, this kind of distraction mechanic. They are up against, of course, the Warden, which is a perfect counter to the sense, but see it just there for a bit of a bait. Nothing really that I think Fearx need to worry about. It's just more to try and take the attention away from the other lurkers, such as Blaz right now. Look where he is, under the stairs. A nightmare.
1 minute 10 left to go. Fearx holding on pretty well so far, but it's about this point of the round they could really do with finding a kill or two, as the pressure is going to mount as we continue. We can see how many holes have been opened up, how many lines of sight, how many angles. Blaz is going for another little crouch up the stairs. He knows the man's there and it's free for him again. He picks up the kill. Does he know about the second around the corner? He does, but can he find him? Yes, he can. A double from Blaz, not just to open up the round demo, but maybe to open up the match. This could be the moment for GK, but good boy, he starts fighting back. He manages to pick up one onto Trix. 4 versus 5. Sorry, 4 versus 3, 3 versus 3 as Good Boy manages to get a second. 25 seconds left to go. And GK, they could be running out of time. They've got the diffuser back in hand. They're starting to grab more space. It's anybody's. Good Boy can't hold on. And GK, they take their first win here at the Manchester Major, taking down Fearx.
Oh, what a huge play from that man, Blaz. Again, he is doing stuff that Fearx should never let him get away with. What Blaz does, it's not a flashy play, it's just he walks, he finds a bit of space, and he just gets kills. That, like, how is that being allowed to happen? I don't understand. But look, Blaz, he's had a stellar bank now as well, where he's just appeared, but I've been very impressed with GK, because especially for Bank, where we kind of thought it's been a permaban, they're a new team, Bank doesn't really favor the new teams, it's more of a kind of veteran side who would do well at that one. But I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, overall, I think GK have dealt well with what was in front of them. They've at times adapted well when they've needed to. I would like to see a little bit more objective play and plants out of them, as we've said. Show us that you've got it in your playbook more than anything.
They planted once the whole series.
Yeah, but overall, I agree. Solid performance. Blaz has been allowed to get away with far too much there. Fearx, for their next matchup, for that lower bracket game, they need to be looking at that. They can't be allowing players to wander in and get those opening kills in key positions. That's something that they can definitely pick up on and improve. But overall, GK, looking pretty good. And talking about GK, talking about Blaz demo, we've got him with Milosh, who can have a quick chat for us.
Yes, we do. And of course, congratulations to GK. I got Blaz here with me, the French prodigy who has played now in 3 different regions. How does it feel like to now get a win in your first ever major?
First major, yeah. Really happy. First game in major, first win. For first game in major, really good game from me. I would say I give a lot of good call, and I get a lot of good skill kill too. So I'm really happy.
I mean, it looked like it. You were popping off on the server, and you were so excited, full of energy the entire time. How's it like now to play with a team that, when you're thinking, is such a multinational team that has to pivot to English and make it work even here?
It's really good because we have a lot of experience from every region. Me, I play in NA on Europe, so I have a boss experience. We have 2 guys from Brazil, and people from MENA who play a lot of tournament like Major on 6. So we have a lot of Heidi, a lot of Heidi how people play. So it's really good to the team, and yeah, really good.
All right, well, we get to see more of that energy from you and the excitement in the server later on tomorrow. Congratulations on the win. For those watching at home, if you're subscribed to the stream, awesome. If you're not, make sure to do so, because when we come back, we're going to be taking questions with Seriously from GK, of course, Blaz's teammate. And if you have any questions you want to ask him, hey, we leave it open to our subscribers. Make sure to put them in there, and our staff is working on it to feed them into my ears. But all of that and more after the break. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we are live once more with our Manchester Major. I'm Milosh here, and we have a great interview with our winners, GK. Seriously, joining us here. First of all, congratulations on the win. We just had a chat with Blaz. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, like a special moment, you know, like it's been a long time that we win like on the major, you know. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
I mean, seems like it. And, you know, for those that are out there, we still have questions open for our subscribers. I might have something to ask you. But look, after coming out of SI, it seemed like GK, there was too much happening on the team. You needed some time to reset and get into the major here today. Do you feel you've achieved that goal through the stage and now your first day?
I feel like today, like we played good, like we did like very good, like in terms of communication and in terms of like how we play. It was like for me, it was like a big improvement from SI, because like in SI, like we didn't win like a single game. Yeah, like we feel like comfortable.
Fair enough. And you know, this is from his name was Egg. Great name, by the way. How does it feel to be one of the underdogs of the event?
Like, look, for us, like we like don't care. We just like play and focus on our game, and like we try to win. Like that's it. Like you know.
I mean, look, when you have Blaz that's dropping what 18, 19 kills on a map, that kind of helps out. What sort of kind of different roles everybody has found on the team now? Since you know, you have to all speak English together. You have to make it work now on LAN. How's that working? Because you were playing the entirety of MENA from the same space.
I mean, like on the team, like we speak like English, like good English. So like in terms of communication, it's like not that hard. But it was like good, like Blaz and Niskin, like the boys are like so good, like players, you know, like they won like majors, you know. So yeah, like we are happy and like we are like ready for the next game.
Well, speaking of the next game, there's Liquid and G2 on the line. Is there any team that you prefer to play out of these two?
I think Liquid, to be honest.
How come?
Because like we never like played against each other, you know. And G2 we played like obviously like because they are in EU, so we played like in terms of scrims, and last SI we play against them. So like I want to experience like how to play against Brazil team.
And yeah, of course, you have that kind of in the background, but I know that a lot of meta teams, including yourself, do scrim quite often with EU squads. It's quite common.
Yeah, we scrimmed like every day, like against EU teams, because like the nearest region, you know, so we can, yeah. So we scrim like a lot of EU teams.
I mean, now you're kind of running the gamut of playing as many regions as possible. You're looking forward to potentially playing Liquid and kind of a representative from Brazil. Is there any other region that you really would like to play against just for the fun of it?
Probably NA.
Who specifically from NA?
I'm not gonna say name because like, you know, but maybe there's like one team I would like to face, but I'm not gonna say the name.
Is it just to not jinx it or what?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I think we can definitely keep it at that. But now, you know, it's a big win. You're looking forward to potentially playing Liquid, but also G2 is on the cards. There's a lot here for GK that are this big underdog in the tournament. How are you facing that mentally, kind of preparing yourself for it?
Like as I said, like we just like focus on ourselves, you know, like just like focus, play your game, and like that's it. To be honest.
For you, you know, kind of up-and-coming player, is there any player from kind of the history of Siege that you look up to as like, this is someone I aspire to be as good as they are or achieve what they have achieved?
Yeah, like when I started to play the game, I was like looking for Bengo, Shaiko, Nisk, like they are like big players, you know?
Getting to play Nesk in the game after, so I think you're very much going to be cheering for Team Liquid in this game just to get to play Nesk, eh?
Maybe, yes.
All right, fair enough. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you very much, seriously, for joining us, Habibi. That is it for us on this section here. We'll have more questions and more interviews as we go on with the tournament, so ready your questions for our teams, especially here on the A stream. But we're going to take a quick break before we continue on, so here's a little message and a little bit about our operators.
Anyone deserves to go out like crap. That's gotta be it. Anyone coming through that door? Go, get over there. They go crap. Son of a bitch, we're gonna tank the ground. Wait,
Hello, hi, we're live. Yes, I am doing all the runs of cardio today because we want to keep our health in good shape. Though we're going to talk to our B-Stream casters, just kind of get an update on how things have been going so far. Can we get them on the ring?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Amy.
Can you
Ollie.
see us?
Yes, I can.
We
Can you
cannot
me?
see ourselves.
We can't see ourselves.
We're just going to trust that you're not lying to us.
Emmy, Ollie, you look beautiful as ever. I cannot wait to see how things would kind of go with the outfits as the tournament goes on. Look at these beautiful, beautiful friends on here. But let's talk about...
Quite disconcerting, this.
Why are you eyeing him? Anyways.
Because I don't know where else to look. We don't know what's going on.
Emmy...
30 seconds ago, I was eating cheesecake.
And was it good?
Yeah, it was really good. Catering is delicious.
Well, I've yet to try it out today, but we talked about cheesecake. We're talking about Fresh not liking cheese in general, and Carter Lynx, who actually does not like cheesecake at all. It seems like there's a kind of division between all of our talent team here. But when it comes to the game itself, look how I'm gonna pull you through into the actual game conversation. Bleed v CAG. There was a time where CAG could bring it back, but then on map 2, Bleed were just fishing.
Correct. And they caught a Joel.
Reeled it in. Yeah, no, so map 1, it went all the way. 8-7, Skyscraper, was 6-1. You're thinking, Bleed, they're going to win this. They almost didn't. It went all the way towards OT, and Bleed, you could see they were frustrated, even though they won it. Second map, there is no question about them winning it. It was a bit back and forth at the beginning. Bleed tied 3 flawless rounds in a row, and then just whoop, rest of the map. Just like that, Milos. Just like that.
Just like that. That was pretty fast, if you ask me, here with this 2-0. I mean, Nighthaven is this more complicated map for a lot of teams. So did it surprise you when you saw the map bans? You're like, whoa, CAG really are taking us here? That's kind of odd.
The map bans were really weird because we had 2 maps that were both teams' #1 preferences. Now, obviously, preference isn't necessarily most picked. It goes into whether it was banned against them or not, if there's a perception that they're good or if the map isn't very popular within a region. But we basically got Bleed playing Skyscraper, which is their best map choice, their highest preference map picked by Cyclops. And then we had Labs, which is Cyclops' #1 preference picked by Bleed, but it turns out that Cyclops aren't really that good on Labs. And we kind of knew that coming in because they've only played it twice. So there was a little bit of a question mark there anyway. But I think the scary part for that game, if you're a Cyclops fan, or it is, you know that team has got it within them to pull. Really won 6 rounds in a row on Skyscraper. That was the fact of the matter. It was just that Bleed, as the tournament went on, started making fewer mistakes. There were a lot of mistakes in some of those rounds that they lost on Sky. There were a couple of throws that they really could have done with getting over the line. I know Shibi, he got away with some. Shuri, wasn't it? He got away with some incredible clutches.
The Valk 3K just blew my mind on round 11.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Almost pulled similar plays off again. Almost did similar things on the sort of second map, but we were missing Black Ray. 0-8 on that second map as well. He's a name that we need to see a little bit more. There was an excitement from CAG that disappeared a bit, unfortunately. But it was fun, and obviously now they're lower bracket fighting, but they've still got a lot of fight in them.
The question is, and I think this was kind of echoed on the A stream also, is that Monty bans are going to be a big thing. And we got to see it here too. So what's your outlook on that? Because Shield so far, they've been a hot topic of conversation, right?
It didn't do much.
The Monty ban, it forced a blitz. The blitz did work and it didn't work at the same time. I think because Cyclops was so woeful on the attack on Skyscraper, it didn't really matter what they banned because they could have banned anything. They could have probably banned nothing and it would have been very similar. But the difference there, when we moved on to Labs, no shield ban. It was a Ying Deimos ban, I think it was. So, I don't know. We've kind of made a big deal about the shields. I'm waiting to see what some of the, air quotes, better teams do with the shields.
When do we ever blow things out of proportion?
I think always, but also I think it's fair because shields are their own style of play. That's the big problem with them, right? If you look at Ying being in a good position, Grim being in a good position, it still plays around the basics of the game itself. The shields are on their own little boat, having their own little time, and putting their own bits of pressure onto the game. Doesn't matter how many fish or fishing you do. At that point, you're still going up against a different boat, which requires a different level of learning and skill. There are teams that are very good with that. There are teams that are very bad against that. And these, I think, were 2 teams that just knew how to handle a shield, so it really didn't have much of an effect.
A had also ended in their own way. So there'll be more for us to talk about later on in setting things up for the next two games, our last two of the day. So Ollie, Emmy, thank you very much. You guys can take a well-deserved break and continue your cheesecake piece. Emmy, before you fade away, we'll see you in a bit. It is time for our halftime show, and we are joined by our two friends, Mentalist Joel and Julio from Bleed. Friends, congratulations on the win. Before we get on with our questions and kind of talk through things, for those of you that are watching out there, if you're subscribed to the channel, then you can post your questions for our little Q&A sesh here at the halftime show. Julio and Mentalist, of course, have been playing since forever in Siege, and Joel has been in our hearts forever, that's for sure.
Old man. He's not that old, but yeah,
come on,
old man.
I'm old.
He's seen a lot. You see a lot in APAC. It does age you.
Yes.
APAC gatekeeper.
Some say I was born 26 years old.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about things. We'll have those questions open for everybody, and we actually have something very, very quickly this time for you, Mentalist. So, from Okami999, how has your coach contributed to your growth as a team and leading you to your win today?
Right next to you, bro.
Be careful.
You, bro.
Julio, he does a lot for us. He does a lot of like pre-game prep. I think he gives us direction on what we need to do during the match. And without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. We would just lose all of our matches. And please, Bleed, if you're listening to this, give Julio a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
Good. You're on the team for next season. I think we got it locked in. You know, Julio, we're talking about the pedigree, the history that you have. Also, Common D at Invitational, home turf in Brazil. So, how you feeling being here at another major? Because, and I remember this because I'm also old. I remember Leicester Finals, Pro League Season 2. There was a delegation that was sent from Brazil to play kind of a show match piece.
Yeah.
Season 2. You remember all the way back then, we're finally kind of gone full circle for kind of you and that old guard of Brazil back in the UK, this time in Manchester for it. How does it feel to be one of the people that kind of carried the torch in Brazilian Siege all the way to today, and now kind of part of APAC's story too?
I think it's really nice. I had my career as a player, but now I'm old. I have a son, but I can still do the same thing, that is competing and work with younger people and playing with people from other cultures. I learn a lot. I teach a lot, and it's really nice. I love competition, and it's really nice that as my retirement as a player, I could find something else that I can compete as well. And as a coach, it's even better. I don't have to play. If I don't have to worry about playing bad. If you win, it's because of me. If you lose, it's their fault. Perfect.
No.
Perfect.
Yes. Yes.
Be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Be careful. They're here and they're watching at home too. You can't play it off too much. But it is a great kind of career progression. But Mentalist, you've been part of a lot in SEA and APAC in general. How does it feel to kind of now be more and more consistently making it to these bigger events?
I think it's cool. Yeah.
It is.
It's cool. And
This-
I think
you're the
it's
first
good.
person to say UK is cool.
Oh, I mean, for the first few days, yeah.
Fair.
And then maybe the next few days will be horrible. We'll see. But yeah, in APAC, the experience for me has been up and down. So it's really great that I get to experience what I get to experience now with my team.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just enjoy building the storyline and just like keep being seen as the underdogs, slowly getting stronger and stronger. Hopefully, someday we'll make main stage or win an event. Who knows? Maybe it is today.
That would be the first time for an APAC team to do that, of course. And is there a team that you're really looking forward to playing? Because we were just talking to Seriously from GK. And even Blas before was saying, you know what, we expect and we actually want to play against Liquid in the next phase. Is there somebody that you look forward to?
Space Station. I said to a Siege interview that it's time to face our demons. First demon was Fury. We beat them to be here, and now it's SSG. They always beat them. They beat me when we were in a side. Now it's them. And then maybe, I don't know, Fury. But yeah, that's harder.
So you got beat so hard by SSG, you went to coach.
Yeah. No, not me. As a coach in the side. I got
last event, yes. But yeah, it'll be cool if we can prove ourselves and beat the teams that have beaten us.
Yeah.
In Atlanta, it was yeah, it was SSG, Dark Zero, Loss, and Fury before that. So we already farmed 2 out of the 4. So SSG and Dark Zero is next on the chopping block.
Dark Zero is easy. Nath there, like mental boom.
Easy.
No?
Gonna mental boom him. No, against Dark Zero, easy. Nath is there. I work with him, Eminem. Like
you know how to.
I know the trick.
Have you seen how he sits on his chair? Just like
no, that guy's crazy. That guy's
his
crazy.
back is gonna give out.
Just
People.
like,
he's just gonna collapse even mid-match.
The best, man. The best.
That's fair. Well, we got more questions rolling in from our subscribers. If you're one of them, make sure that you type your questions in. Our team here at Blastar 6 is working on it. Now, question kind of works for...
Fish and chips.
Is that fish and chips?
Yes.
The chips.
The chips are a bit too big, but if I turn around...
Yeah, if you focus on it, you can see that.
Yeah, so... Fish and chips.
Yeah, these guys are just like...
He's a local at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you say, you learn how to social media? Is that what you tweeted a few months ago? So I get that. Question here. Has Deimos influenced your play or strategies at all, Mentalist?
I think Deimos is really strong operator. When he first got released, the leading theory, there was 2 options. First, you play like a supportive Deimos. You get your hard support on Deimos, you scan, and then you cannot give your entry like on where he is, so you don't expose yourself to danger. You kind of nullify part of the kit of Deimos that put you into danger as well. The other theory is just that the entry play Deimos themselves and run at them. And I think after we tried it out, the supportive Deimos is really bad because like sometimes you're kind of in a different angle, elevated, and you're looking down at the ping. You can't really give
so
exact
far away,
call out.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes I would say, oh, he's in that room, but he's actually in the room over there, like 1 room away. Like, and then my entry just blame me. So I'm never gonna play support Deimos again. So yeah, I'm just gonna be like, okay, there's a guy that's hard to deal with. This guy is solo roaming. Okay, rips, third, go pick Deimos, go kill. Yeah.
All right, you know what, gents, we're going to take a quick break to get people, because I already have quite a few questions in here. We'll take a breath for all of us, then hold it. Until then, if you want us to be back, you have to type in your questions so that Mentalist can continue to breathe, so we'll see you in a couple minutes. And out. There he is. I hope you've been holding your breath also with us. If so, man, I really hope that it can last longer than 15 seconds. In that case, we continue on with our questions. And what do we have? So you called out Nath, right? We have another question here. If you could call out one team or player, who would it be? Anybody else that kind of steps out of line other than Dark Zero or Nath?
You mean by they're really good? What?
Just call them out if they're terrible.
Yeah,
you say they're terrible.
BDS, like Molotov and Yuzus. They're my sons, Like if you face them, it's over for them.
Are you surprised that BDS did so well after they joined?
No, bro. That thing is stacked as hell, bro. It's so good. Like the team was already good, and then we like Eminem disbanded because of whatever. Yeah. And then like they said, we're gonna join BDS, and I said, okay, let me see who is in BDS. Yuzus, Solotov, Shaiko, Bride, Like Effect. Oh my god, man, that line's gonna be stacked, So yeah, I think they're gonna do really well, but not against us. I mean, against us, no.
We'll farm them.
Yeah. Any players that you have any knowledge over, Julio? It seems like, yeah, we can just beat them. I'll get into their heads.
Nah, I think I'm just kidding, But like exactly the opposite, Probably SSG. Oh, we're gonna face Bleed. We're gonna win again. And now this time it's gonna be different,
All right, fair enough. I mean, is there any team that kind of surprises you, Mentalist, that made it to the event proper?
I think Talon. Because they were not looking that good last season. They made it to the major at Atlanta, but they didn't really do that well. And as a roster, they're still very immature. But after Pengu and Fabian joined, all of a sudden, they improve a lot. Not sure if it's to the credit of Pengu and Fabian, or is it just the fact that Korea is just so free that Fabian just give them a 40-page PDF, and then all of a sudden, they can play the game.
Be careful. You have a coach right next to you that would have something to say. Would you say SEA was free or not?
SCA, well, it's got kind of half and half. The top end teams are like really good, relatively to the region, APAC as a whole, but then the bottom 4 is like not that good because of just there's not many teams there that's actually have experience. Those experienced teams are really good, but those teams without experience are really bad.
Yeah, just a big gap. But I can see like they can get better, I see them playing, and if they dedicate enough, I think they want to get better. And it's better for the whole region, if everyone's good.
Yeah.
Like Brazil,
it's a good message for everybody out there, be it in any single region, because there's a lot of up-and-comers that now, remember, back in our day, all of the players that were so young, even Sexy Cake, when before he turned 18, everybody was looking at, this is the big prospect, etc. And now, all of these players that were so young back when we started, well, they're kind of the forefront. They've even retired because there's another wave of players.
Every year, bro, they just appear from the ground like young players that are really good. It's crazy.
There's a lot of people that are really good at Siege, and we really hope that we get to see them at majors. Now, just kind of take it all in here, because the stage is going to be built over the next few days, and kind of see how that goes. Are you eyeing that? Because you still, Mentalist especially, you're kind of the pedigree of Elevate. Main stage, all Berlin, and then here. You're looking for that main stage again.
Yes.
What's the best thing about it from a player perspective? Because you've both had, you've been in grand finals, 2 of them at SI. So it has to be something different about it.
I think for main stage, it's just a different game, Some operators are better sometimes, like Lion, Dokkaebi, just like put more pressure, It's like boom, doing everything. And I want to go main stage as well, because I actually want to win a tournament with them. But I think before we win, we have to go to main stage first. Maybe they adapt like really fast to the main stage. They play better. But I think there's a difference between like playing here and playing on the main stage. So yeah, first step, going main stage. If you can win, going to main stage first time, awesome. But like going there I think is really important for Rips as well, to see if he can play on main stage.
Yeah, the crowd might just ruin him.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because
he's nervous of the crowd.
No, his sensitivity is so high that if the crowd just like stomped the floor, like we did during boot camp, the floor was kind of flimsy.
Yeah.
Just like it would have been on stage.
Yeah.
So like when we stomp it, the shockwave would literally shake his hand and then he couldn't aim.
What's his sensitivity?
54.
1.6k DPI, default multipliers.
On 54?
On
What?
54, yeah. Normally people run around like, if people run 1.6k DPI, that sense is around like 4?
Oh,
3, 4?
That's already a lot.
Like maybe 6, and then for him is 54. So
Yeah, no, as someone who's on 800.33, it's like already.
It doesn't even move.
It's like watching 9XT in the day with those little laptop mice that are doing it. This is like a real big
supermarket mouse.
Yeah, literally went from the corner shop and bought a 10 real mouse to kind of use in there. We got some more questions. I swear this one is not me also making fun of British food one more time. From Unrot, sorry, to you, Mentalist. Do you like British food? Sorry, it's not me.
It's like British food or food that you can eat here from other cultures.
Okay, so
like British food.
Like I talked about it on stream. Like what British food are there? Like there are like some pastries. I kind of forget the name of.
And then pies, like meat
pies. Yeah, the one in Greg's I tried.
Fish and chips.
The one in Greg's, what was it again? The beans and cheese.
No, the beans.
The pocket.
The beans are crazy.
Was horrible.
They're very
beans are crazy.
sweet.
The beans are sweet with the bread,
with the sauce. And everything.
And then it doesn't go well with cheese. Like the texture in your mouth is just like you're eating glue. And then like the worst part is that whole pocket was like not really hot. It was like kind of warm, cold-ish. So it tasted like. Yeah.
I think it's good. I experienced both worlds. I went to Nando's.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was really good. And I went with the Eminent guys to Caveries. I don't know the name. It's just like Christmas food. And then Yuzus, that is Josh, is like, oh, best food ever. And I was like, man, everything's dry. The beer was hot. I was like, no, man, this place.
Okay, so the thing is, there's some good food, but there's not much variety. So like fish and chips, all right, you had once, you had it all.
Yeah.
And also like what other things are there? Like pastries also kind of the same. Like beer, like you can get that anywhere. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
you guys need to have some more creativity, man. It's
all I'm
boring.
saying is, it sounds to me that we need to book a Lebanese restaurant or kitchen. And
Lebanese.
I'm not biased, but I mean Brazilians also understand Lebanese food very well. So hey, dinner's on me. But not me that I'm paying it. It's just I'm there with you.
Damn.
Yeah, to summarize, like UK food, it's good, but it's simple, Like for me, it's like this. You go to Mexico, we have like 1,000 ingredients, 1,000 stuff. Like here, it's more like fish and chips.
Like
but it's good,
you guys can do better. You guys used to own the world. You have the knowledge of the whole world. But now it's just potatoes and fish.
No, but
what happened?
The food here, it's good. I'm not saying like British food, but like you have a lot of good restaurants here.
Yeah.
You can eat food from all over the world, Lebanese food, Brazilian food, Japanese food, and every place was really good when you're like at the boot camp. So it's nice, you know, if you don't like British food, you can come to UK and eat all culture.
food.
Yeah, other
Yeah.
food. I
So-
think it's fine.
British food, British food, no variety, kind of mad. British, the food in Britain, really good. Yeah.
All right. Friends, it seems like we have things kind of locked in for it. And I asked you some questions, Mentalist, and we kind of put that, or not me, that was Molosh, if I'm not mistaken, that asked you a question yesterday. So we have to kind of roll with that. But I believe that it was Malosh that asked Alamau a question, but we'll see that after this little breaker of a set. Yes. Our little breaker just to kind of make it all happen. Friends, thank you very much for joining me. Mentalist, Julio, congratulations.
My pleasure.
Congratulations on your game. Good luck, Joel, on the rest. Isn't Joel so adorable? Friends, just say good luck, and we hope to get to see you again tomorrow. Where are you running away to, buddy?
Oh my God.
You've seen it here first. The real trophy, friends, though. We have more games to continue on, so we'll toss it to me on the other side of the desk, but let's see what Alamau had to say with our reporter on the field, Malosh. Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, indeed, we're here in our studio, which I guess you'll probably be seeing more of in phase 2 as we go on. Of course, our analyst desk, because analysts are getting ready to get to the event. We got monitors, cameras, aplenty, and look at this. We have a local crew that are helping. Oh, it's Alamau. Hello, how you doing? So welcome to Manchester. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing fine. I'm just helping the crew to set up the stage.
You're very helpful, always trying to lend people a helping hand. And I just wanted to ask you about this because, you know, UK food and everything. I asked Lagonis earlier, who you have no beef with him at all and whatsoever, what he thinks about UK food. And he said he had spicy food here and it was like too spicy for him. So what do you have to say about that and kind of the quality overall here in the UK?
I mean, I think Lagone's opinion is not so worth it because he doesn't drink any soda or like never do anything really exciting on his life. So I wouldn't take into consideration his opinion about food. But I maybe share his opinion. I don't like the UK food at all. It's just like kind of bad. So
look, the bar is low in many ways, but it's a good thing that you're helping us set up the bar here in the city. I know, very funny, right? But as we wrap kind of things up here, both you and Liquid had a rough time to get to the event. You both were pretty terrible, let's be very honest. Yeah. Do you plan on making it through? What do you have to say to Lagonis and the team for the game?
They always know what's coming when we face them. We got them out on SI in their home country, so I think it's just going to be another easy match for us this time.
All right, very excited to see that game. Of course, it is coming up later on in the day. We'll see if another Brazilian team could get into the head of Alamau this time around. See you in game. Back to you, Malosh. Thank you very much, Malosh. And yes, we are back here in our player area. We've actually yet to name this specific space. So right now it's just the player area, but if you want to call it Sally or something, I want to hear it from you. So make sure you tweet at us or tell us in the chat what your ideas are. But we have a game on our hand, our second best of 3 of the day. So let's get on with it. Here it is. G2 and Team Liquid are on the board, and everybody's been looking forward to their game. And look at this match history between them so far. It's Team Liquid that are ahead in this matchup, but only by 1 win. And you know, there's a lot still to answer for between these two squads, where last time that they played against one another was SI 2024 in Brazil. And guess who knocked out Team Liquid from the tournament? Oh boy, it was G2 Esports. And nobody would have expected that. But given how Liquid performed at the event, well, there were a lot of questions left unanswered. Team Liquid have barely scraped it through here, but it's the same story for both of these teams. So now Team Liquid look to be a bit more refreshed as they head into the Manchester Major to try to survive through Phase 1. And I'll be honest, opinions are quite split. I'd say 50-50 or more on which team will take this game. So there's a lot to kind of get into it here, but I want to pull up those map bans if we could here, production, because it seems like this is where things are really going to be played. Both teams known for a relatively secure map pool, but how do they face off against one another and who will actually show up? Liquid's pick is Clubhouse, where G2 start on defense. G2 pick up Bank, where Liquid start on attack. And finally, it's G2 to ban Oregon to take us into our decider in Nighthaven Labs. I love me a bit of Nighthaven Labs. It seems like we're getting more and more repetition with our maps so far in these first 3 games. I'd like to remind everyone that on the B stream, another matchup is starting off in just a bit. That is Cruelty versus SSG. Of course, Cruelty from the LATAM region and Mexico, specifically with SSG from North America, where we focus here in G2 versus Liquid. For that, let's pull up our casters and say hello once more to our friends from the UK that await us. Tim, Demo, hello guys, how you doing? Game 1 was a bit of a banger. I could hear the screams all over the studio. How you feeling now? Rested?
Yeah, we had a great start, and I mean, it was always going to be an interesting game to kick off, but I think this is the one probably everybody's been looking forward to today, for honest demo. G2 versus Liquid, it's absolutely huge. Nobody expected these two teams to be playing in the first round of Phase 1 against each other, but here we are.
This is supposed to be a main stage game. It's supposed to be a game where there's supposed to be 1,000 screaming fans ready for this, but no, it's just the first day of the major. We get to see these two, so you can only imagine what the main stage is going to be like if this is the first game of the groups.
This is, I mean, we're spoilt in a lot of ways to be getting this quality of siege that we're going to have in this next matchup on day 1. Really sets us up. I mean, so far, the first 2 games we've had, I think, you know, some really good siege has been played. It's been exciting. It's been entertaining. Manchester, I mean, I've been looking forward to a major in the UK for the longest time. To have it so close to home is a dream come true. And to have, these are the games, Demo, that I've always wanted to see so close to home. You know, having G2 versus Liquid in Manchester for the major is just an absolute dream come true for me.
Yeah, look, I think you obviously look at big games, and this is one right from the get-go. This is kind of set your marker out for the rest of the competition. This is where you kind of put your flag in the hill and say, come at us, this is what we are, this is who we are, this is what we can do. I mean, look at that for a prediction. 72% for G2 already at this time of the day. I'm not too sure about that. Don't know if I agree with 72%.
I'd side with you on that one, Demo. I think it's going to be overall probably a lot closer than that. I don't think it's going to be quite so clear cut. I know G2 obviously had that good win at SI, 2-0 against Liquid to knock them out, but when we look at the overall head-to-head stats that we had coming into this, we see how close these two teams always are. We've got our bans coming in. It's Grim. A little bit of an old school ban now. Thatcher coming along. We don't get too many Thatcher bans, but Thatcher going to be taken out of things. Might just draw the Kaid ban potentially as well, given that we're on Clubhouse. If not, then those hatches are likely to stay closed, and some of the reinforcements might just be a bit easier to keep hold of.
So, obviously, we'll have to talk about the map. Clubhouse. I mean, it's Clubhouse. Both these teams are very familiar with it. Both these teams are comfortable playing Clubhouse. We know that. You know, the map pulls from both these sides. Well, they'll be as deep as any other side you'll probably find, don't you? Because they can just play every map in the pool. So, again, I think this is a game where you need your big player stepping up. I think that's what it'll come down to. Whenever you always look at G2 versus Brazilians, obviously the fear factor is, will Alamal crumble under the pressure? Because it's happened to him in the past. But this is probably the only team where you would say that no, he hasn't, because he beat them SI. I think you go against FaZe, you go against Furia. I think it's a different story, especially against Furia. But surprisingly, Liquid's a matchup that seems to be Alamo's very comfortable with. And I think right from the get-go, that's something we have to look at and say, yeah, that goes in G2's favor, and we can't really use that narrative of, oh, Alamo's going to be terrified of his own region.
So let's get things underway. We will kick off with Team Liquid's map pick. Clubhouse. It is their third preference map overall. It's one that they're going to be confident coming in on, but to be fair, G2, we have seen some reasonable performances here. In recent history, they won win and 2 losses, so not ideal for them. But we know that they are. I mean,
they're happy to play it.
At this point, everybody should be happy to play Clubhouse. That's what we always say. If you want to go on and win a tournament, you ain't going to do it if you can't play on Clubhouse.
So I do like the fact that G2 already from the get-go are just going to be full sending it with a very util heavy kind of lineup. You're bringing in the Capitao and you're bringing in the Monty. So immediately I'm thinking it's going to be your kitchen dirt with a little bit of blue influence. That's going to be your classic take here if you're G2. Monty, an operator that we didn't get to see be played in our last series here on A-Stream because it was banned out. But Monty at the moment, in my eyes, is just an S-tier operator. Just with the shield change that happened, the fact that he can go from passive information gaining, nothing can really stop him apart from, the usual counters. So then all of a sudden unshielding and becoming almost a mini blitz, you just don't get the flash. It's it's unbelievable, Tim.
Virtue then going to be trying to take space, looking to get on into Bar. Just at least open that up so there's not that safety of rotation and return for Team Liquid. But at this point, G2 fairly comfortable that they've got this map locked down now, apart from that basement level. Liquid have pretty much now been forced back. We can see all 4 there in front of us and 1 out in dirt, which is what I expected. Lagonis is going to be trying to hold on to that. No push coming towards dirt from G2 at the moment.
Where's the shield? Where is he? Where is Alamau? He's the player that we need to try and watch out for, of course. At the moment, he's just doing the drone work. Again, I think wherever the Monty's going to be pushing from, that kind of lets us know what the idea is. And yeah, looks to be getting himself over towards dirt. So again, as expected, it's going to be this kind of classical take that you have. Capitao coming in from Uno. That's going to be your key to gaining control of blue. You're just firing the arrows in behind the generator. You can also clear away this kind of close position on the door as well in towards third box. So again, they shouldn't really have too many issues with clearing out some of these strong positions. What it comes down to is how good is the reactive factor that Liquid are going to have. Liquid, they only have 1 C4, and that's really it for Denial. They don't have a lot of other ways apart from just having to cross over and take some gunfights. I say that though, I was thinking about Dirt. Alamas actually dropped in towards the triple wall of Church, and that will eliminate the mirror window, and he's in a position where he can just walk into sight.
Just really getting up in the bases, and we're seeing the power of the Monty there. But look at that, resets next, managed to pick up 2, and they are holding firm here, Team Liquid, onto the basement, just dealing, not really worrying about that Monty, taking the fights around him, finding the kills, and Liquid, they win the first round.
I mean, Liquid didn't really have to do much. They just stood in their positions and they picked up their kills. It's as simple as that. It's more G2 you have to look at. You bring in the Monty, and you're going down for the triple wall. I mean, look, Doki needs to get that kill. Alamau's providing just constant information. That kill needs to come in. I would say it felt a little bit disjointed, where almost the guys in triple wall were trying to move in before blue had even been really dealt with. So just little things like that, just a bit of a mistime from G2. But Liquid, look, they're going to be up for it. They're going to want revenge. We know that. Liquid have a lot to prove. At the start of the stage in Brazil, everyone was dancing on Liquid's grave. Everyone! Liquid's finished, Liquid's done, Liquid are through, that's it, they're done, they're never going to do anything. And they surprise everyone when they go and win the qualifiers.
Liquid, obviously, without major, all 5 players change it being his from with it as it stands at the minute, even with a change here and there, you can never write off Liquid. They are always a team. They're always a team who can turn up and get a result. That much is just a fact. What would I like to see from Liquid? I've said it for a long time. Amongst other teams, there's no bias here, but I think like everybody, I'd love to see Liquid win an event at some point.
I was going to say, are you going to lead up with I'd just love to see them win?
I'd just love to see them win an event at some point. Just as a Siege fan, we can't ignore the fact that Nesk and Paolo are 2 of the greatest players to play this game.
But that's not always how Siege is.
A lot of the time, I look at it and I think, like Nesk and Paolo, I don't feel like they've had that opportunity to be those big gunners that we know they can be over the last 12, 18 months. I feel like their roles have changed a little bit, and maybe they just need to facilitate them a little bit more.
I think the thing that Liquid have had issues with the past 2 years is that we always knew Liquid is the same 5 players. They were on the team together for a long time, and then they started adding roster changes. I remember whenever they brought in, Resets, for example, he came into the side, and he's still here today. And that was like a massive change, like the first change they had in like maybe 18 months. But I do feel as though certainly over the past year, just they've had more transfers than ever. Like ever before. You know, they're bringing in people, you know, Volps was here, he's now gone. You're bringing in Maya now as well, who was part of that Team 1 roster we've seen out of Atlanta, so it's just, it
definitely been a lot of
a little
changes.
bit of an issue for that. I think that's been the biggest issue with Liquid, is just changing players so much.
We'll see if they can start finding some stability, but for the time being, they looked good in round 1, and they're going to be trying to hold on for round 2. G2 made a little bit of a mess of this breach here. Alamau is able to get inside, so gets the shield back extended, a little bit more safety for him, just pinging out locations. Needs more support than he had last time. As he said, the Monty is there to create space by pushing defenders back, and also as an intel operative to provide those locations, provide those comms to his teammates, and then he needs somebody challenging around him. This is good from Alamau. He's managed to get himself right on into Shower there, and that's going to make it tough. There is an opportunity for G2 to push into Jim.
Is Alamau going to go for it? He knows the positioning, but no! Maya sits him down! Oh dear, you've lost the Monty, you've lost that operator. Just push in and clear away all those different angles, and another kill comes in favor of Liquid. Doki off the board. And G2 now, Tim, they've stalled out, they've burned the clutch.
Maya 4-0 as well. Of course, the newest player on the roster coming in this year, and we've spoken about those changes. This one seems to be, you know, could it be heading towards a match made in heaven? Maya with a fantastic start against G2 here, and just looks to continue. It's going to be Reset challenging out onto the breach for the time being. He knows the push is coming, but he can't win the fight. Palu, however, manages to pick up Virtue at the same time, gets himself a second, and that's what we want to see, Demo. When I said about Palu Nesk, about facilitating them, about getting them involved, getting them big numbers on the board, Palu puts up a triple, and that will win you round after round after round if you're Team Liquid.
In the history of competitive Siege, Palu has the most kills than anyone else.
He does.
So naturally, whenever people think the Liquid, you always think Nesk and Palu. I'm sure everyone remembers that duo. A lot of people grew up watching those two players, but look, I think after SI21, I just don't think it's been the same. It just hasn't hit the same as what it should be, especially during the last year. You know, they got to the grand final in Copenhagen, and that was really all they did that year. That was it.
It's not an often pointed out stat by me, and it's not relevant in any way really, but of course Liquid have been to 2 grand finals of S-tier events.
Yes.
I have cast both of them.
Yeah.
They've lost both of them.
So you're the issue.
Who knows? Who knows at this point, Demo?
You
Who
could
knows? But yeah, twice. You know, I've had the pleasure, the honour to cast those big games with Liquid in there in the final, and you're thinking, is this the one? But neither time. I mean, obviously SI21, for anybody who wasn't around for that one, you know, that was it was a tough loss for Liquid. It went all the way into map 5.
And
NIP, that was in the days of starting with the map advantage.
Yeah.
So NIP did start 1 up. Liquid were able to fight it back all the way to map 5, and it was Old Consulate. It was Old Consulate, and it was down in the basement that they lost it. Palu was down, he was stuck in archives, and the pressure just came in that final round and closed him out. But yeah, you know, it was a tough loss, and it's a team that's taken a lot of tough losses, and the resilience, you know, the point that I'm making there is the resilience of these players, the resilience of this team is fantastic to still see them, you know, grinding and turning up at majors and being that regular fixture. So they're looking good today so far. It's been a good start against G2 if we focus on the game at hand. They're 2 up. Maya's going big, Palu's just gone big. Plenty of action for Liquid fans to be excited about.
Of course there is, and I think Liquid, you need to have a bit of hope and desire. And to be fair with Liquid, I don't think anyone's really expecting them to do much. I think the expectation for that side has lowered.
And maybe that's a good thing.
Say, it might help them because there's no expectation for this side. I understand that they're a massive organization in terms of the gaming sphere. Massive org. And there is always going to be expectations whenever you're part of one of the best orgs in the world.
Of course.
You know, all the salaries that go into, all the perks you get for being part of Liquid.
We're in a results-driven world.
But in the context of Siege, where we're more focused on, we just exclude the orgs, we look at the players, and we say that the expectation for the players, no one's going to put them high on the list. They're not. Honestly, I think to a degree you could probably say the same about G2. I think there is, because both the teams very similar where they had a very bad
up
stage
and down.
for their standards. For their standards, I think Liquid probably worse of the two. I think G2 just about got into the top
I mean,
6.
ultimately, yeah, because Liquid had to go into the Open qualifiers. Well, the in-between. They weren't quite in the last chance, but, you know, they had to fight their way back into the last chance qualifiers where G2 finished a couple of places higher and went straight into LCQ, and they didn't drop a map.
And to be fair,
they had a good run through LCQ.
I think for G2's, like, the teams that they had to beat as well, wasn't as strong as what it could have been.
Yeah.
Like, I think what they beat Wild, they beat a T2 side, and then they beat Ents.
I think overall, you look at both of these teams and you say, this is not the position either of them would expect to be in or want to be in. And I
They're
think,
not phase 1
you know,
sides, they're phase 2 sides to us, because that's what they were. You
And
know,
that's
G2
fair.
always... look, the story about G2, they seem to do very bad regionally, and then it comes to international play, and they do really well.
Yeah.
You know, they always come in the phase 2, and one thing I've noticed, phase 2 and SI, is that they swept whoever it was that they're against. Whenever they hit the main stage against the big games, then they bottle it.
Well, I mean, G2 at SI, they didn't lose a map in groups.
They looked incredible.
They beat everybody, like, no problem. They just went through and beat everybody.
And then in comes the Brazilians, and it's just that.
And then,
done.
yeah, exactly. It was a tough one for them. But ultimately, it gives us a great game to kick things off in Manchester, of course. Obviously, we've already had that GK FearX game to begin things here on the A stream. If you don't want spoilers, cover your ears. GK won that one 2-0, and they were pretty convincing in the win. FearX just having a wobble towards the end of both maps that cost them a few rounds, really, and cost them those maps in the series overall. But so far, it's been a strong start for Liquid here on Clubhouse against G2. As we've said, two teams that have struggled a little bit regionally, coming in here to phase 1, and they are going to be fighting for their lives to get wins as quickly as possible. Nobody goes home at this stage. We're in the upper bracket. Anybody who loses will drop down to the lower bracket. Those games are played tomorrow. Everything will be wrapped up for phase 1
Everything's played tomorrow.
Everything's
no
wrapped
matter
up.
what, every team that plays today, they play tomorrow.
They play against.
That's guaranteed.
Yeah. 4 of the 8 will go through. 4 will not. And the thing is, if you look at that overall, you got to look at it and say, you know, if we're being honest about the matchups, there's some good teams in here, but you've got Liquid, G2, and SSG. If one of those 3 don't make it through, something's gone wrong for them. We've got to say that realistically. You know, are their teams capable? That's not to talk down about the teams that are there. Are their teams capable of upsetting that? Yes, I think they absolutely are, 100%. You know, teams like Bleed, teams like GK, anybody that's made it to this tournament can upset. But we would expect Liquid, G2, and SSG on their day to be going through. So that then leaves us with one of the rest to make up that 4th spot, and it's going to be an absolute... Oh, it's going to be so good tomorrow. It's going to be wild.
The way you've kind of highlighted it, it's like those 3 teams you've mentioned, who are, you know, big teams we see all the time in international events. I think it just showcases how better the regions are getting, that those teams are having to come from phase 1. Because, like, Secret ITV haven't been there. Beast Coast comes in. E1 comes in from Brazil.
It's brilliant. I love it. Absolutely love it. It's fantastic. As I've always said, a rising tide raises all ships.
I always say, your coach is going to say to you, win, or I'm going to get someone else who will, because there's always someone. And that's kind of what's happened to these 2 sides. They haven't been good enough, and there's someone else who came up and took it from them.
Here we go then. We're into round 3. Thank you for sticking with us through that short technical pause. We will get back into things now. We've got everybody locked and loaded, ready to go. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. Liquid so far have successfully defended Church and Arsenal. They have defended Gym and Bedroom, and they now head on to their 3rd choice start, CCTV and Cash, which, one way or another, whatever happens here, they will then likely head back down to Church and Arsenal for round 4. But I tell you what, a 3-0 sweep here for Liquid to kick things off on the defense is going to be a massive, massive start for them.
Yeah, because then you do the full sweep, and then you have a chance to do it again, and then there's a 6-0 all of a sudden. So yeah, big round for G2. This is, I would say, a bomb site that should be favoured for the attack. Based off the bans, the fact that Azami's ban means that the Garage Rafters area should be no problem whatsoever. We know that that's the carnage that can happen in that Rafters, of course, but with the Azami, it just gives that defender up there a little bit more of time to breathe, for example. But look, we've got the Capitao in, should make light work of that. So if G2 can't even clear away the catwalk, then I worry massively, Tim.
Yeah, just a lot of attention being paid towards that mirror window at the minute, and just make sure, there you go, ace charges.
What are you doing?
That's a big problem. Alamau throws the first, doesn't recognise that the electricity is there before throwing the second, and that leaves G2 with a big problem now, and that big problem is a small breach.
Got it open, which is, I suppose, better than not having it open, but like you mentioned, yeah, it's just... you'd want to have more of it open. And
they've still got Virtue on the Thermite.
Yeah.
But it just removes a little bit of flexibility because you might want to open lower garage. It looks like they do have a line of sight from there. They've got the Maverick.
Yeah.
But they've also then, do you open a bit of construction side? They've now only got one exothermic to be able to do that. It just starts creating a few problems for you potentially. I think they'll be all right with it. But now, there we go. Exothermic going on lower garage is now going to leave construction not getting open.
Well, I mean, a lot of Liquid have actually extended in towards construction, in towards bedrooms, so it probably wasn't an area they were going to get into anyway, even if they did open up that wall. But look, if you're bringing in the Capitao, you know you don't have an Azami to deal with, it will be garage. That should be your go-to. It should be so easy to take. Maya has challenged onto the breach, and he has been eliminated, so already Liquid giving away a kill. It really shouldn't happen. Another swing comes in, but Alamal luckily is at the door to stop that from happening. Uno did get down in the process, but as long as they can cover, it should be fine. Never mind what has happened to G2. Lagonis almost appears and picks up not only the player going for the revive, but also the player down. Never mind, Resets gets anyway a triple kill for Resets. Where has that came from?
I was just wondering if Liquid were being a little bit too aggressive this round. Maya peeking the breach, Ness got onto catwalk stairs, both losing their lives, but then it was third time lucky. Resets pushes the aggression, and G2 at that point must have been thinking surely nobody else is gonna push us, but yes they are. Resets is gonna, and he's gonna find kill after kill after kill. This is a huge start from Liquid. We've had a multi-kill from Parlu in the last round. We've had it from Resets in this round. We've had Maya going big so far. They are all contributing, and that makes Liquid look super scary.
I cannot overvalue how much the mental warfare for a game like this is. G2 are a side that we know can lose the head in an instant. We can see it. I'll know straight away by looking at the players if it's gone, because I've seen it time and time and time and time again. I don't see it yet, but it's getting close to that. Because already losing 3 rounds in a row, especially a round where you've just died from them swinging gunfights and you're losing them, you're thinking, what are we doing? There's a massive issue. Liquid, they know if they can just keep piling on the G2, they don't even have to really try, because G2 will just beat themselves at that stage. Liquid are going in with the game plan is, we are going to take everything we can from them. We're not going to give them a single round. We are winning everything, a full sweep.
Attackers are moving out.
Liquid look really good at the minute.
They do, and they've got the confidence.
I think compared to, you know, if you compare this to, say, match 1, 2, or 3 of stage 1 for Liquid, and you compare that team to the one that we're seeing here, there's a considerable difference between the two. They look confident, they're playing with aggression, they're taking gunfights, they're winning gunfights.
It's like that Spider-Man
one
meme where
after
he puts
another.
glasses. It's like, is that the... No, it can't be the same team.
Can't be the same team, surely. Liquid look absolutely fantastic. G2, maybe just looking to try and move a little bit quicker here. Going to open up that window with the gun 6. Virtue's got the angle to try and hold on to blue stairs, make sure nobody pushes up, or see if he can catch anybody out. But Nesk does get drawn out on the top of catwalk. The question is, G2, what are you going to do about it? You're going to have to go in there and try and take Nesk out. They've got to find that kill. They can't just leave him out there. But at the minute, the push is coming from elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a scary push, I think, for G2 to go for, considering that there is this roam game, of course, and quite a heavy one at that.
Reloading.
You're dealing with a fair few roamers up and around, you know, 3 of them in towards the top floor, 1 rafters, 1 inside of cash, and also 1 inside of construction. You know, like I said, G2, they could just try and see if they want to go site, but I think they're determined and try and pick up some of these kills. And I mean, Benji's in a good position just to cut off that cross. He stops anyone getting out of a garage, anyone getting into garage as well, but unless there's pressure coming from the other end, no one's going to move. And yes, I guess you have the Monty, but if no one's there with him, he can't really do much in this scenario against 2 of them.
No, that's it. I mean, he's just seen Parlu there and pinged him out, but Parlu doesn't expose himself too much to that window. He knows somebody's coming, and he picks up an opener onto Uno, but Benja is on the window, ready for the trade. 4 versus 4. Ness taken out on catwalk, and that leaves Maya all alone. Right. It was a matter of time. That's a really good top floor clearance from G2. It leaves them a minute. Resets really needed to pick somebody up on his way past there, but is unable to. 2 versus 4. G2 can start pressuring towards site now.
Yeah, minute to go. So, I mean, good burn, you have to be said, from Liquid to burn away a lot of the clock, but 2 kills, or you're trading 2 kills off, or 3 kills even off for it as well. It's just not going to work. And yeah, Benja finds both of them just on the hash. They both stack up together. There you go, just line up for them. So, I mean, G2, they get the round back.
That was much better from G2.
It was much better. Look, they see you have two options. Do you hit the site quick, or do you actually try and challenge the roamers? They went for the roam challenge. They've almost played it as though it's like a cash. You've kind of threw the Ings, you've put the Monty in, but look, if you can get the kills and you have that man advantage, it's so easy to win basement. We talk about basement all the time as being this juggernaut of a defense. But if the attackers have a man advantage, even just one, it makes all the difference for basement. You know, there's at least, what, 5, 6 different ways to actually get into those bomb sites. And if you have that extra man that just can't be covered by a defender, yeah, you can have a really easy time, for example. But it never really came down to the basement.
Nice.
All the kills happened away from the basement. There's a woohoo as well. I don't know what that's about.
This is the thing, you're 3-0 down, G2, they've just got to keep the spirits up at this point. They're not out of it, there's plenty of siege left to play. And that was a really nice round from them, particularly the use of the Monty. We've seen the Monty brought along in round 1 and 2. It wasn't overly effective. Round 1, the kills weren't really there from the supporting players. Round 2, Alamau pushes into showers and just gets taken down by Maya, I think it was, inside of the site. So it just wasn't really effective. That time, however, he pings out Parlu, who granted then goes and gets the entry, but then the collapse comes on in. Parlu gets killed, and then another one, they all get picked up. Ness gets cleared off catwalk, and it's all this Monty going in and bullying and forcing players into positions that they can do nothing about, and it was just much, much better use of the shield. So G2, they get their first round. They're going to move now to attacking onto gym and bedroom. Can they do more of the same?
Well, this was a bit of a weird one, because I feel as though G2 got themselves into a good position. They were able to take bathroom quite well, but they just couldn't really do anything after that. They kind of stalled out the round, and a bandit trick. It was successful to get one of the thermite charges, but as we see the fire being tossed in, it means that Resets can't get the other one. But again, still gets one thermite charge. Maybe means that you can't get construction open now unless you want to try and get the aces over, and might be able to have better luck with that. I'm not entirely sure, but look, it's going to be the mirror window. It's going to be a bit of an issue, but I suppose Monty can just walk in and hit it. You know, he's a fairly safe play, I would say, to go for.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the next step for G2, is they definitely need to be dealing with that window, whether it's a bit of smoke cover, you know, like you say, whether it's walking in and hitting it, a combination of the two. They need to prevent Resets from playing in this position, because he's got his lineup ready. He's just waiting for a little bit of movement on that breach, and it's going to go out. You know, we saw this done by BDS absolutely beautifully. I think it was Breede picked up a triple as it went out. There you go. Easy as that. Resets with a big double on the Nitro. Uno manages to pick up the kill, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done as Ness manages to pick up Doki. 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2 though, as Uno continues to fight back. Still a lot of work to be done for G2 here, Demo.
Oh, Virtue away from Uno. He's over and towards Cash right now, trying to fight his way through that hold that Paulo was trying to put up, but Paulo's actually left him, and now it allows Virtue just to walk in. Oh, barely missing out on the C4, but no, his teammate goes down on the window. Virtue pop flash in, flashes himself, doesn't get the kill. No diffuser on hand, a minute to go. It's going to be very difficult for him. All Liquid need to do is fall back, play off the Valkyrie cameras that they have. Should be no issues for a veteran team like Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid have got so much experience, like you say. They know exactly how to win this situation. They're not going to overpeak this. There you go. Palu holding a power position from underneath, manages to pick up the kill through those floorboards, and that's going to be Liquid taking another round. 4-1 on the defense now. What a start for the Brazilian team.
Big C4. That's what it comes down to.
Huge.
You know,
it was huge.
Lined up and away it goes, and I don't know how he's killed Alamau as well in the mix of that.
No plan to deal with the mirror window. That was the problem.
Honestly, I don't know why he's just not walking in and hitting it. Because there's nothing that's going to actually stop you in that position. No one from main stairs can kill you because someone else can just hold you.
If you move quick enough, the Nitro can't get to you.
It takes 1 second to walk in and punch it. Yeah. You'll be so safe. You will be fine. Maybe fearing that somebody could be from gym, stick a guy in the window. There's so many different ways you can deal with that.
Great play from Resets though, we've got to say. Absolutely beautiful Nitro over the top. I was saying just at the same time we saw it from BDS in stage 1. It was Breede, I think, actually hit a triple. He went one better. But yeah,
it's not competition, Tim.
I mean, it literally is. But yeah, same place, same C4. Everybody knows about it, and G2 just didn't have the answer to it there. Liquid then managing to get themselves 4-1 and looking good. Also 4-1 on the entry demo. They've managed to pick up 4 entry kills out of 5 so far, and that is something again that over time is going to wear G2 down. They are basically playing this at an almost constant 4 versus 5 in that situation. If they're losing that first player every time almost, they're playing a lot of this game at an 80% really rather than a 100% team.
Well, they need this next attack. G2 need to win this, or I don't see a world where the 5-1 half is going to work out well for them.
We've got to remember it's Liquid's map. It is Liquid's map.
But that should never be a thing of why you lose a map.
For Clubhouse, it shouldn't, but...
I think for both of these sides, where their map pools are so wide, they should be happy on every map. It's just not all because they've picked it. You know, I think both teams will be very happy with the selection of maps that we have here.
Oh, I'm just trying to help G2 out here, Deb. I'm doing my best.
We don't do that here.
I'm doing my best.
Don't do that here.
Here we go then. G2 have taken good control here quite quickly. They're going to start getting those hatches open. They're attacking onto Church and Arsenal. Liquid deciding to go down there, try again. They've not committed to the roam game this time like they did last time, Demo.
Wise decision.
Wise decision. I think G2 went through that like a hot knife through butter, to be honest. So, yeah, I think it's a good choice to just get back to what worked last time, turtle up downstairs, and just try and create as many problems on the way as you can for G2.
The only issue I would have with G2 is maybe they don't have the kind of impact operators like the Cap Tower Ying to help them with Blue take, and Blue, in my opinion, is the position you need to control from both a defender and attacker perspective. It just opens up both sides massively. So I think trying to get in towards Blue as an attacker is going to be quite difficult without the use of the Captain or the Ying.
But it's like we've often said, this is about attacking from multiple angles. If you attack Church and Arsenal from just main stairs, or just Dirt Tunnel, or just Blue, all that happens is all the defenders just line their guns up in one direction. What you need is them spinning on their heels. You need them to feel pressure from Blue, pressure from Dirt, pressure from main stairs, all at the same time. That's how you break this site down, or at least 2 out of the 3. And that's what G2 need to consider over the next minute.
I mean, Triple Wall looks pretty free to get opened up here. You know, no Bandit at the moment. It's currently Bandit tricking it. I mean, I don't know if they've even... No, they haven't even actually managed to get any of the Bandits off. Oh, never mind. The middle one was left open, and that will allow them to get in there. But oh, what a swing from Resets. Eliminates Alama, but Doki walks down Highway and finds 2. Maya close in the wall has found another. And G2 are crumbling at the seams here, Tim.
They didn't clear Nesk out of Blue, and they've paid the price for it as he picks up an important kill. Uno, he's going to drop that smoke. It's a little bit of a bait, I think. Just try and pull these Liquid players in, but they're not going to be caught out by that. Nesk has a little peek around the Blue door, picks up his final man. A double from Blue, and a lack of control in that area from G2 has cost them the round. Liquid, 5-1.
All about Blue. That's what it always comes down to on a basement defense. Who has more of an impact from that Blue position, and this time it was Liquid. You're able to cover off that Church with ease. You can then just... Also, it's a great position to just fall back into and give yourself a bit of breathing space as well, so... Yeah, I just think Nesk all comes down to him. He wins that engagement. Like, even, for example, they've gotten into Generator, but he fell back into Oil Pit to give himself more of a breathing space, and then he can go for the retake. You know, I thought that was beautifully played by Nesk.
I think another important factor here today is a few of the gunfights that Nesk and Palu have won. They feel really sharp. They're hitting snappy shots, and we're seeing them pick up kills pretty easily at times, and that's always a dangerous thing if you're anybody else thinking about playing Liquid. You know, as I've said, we've had tournaments where they maybe haven't had as much impact as they always have done historically, and don't get me wrong, I know I'm not fit to clean Nesk and Palu's mouse, let alone talk about, you know, their ability to get... They are absolutely phenomenal players, but their impact...
At the stage, I wouldn't have said that. I would say maybe they would clean your mouse, but...
Who knows? You know, but realistically, their impact, I think, has been a little bit lower over the last year or so, you know, so than maybe we've seen it in the past.
Getting old, Tim.
If they turn up and are hitting shots and are looking crisp and sharp like they are and feeling their game, boy oh boy, the Liquid become a mouth-watering prospect.
We have to talk about G2. Losing 5 attacks on Clubhouse should not be happening. I think a lot of the rounds came down to mistiming, which, again, for a side like G2, where they have been together for a good period of time now, what must be just over 6 months since we've seen Uno get involved with the side, maybe even longer than that as well. It would have been what, August he came in? You know, so it's been a good period of time this team has been together, and to see them still have issues with something we would call, oh, that happens during the first 3 months, it is a bit of a worry. G2, they've now kicked things off with a roam game, and Benja, good night Resets. Finds him for the stock wall. He was in towards full table, just having a quick game. Oh my word, Benja.
Big start from G2, 4 versus 3. They've got the advantage now and can just start leaning into that time. The big one is the Ying going. If you've got a Ying on side, that's going to be a large part of what your final execute is planned around. It's going to be getting those Candelas in, creating space and going in for a plant. That now not being possible for Liquid means that they've got to pivot here. They've got to change. They've got to adapt. They've got to come up with something else. Maya, does he know that Doki's no? He gets away. Doki had an opportunity potentially there to take the challenge, but I think it was smart to back out. Maya doesn't move quickly enough, and that allows Doki back to side.
It does, and he can fall back to the safety of the mirror window, who always the mirror window is going to be a big part of many of the defense for the basement anyway. Especially for that triple wall. You've been able just to lock down the main stairs area is massive. Another thing I like about the mirror window as well is it gives you that little bit of information, and sometimes we see teams actually retake knowing that no one's on main stairs and just walk up the main stairs and kill players inside a kitchen, for example. Speaking of the mirror window, it has been Ash. That's the power that the Ash gets, of course, where it will drill in to the mirror. So if you're having issues with, of course, the mirror in your games, just bring an Ash. It's as easy as that. Or a Kali, but I would probably recommend the Ash over the Kali.
Tends to do a more consistent job, I would say. The Kali, the gadget's just a little bit bigger when it hits. It can be shot out. The gun's not great either, but just in terms of dealing with that mirror window, the Kali, it can just be shot out a little bit easier. It's just a bit easier to deal with in general. But as we stand, Palu manages to find a kill onto Doki. 3 versus 3, 8 seconds. It's going to be a bloodbath, and here comes Benja. Picks up one, can't find another. The kills are coming in, and they're going to Maya and Lagonis. Maya, he's going to have to stick this plant. The clock is ticking down. It's down to 0. There's nothing left. Out goes the Nitro from Uno. It misses its mark, and now Liquid have got a major advantage. Demo Uno, he takes a spray through the wall. Not going to find his man. Going to be full white flashed. It just wastes another 5 seconds. Liquid, they're just playing for time.
Uno, the 1v2. See if he can win the first defense, but no, gets caught out by Maya. Swinging around the third box, repositions extremely well to take out Uno. How Liquid win that is beyond me. I could probably take a punt. G2, what was Virtue doing just underneath the hatch? Benj is deep in armor, which was a good position considering there was no vertical presence whatsoever from Liquid. Benj is in a fine position, he gets his kill. But why is Virtue just, like, prone in the middle of the bomb site? We'll probably see here in the replay where exactly he was. Doesn't look as though we do, but yeah, he's just underneath the hatch, and I'm like, but Benja has the hatch covered, so why would he not be on AKs, for example? Isn't that the position he should be in?
Really should be, ultimately. Yeah, mistakes have been made from G2 there, and Liquid have capitalised, and this Liquid team, they look like they are going to capitalise on every single mistake, and that puts G2 into a really difficult spot here, Demo. There's no breathing room for them. There's absolutely, no opportunity for them to really claw back anything when mistakes are made, because Liquid are just there, ready and waiting, and absolutely decimating them. Resets is having a great game so far. Maya as well, and as an entire roster, Liquid are delivering in almost every aspect.
It's the team performance, isn't it? Benja is the only one right now who's showing up. Benja actually had one of the worst performing stages that he had in EUL. He was the lowest rated player on his side. In the qualifiers for the 4 spot for EU, he was the best player in that bracket, so he did improve a lot, but right now the rest of the team just is not doing the business. I'm pretty sure Alamau has 1 kill, and that is it. And then let's just look. If this is the old Alamau, thought this didn't happen to Liquid, thought we said, oh no, it's fine, he beat Liquid before, it can't be Liquid. If this is the same Brazilian, this big man who, look, Alamau carries a lot of that, that swag he has with him,
Yep.
He's just turned into that little boy from Brazil again. He is.
You got to back it up, haven't you? This is the thing. We saw the interview prior. How am I saying? It's going to be an easy game for us. We beat them at SI.
It's the issue with them.
You got to back it up. And right now, G2 are struggling across the board to back it up. They now find themselves 6-1 down and facing 5 consecutive map points on a clubhouse opener against Team Liquid that look like they are just rolling back the years. Demo. We've seen struggled performances in stage 1. SI, of course, dropping out before they would have liked, I'm sure, and just difficulty over the last 12 months, 2 years to really find that top-class form that we know they are capable of. But right now, they look phenomenal. Ness goes in, manages to pick up Virtue, and you just know Liquid are feeling the opportunity, but G2, they stand tall, Demo. They managed to find a killer piece. Uno, Benja, Alamau, just really racking them up there, leaving Nesk on his own, but he finds a double! He catches them, sat next to each other, and all of a sudden, Demo, with a minute left, you look at this, and you think if there's anybody in the world, surely Nesk is one of those players.
Still going to be tricky though, Tim. I think G2 in good positions where they can support one another. Alamau repositioned into a spot I thought he was going to get a kill from, but he misses his shot. And now Nesk with 5 HP for the ace, for the clutch, for the map win. Benja, can he do it? Can Benja stop him?
The problem that Neska's got is that he doesn't have Diffuser in hand. He has no option but to try and take this gunfight. He's playing into a mirror window. This should be easy for Benja. He knows where he's going. He peeks around the corner. It was so close for Nesk. So close to hitting that clutch, to hitting that ace. But Benja, he played it smart. He used the utility he had to hand, and he made sure that Nesk could not cross over to the other side of construction. Well played from Benja to close that one out. Way closer than it should have been for G2.
Oh my word. I mean, look, Alamau I actually thought was in an alright position because it's like, there's no way Ness is going to expect him to just be sat in the middle of the room. But I think he just missed the shots. But realistically, Alamau should just be sitting with Benja, playing the cross, playing the trade, playing the 1v2, but he just didn't do that. But look, from G2's perspective, they get around win on the defense, on the board now. It looked as though that actual attack from Liquid, you were trying to use the Ying, trying to use the cap down the smokes to Ying out a player who could be inside of Logi. It was the Warden, so you're going to have little effect. Then you're going to try and smoke and fire out Bathroom to stop a player playing inside of Bathroom who could rotate in towards Flag. If those two positions are covered off, that means that main stairs is going to be very easy to get up into. And that's what happened next. Walked up main stairs, was able to pick off Virtue, who's on the mirror window. That was their initial idea. But it looked as though that Liquid weren't ready with G2 then re-aggressing onto the other players, re-aggressing on the players onto window, aggressing onto the players outside of the main breach.
I really thought for a second that Nesk was going to give us another one of those magical moments of which we have had so many from him. But G2, they hold on. It's 2-6 and the fight back begins. They can only look at this as being one round at a time at the minute. They can't even think ahead towards any potential of overtime or anything else. They just need to think about round 9 and how they get the third on the board for themselves. It's as simple as that. Heading into it then, Liquid stacking up towards that jacuzzi wall for the time being. Resets is going to get that opened up, and that's going to start things for Liquid here, looking for that top floor clearance and control.
They'll take their time with it, of course, just make sure that they don't give away any bodies whatsoever. We mentioned before with basement, the more people you can have alive on the attack, the more options it gives you, the more avenues of the approach that you can have to attack the defender. So yeah, keeping bodies alive is the #1 thing they need to do. I mean, to be fair, they were able to actually win the round even at a man deficit. So maybe Liquid don't play by the rules.
Maybe not.
Maybe they don't. We're the bad boys.
Nesk on the IQ, going to be taking out any gadgetry that he can find. Takes down the default camera. Nothing else really to be found. I think at this point Liquid fairly confident that they've got control of the map now. So next job is getting hatches open, which Palu will duly get on with. They've got the kitchen hatch open already. So pretty good progress here from Liquid. They've got plenty of time. The problem that they don't have at the minute is a kill, and Doki is going to find himself a huge double. It's Palu, it's Nesk. The comms maybe weren't quite quick enough there so that Palu could react on that second one. Doki goes for the fadeaway as well, but he's stopping at nothing at this point.
This is what he does. See, whenever he gets 1 and then it becomes 2, he wants 3, 4, and 5. That's the attitude for Doki. And look, he's hopped in the can for himself. He can see that 2 of them are going to be in towards bar, and this just means he can go for it. He can go for this flank now. It just depends if Liquid have any information. Alamau's actually inside a kitchen. Doki a third. Like I said, he wants 4 and 5, but Alamau's going to be able to stop that from happening. And it will. I mean, the drone work there from Liquid was shoddy. How is he allowed to be in kitchen for that long?
I don't think Liquid knew where they were killed from a single time then. You know, we saw at least 3 kind of just just run into kills from G2, but really well played from G2. Doki, Alamau just keeping themselves off the radar and taking advantage. Yes, we can always say when there's a mistake, but often, or 99% of the time, when there's a mistake, the other team have to capitalize on it. If G2 aren't in those positions, if G2 don't recognize that they haven't been droned and keep themselves locked in, ready for the fight, then those kills don't happen. So it does come down to G2 winning in those situations as well. 3-6 now as G2 continue to try and slowly claw this back. The question comes now. Third choice site demo. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. This is the one that Liquid have got to look towards realistically as being possible for the win. I'm looking at the lineup that they're going to be bringing potentially here. They need to be bringing that hard breach. They need to be making sure that they can get that main wall open. Get catwalk control. Don't overcomplicate this attack. If you get catwalk, you get garage, and you get the main breach, you should be able to plant.
Should, I think is the key word there, Tim.
Should be able to plant.
I mean, like we said, same about G2, and they end up losing it. So there is that you have to look into. But, I mean, they brought in the Clash from the defense. I mean, this was probably going to be your kind of thought process of, okay, we don't have the Izami. What else can we bring in that will help us defend Catwalk? Clash is probably going to be, you know, your person to do that with. And I think Clash will be able to give information as well, because one thing that Clash can do on the catwalk that no other operator can do, and that is actually peek the breach of that dying and see how many people are out there.
Plenty of intel coming in from Liquid this time. I don't think they want to suffer the same fate that they did last time out, running into players with no idea that they are there. However, have they picked up on Benja's location? As I've said before, it would be unforgivable of Liquid to be running into positions and dying to players that they don't know are there after they were hurt so badly by it last time.
Speaking about Benja, look at the operator selection. Thunderbird, we don't see Thunderbird really, ever. And one thing they've done with the Thunderbird, if they have stacked up all three of them in towards catwalk. If you're a Clash and you're wanting to play that catwalk position, initially I would say that probably they will say, oh, what happens if they have a Capitao? Don't worry, we'll just place a bunch of health kits, so if the fire comes in, he can stem himself back up, so the fire's not going to affect him.
This is it. You often see it with Doc, is the usual one, and Doc will just stim himself through the fire. But yeah, that's it. It's a little bit of a different situation. This gives G2 a little bit more flexibility. We can see Uno moving around there, looking to get up to the window. They're trying to recognize where the push is coming from, and from Liquid's side, it's all coming in towards construction. With that Clash, they don't want to play into garage. They don't want to play towards taking catwalk. But the question is, can they then create a situation where they've got an opportunity for a plant here? It's going to be very difficult.
Clash is actually a lot better with defending the construction side of things, because it's just one way she has to look, whereas catwalk, it could be a lot of different angles you have to worry about. So I think this is actually really good for G2. Liquid almost, I would say, have made the wrong choice. I think they should have went catwalk. I think they should have challenged in towards that Clash. They will have an easier time with it, but just look at the long angles, you know, that G2 can set up as well. And they have a Maestro who can even be used some form of denial. You know, that laser, it does start to stack up a lot of the time. Doki's been able to get a bandit trick, and that should just kill it. That should kill the round dead, Tim.
30 seconds left. That is absolutely huge from Doki. You see him just scurrying to get there in time. As soon as that impact EMP hits, he's hitting his battery down, and it's absolutely brilliant from him. As you say, G2 really should be able to hold on to this. They've done it brilliantly. The Candelas don't really matter. Uno can just keep that shield in front of him. Virtue, Doki pick up a kill apiece, and G2 have looked great here in round 10. Maya Ness managed to get something, but it's probably going to be too little too late. They take down the Clash. Surely not. Maya, he's going looking for kills. The diffuser's down. The final kill is for Alamo. 4-6 as G2 locked down their third round in a row. A complete defensive sweep, and that was great from them. They bring the Clash, they put it out on catwalk, and they've read into the game the thought to think, yeah, they're not going to want to challenge that. They're going to go construction, so we've stacked up our defense on that side. Really good stuff from G2 there.
It's a bandit trick for me. Like a bandit trick happening at that stage. I mean, first of all, why are they trying to get the wall open at 45 seconds? That's way too late. That should be step one. Same way we mentioned about Chalet in our last series.
Well, it's just showing indecision. I think it's just showing indecision there. It's the plan wasn't really to open that. It was let's get to construction. Yeah, we'll work from that. This isn't working. We're getting too much pressure from inside the site. Right, we now need to open that wall. And it was just that sort of change in landscape of how the round was going, I think. But like you say, it's too little too late at that point.
The thing is, though, with Liquid, this game should have been killed off rounds
It should have been
ago.
done. It should have been done.
You have opened the door for G2. G2 now, their tails are going to be up. The confidence is going to be up with that team. 2 rounds with the way they're playing and currently the momentum that they have, it's doable now.
Oh, it's definitely
Liquid
doable.
have allowed G2 back in the game where it should have been killed off.
The fact that it was 6-1 Liquid and then Liquid have just had to hit the tack timeout says it all. You know, they've got to a point where now they're trying to get it over the line, and the problem that they've got is the sites that they're going to be attacking onto. They're now attacking onto G2's first 2 choices. They go into Gym and Bedroom, Church and Arsenal.
And I know that top floor was almost an ace clutch for Nesk. Shouldn't have been.
It shouldn't have been anywhere near. It's the reality. I think it was 4v1. Like, it shouldn't have been anywhere near.
So that's what we have to look at from that perspective. Not that, oh, it came down to a 1v1 last time. This is good for no, it wasn't.
No.
The actual attack was not good.
And let's be 2 of those 4 were sat right on top of each other around the corner. He just sprayed both of them.
on a revive.
So, yeah, you know, it's a situation that shouldn't have been anywhere near. G2 are much better at this site than maybe the result last time around suggests. So let's see how it goes. We head into round 11. G2 are fighting back phenomenally. They were 6-1 down. If you've joined us partway through this, they are on a comeback trail against a Liquid side that have been very good so far. This is turning into a seriously mouth-watering game demo.
Gym Bedroom. Here we go. See the cash hold? We see this all the time, isn't it? You kind of extend in towards cash to waste a bit of time here and there. Some utility as well. You have the shield in towards top red as well. Some ADS is stacked up also. So yeah, pretty standard, pretty basic setup from G2, but one that we know works quite well. But Liquid, whenever we seen them attack here last time, they were very focused on using that Ying to see if they can clear away a path in towards Logi, for example. Which, whenever you're usually against the ward inside Logi, it doesn't work out that well, but it does create some form of distraction. I mean, main stairs was a bit of a weak point for G2, but they weren't really holding. So maybe that's why they're bringing in Ella, for example.
Alamo just can't quite catch the sleeve of Nesk there to know that he's on the rappel. He must have seen him though. Manages to pick up the kill. Whether Nesk moved or not, I'm not sure, but that was the opener. Resets manages to pick up Benja in a trade, but once again, G2 have got themselves a good advantage in the early round. 4 versus 3. Nesk and Maya off the board, and it's the Ying gone again demo. We've seen that utility lost in the early round too many times to Liquid.
It was a pre-place from Benja. He set it underneath the breach, and all he has to do is wait for Uno to say, one's in, boom, 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 and that gets you a free kill. So great little bit of synergy there from Uno and from Benja. Uno, though, did get droned down, and they know exactly where he is, and one player is going to be downstairs below him right now, but Uno isn't moving his feet. He's just trying to stay alive. That's all he can do. He gets 1 kill. Oh, misses out on a second and a third, but still, he gets his kill, Tim. That is the key thing.
It is when G2 have got the man advantage as well, because they can just take that trade game all day long and they win the round. It's 3 versus 2 at the minute. All Uno needs is to take one of them out, and he takes the thermite. So, yes, they've done the breaching, but if they wanted any further options, they are now gone. They've also lost the smoke cover as well, because those have gone along with the thermite. So, it's getting tough. Resets manages to pick up Virtue though. 2 versus 1 as the trade is there from Doki. He's looking for more, but he's going to be taken down. It's Paulu! Paulu manages to find the final kill! It's a 1v2 clutch from Paulu to win this out and take map 1 over the line for Team Liquid.
How has he done it? My word! I mean, it's just one of them. It's just a clutch that should never have been allowed to happen. I mean, Alamo just sprints at him. Essentially, Alamo just full-on goes for it.
Oh, I think the reactions of the Liquid players say it all there. They are ecstatic with that win on Clubhouse against G2 to kick off this game. What a matchup we've just had. That was absolutely brilliant. It looked like it was going to be a run over for Liquid when it was 6-1, but then G2 valiantly fought their way back in before it was a 1v2 clutch to close things out from Palu. Nesk, Maya, Resets, all having huge games. Palu doing his job. Lagonis on the support. Liquid looking good.
Yeah, I mean, G2, look, the first half, that was where you'll look at and say that's where you lost it. Whenever you go 5-1 down, it means you only have a very minute amount of opportunities to make mistakes. You know, that's what it comes down to. You make that mistake. They made that mistake. They allowed Liquid to get back into a round where they had that numbers advantage. They had everything going for them. It comes down to a 1v1 that Alamau should be winning based on the HP, just from the HP alone. So it's one of them. And yeah, look at the stats.
Look at that. 10-11, 10-9. So much contribution from all of the Liquid players across the board there. Absolutely huge stuff. And you've got Lagonis sat in the back line, IGL in it all. Absolutely brilliant stuff. G2, they had some performances in there. Benja Dorke really went big at the end to try and get them back into it, but just not quite enough.
No, and I think now for G2, Clubhouse is done. You now head to Bank, which is a map that you have not lost in I don't even know how long. This has been a stronghold map for G2.
Oh, it's screaming map 3.
But the thing is as well with this, though, it means there's going to be a lot that Liquid can prep for as well. So there is always that to take in consideration. And we know Liquid, they have a good backroom staff.
And I have always said it, and I'll continue to say it, Brazilians are good on Bank. It's always been the case. But we have got Bank to come. We might have a third map to come. Who knows? This one's turning into an absolute banger to kick us off here in Manchester on day one. But we're going to have a short break before we go to that second map. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a round of this. there from Doki. He's looking for more, but he's going to be taken down. It's Palu! Palu manages to find the final kill! It's a 1v2 clutch from Palu to win this out and take map 1 over the line for Team Liquid. How has he done? Welcome back to the Manchester Major then, just seeing the end of what was a fantastic clubhouse there. We had to see that Palu 1v2 once again demo. It was a little bit unexpected, it came out of nowhere, but Palu getting it done, and look how much it means to Liquid.
I'm a good lip reader. I seen Alamau was uttered there. I mean, look, obviously we see all the time, Carl gives it big to the Brazilians, and they give it right back to him. So, yeah, see it all the time. But look, 1-0 for Liquid on their map pick, of course. So, Bank is where we head to next, which is supposed to be the kind of stronghold for G2, because they never seem to lose the map.
They don't, but as I've said, this is a Liquid that we've already commented on, have a broad map pool. We look at the recent history for them on Bank, 3 wins, 1 loss. So they certainly know what's going on there, G2. They're going to have to bring their A game, and we said it during the break. I think this is going to come down maybe more to that mental resilience. How do G2 stand up to the result of the first game rather than how do they perform on Bank?
Look, it's a calculated risk to leave your clubhouse open and lose that. And the thing is, you can go and then win Bank, which you would expect G2 will win, and then you can go and win your labs, and you win 2-1. It doesn't matter about clubhouse, and you just you kind of toss that map away. But the issue that I would have though with doing that kind of playstyle is if you're already conceding the first map, one, you're not going to be feeling so good that you lost that map, and there's a couple of performances there that you think, what are they doing? And then 2, you're giving a lot of confidence over the Liquid, and that can carry on. That can be infectious. It doesn't matter what map it is. Liquid will be happy now to play G2 because they'll believe we can beat them on anything.
G2 are certainly not out of this one. It's going to be difficult. We'll look at the maps though. Bank, Nighthaven, there are 2 maps that G2 can definitely win here. Over the years, Liquid, particularly the last year or 2, Liquid have shown us that things don't always run smoothly for them. Things sometimes, there will be there will be a little curveball every now and again thrown in there from Team Liquid. However, what I would say is, just by feeling, I'm not even talking about stats or anything, just by feeling, that Liquid performance, it just felt a little bit different, Demo. It just
nostalgia? Is that what you
a
got?
little bit. It's
nostalgia?
creeping in, like it just felt a little bit different. Resets, Maya, Palu, Nesk, all going big. Lagona steering the ship. Like, it just felt a little bit different than what we've seen of them recently. And I'm kind of, if I'm honest, coming into this, a little bit worried for G2. I wouldn't want to be facing this Liquid right now.
Look, I've seen them play Bank. They understand the map extremely well. I think they have a good kind of middle view of they can roam heavy, they can sit in sight and play the kind of turtle operators extremely well. G2 can play a lot of different play styles on this map specifically, so I think that's going to be very strong for them. Ying off the board, no surprise. I mean, it was also used by both teams as well, which is one thing we have to mention, is that both teams had a fair use of the Ying, so to see it banned away. And there's the Grim as well. Oh, okay, now this is where we're in scary territory, because usually if Ying is banned, then you pick your Grim. If Grim is banned, then you pick your Ying, because both the operators work very similar, where they are used to have a good execute where you can clear defenders away who could be in very difficult positions to clear away from.
Yeah, and I think Liquid taking the Grim once the Ying was already out is them recognising, look, G2, we're going to force you to do something different here.
Yeah,
we're not going to let you play your game. Like you've said, G2 play Bank a lot, they're very good at it, but that does leave Liquid with a lot of intel, a lot of odds to be able to watch, to plan for this. The good thing that I would give to G2 here, one thing I've been watching particularly, is the player faces. A lot of laughing, still seems to be good spirits.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be in their own heads too much at the minute. They're coming in here, and maybe that's what they need. They need that positive mentality. Yeah, we've lost the map to Liquid. Anybody can lose Clubhouse to Liquid. Let's get in and get on with it. On Bank, it seems to be more the mentality. They're not too quiet at the minute, which is, as we all know, when it gets dangerous for G2.
Win a series 2-1 is still a win. That's
it's irrelevant.
Look at it. It's.
I tell you what,
if winning the map 8-7, you still win it.
If G2 go on and win the tournament, they're not going to go, well, yeah, we won Manchester, but do you remember that first map against Liquid? Nobody's going to remember it. And that's what you've got to focus on. That's what you've got to focus on as a player. What's done is done. You move on. The win is still there. You're still in the match. You're still in siege. Get on with it and get the win.
So with the defender bans coming in, Tabaro and Cade have both survived the guillotine. As we know, for a basement, they're going to be pretty good to bring in for the hatches. Only just the Cade being brought in, so you would hope that a Thatcher can just make quick work of that with ease. And yeah, they've got the Thatcher locked in. They also have the banner, so open up hatches should be no issues whatsoever for a side you would expect, like Liquid. In terms of G2, sometimes they'll go for a roam right off the rip, or they may just try and play more of a loose roam where it's not really, you know, you're setting up in towards open area where you're reinforcing walls, placing utility. It's more of a just, oh, go out and just have a bit of fun, boys, and just see what you can get. And that's kind of what it looks like right now from Benji, especially. Nothing really upstairs with him. It's just him and his gun. So yeah, just a loose roam right now from G2.
I like that from Benja, straight onto the drone, doesn't want to be seen before he shoots it out, doesn't want to give his position away. Maya does manage to pick up Doki with a nade. That's quite a rare kill since those nade changes.
I don't know.
It very well could be. The nade changes, of course, for anybody who doesn't know, rather than being able to cook the nade, you can't cook it anymore. It just detonates 2 seconds after it impacts a surface. So difficult to find the kills, but they do manage. However, Alamau does manage to get one back onto Nesk. So G2 still level here, and Benja hasn't been dealt with on the top floor. He's still going. He picks up resets, and he's looking for more.
He is. Hasn't been dealt with, and Liquid, they've already lost 2 players on the basement. We mentioned again, basement bomb sites. You want to try and keep as many players as you can alive for it. Is Benja going to get another one, though? Do they know that he just tapped in towards the corner? No, they don't, and Maya loses his life. I mean, G2 haven't done anything crazy. It's just Benja just walking around the top floor, just getting kills. It's as simple as that.
Going for another one in main lobby here. Lagonis looking to take the fight. Knows that he's moved on into tellers, sprays the wall, but Benja just crouched down and was underneath those bullets. He's going to stick around for the fight, but maybe he shouldn't have done. Lagonis picks up the kill, supported by Parlu, and that leaves us now 2 versus 3, but with only a minute left to go, G2 should still be looking good.
I mean, the thing is as well with Liquid is that they haven't lost their Thatcher or their Habana, so they can still get hatches open, but they have nothing to get rid of this guy. Virtue is in probably the most powerful position that you can be right now in this map, but he's decided to leave it. I'm a little bit surprised.
I don't know if he knew that it was the Thatcher coming up against him. I don't think he did. I think the call has just been, look, there's 40 seconds. Get back to site if you can. We'll play it from there.
Well, yeah.
Smart use with the Thatcher coming in. Drop the EMP. It prevents Virtue's glasses working. We've seen that utilised quite a few times. So a smart play from Parlu just forces Virtue back one way or another, whatever it was, whatever the reasoning. But with 25 seconds left to go, honestly, I think it was the better move for G2. They're now in a position where it's very difficult. Virtue gets his kill. There you go. Final 2 come in. Alamau picks it up. Sorry, it was Uno to pick up the final kill onto Lagonis, and that's going to be the round for G2. A nice start. Benja having a great time out on the roam, getting himself a couple before getting caught out, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. G2, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, surprising from Liquid to lose just to Benja roaming around the top floor. You know, you have to look at where's the drone working communication, you know, the teamwork, which is something that shouldn't be happening. We mentioned before, a team like Liquid and also a team like G2, you know, that should be sorted immediately. You know, get the comms going, being able just to pick up one guy roaming by himself should not be a big issue. But we move. We go round 2, and it will be the top floor, which, again, you would expect will be better for the attacks just because of the layout off it. The windows are obviously going to be a big thing as well you can play around. And we'll see how G2 want to try and defend. You would expect your castles, your mirrors, for example, probably coming in to try and lock down that top floor, make it a little bit more securable.
We've just seen the final kills come in, and as you say, going to be the top floor. We've got the Castle. Castle had already sort of seen a little bit of an increase in popularity in pro play anyway. But I was coming on to that. We've seen then an even bigger increase in popularity with him being given the ACOG.
My guilty pleasure gun. It's a gun that is like, you know it's bad, but somehow I'm getting kills.
The UMP with the ACOG. There you go. But yeah, definitely an increase in popularity. Of course, you know, in your ranked games with the castles, you've got to be a little bit more careful. We're seeing them brought along a lot because of the ACOG. But you've got to think, you don't want to be hindering your team. It's always got to be helping. So watching the pro games, of course, can be really helpful. Have a look at where do they play those castle barricades? What are they using them for? And generally, it's to create space, to create safety, so that they can hold on to key and power positions, you know, rather than stopping an attacking rotate, for example.
This is where I could help you, Tim. I can then tell you exactly why they're using 4 castle barricades across the 4 front desk ones. Front desk is an area that you can defend both of the bomb sites from, just by playing long angles. And it also will give you a little bit of a rotate that you'll see that also covers the long corridor in towards Janitor, stock trading, elevator, for example. So a very powerful position to play in. The only issue with it is that all of those windows can be seen from outside on the lobby rappels. So by covering up those castle barricades, it means that teams are going to have to change their structure of operators that they bring in. For example, Sophia now comes in to try and deal with some of those castle barricades, but still can't deal with all of them, which I think is the more important thing.
Absolutely, and then, you know, you're looking, what do you do? Do you commit multiple operators to dealing with them?
Ash and Sophia,
exactly.
Or do you something else?
Exactly that, or do you just live with the fact that a couple are going to exist? We're going to hold the lang angle in towards elevator there. The wall has been opened up, and we can see those drones just slowly being eaten away, but still 7 remaining for Liquid. So intel really shouldn't be an issue, especially with the Monty on side for Lagonis. He's going to try and move up gold stairs, I would imagine, and try and create a little bit of space up at the top of there, because obviously they know that Benja's going to be playing in and around that position. They know that he's going to be playing in behind those castle barricades, and at the minute they don't have too much of an answer for it.
You know, and they're wasting a lot of time. You know, already 2 minutes gone. They have the Monty, which I'm really happy to see. Monty is so good for pushing up Spiral. You're in a position where you're only going to get shot from the front. You're not going to get flanked. You don't have to worry about dealing with a right-sided flank or a left-sided flank. Everything's going to come in front of you, and he can just walk up, and then he can rotate in towards Banana, and again, just keep looking forward, and you have such good success.
Virtue and Doki managed to pick up 1 apiece, and G2 are certainly looking like a much better side here on Bank than they did on Clubhouse, staring down the barrel of a flawless round here. It's up to Maya to try and stop that, but he can't. Virtue with the final kill, and G2, they've woken up. They're looking good here, Demo. Solid on Bank so far, 2-0.
They own the map. They actually own that Bank. They're all trustees.
They're certainly looking to make a sizable withdrawal. If this one continues, it will be the shape and size of a map 3. They're looking very good. Liquid, I imagine, will be better on defense. I think they will probably be more comfortable, but attacking into this G2 Bank defense at the minute is proving very problematic for them.
Like I said, they can play so many different ways as well in the defense. You know, they have multiple different setups where they can go aggressive, they can go passive, they can go in between. You know, already we've seen a bit of a loose roam. This one was much more just focused on the utility, play your power positions extremely well. I'm really shocked that none of the castle barricades were dealt with. You know, Benji was extremely safe for the entire of that round. He didn't have to get moved on at all, which is always a little bit of a surprise. I would say though as well that top 4, I think it's very difficult attacking that without your Ying and without your Grim. I think G2 will probably struggle the same way, because you need some form of operator that will move players out of the power positions. You know, how do you deal with someone in Janitor, for example? You don't have the Ying or you don't have the Grim. What do you do?
Well, let's see what they can do in round 3 then, Liquid. They brought on the Deimos this time. Resets is going to be bringing our newest operator. Of course, can track any players that have been recognized. So have to have been scanned or picked up by a utility. However it is, your icon, your operator icon has to be appearing. As soon as that's the case, then Deimos is able to use those scans. It will reveal the location of that operator for him, but will also give his location away to them. Just a little bit less frequent and a little bit less precisely, but still, it does work both ways.
Double-edged sword.
It is.
Works for you, works against you. But look, I think working for you is probably the better option. Especially whenever you see, I think the way Demo should be played is on your support operators. Resets, I think, fits that bill, where he can just sit at the back of the map, just scanning. BDS do extremely well, where they have Bride playing out operator, and it's just so easy. You know, you're never putting yourself at risk, and you're feeding all of that information. Oh dear, Maya. A little bit too early. You know, finally we see the Deimos come in to track him, but oh my, just hold on there for 2 seconds.
Yeah, Ness managing to pick up that kill with that intel that was being fed in from Resets, no doubt. And that leaves us now in a 4 versus 4. Mirror, the next one up. Benja is going to be targeted by those Deimos scans as well. And it just makes it so difficult for these players to play anywhere around.
Wow.
I was going to say away from sight, but it doesn't even matter. You move back in. Lagonis is there for the kill. 4 versus 3.
Look at the take from Liquid. This is a horizontal take. They're not wanting to challenge the players above. They are focused on coming in through lobby, trying to take control of archives and tellers, and right now it's working for them. G2, you know, where do they go from here? Uno has been able to get it down because he himself has also been tracked, but again, just all of this pressure sweeping in now. They've actually gotten lobby, and they've been able to move upstairs via that location. So, yeah, a lot of issues that they're causing just with this initial attack where they've wanted to try and stay away from the roamers. Make G2 come to you! Oh, Doki has been able to find the lone man in sight. Now it is a 1v2. Look at the HP, though, from Lagonas. That is favorable for Doki, but all it should be is just Lagonas plant nest cover. That's as simple as I can make it, Tim.
Yeah, Lagonas was downed upstairs inside a stock. Ness went to collect him. They just need to... They don't have too much time to use is the problem. 20 seconds left to go. Like you say, they need to get in a position to plant. Doki just gives himself away. He's got to find the kill there as he just reveals his position. Can't find Ness, who hits him on the 180. Closes out the round. 2-1. I think that's pretty much as we might have expected for the starter bank.
Oh, don't shoot at Nesk if you don't think you can kill him, because he will come back at you.
If you're going to take a swing at the king, you'd better make sure that you hit him.
Honestly, I think just Doki holds that, lets him walk into sight. Maybe could have got both of them. Because initially if Nesk walks in the kitchen, he'll be thinking, oh, kitchen's free, quick, come to me, you can plant in kitchen. And then Doki's behind them, gets both of them. Just one of them. But look, Liquid, again, I like the take. I like using the demos to sweep away those roamers. You didn't really want to touch the guys above. By you taking those positions in tellers and archives, getting those kills, G2 will have to react. Those players who were holding above in safe positions will then have to walk into the mess that is archives and tellers. You're taking the defenders away from positions they want to play, and I like that a lot from Liquid.
Yeah, it was much better attack from them, just using the space that they had, using the utility particularly to get the job done there, and just basically removing G2's strength. You know, the strength has been that roam game, the strength has been that unpredictability, finding a couple of kills out in the map, and of course it will be. It's Bank, it's a huge map, you can use that space, and G2 have taken advantage of that, but Liquid able to just take that away a little bit that time. And I'm sure that they'll learn from that, and that's something that they need to try and replicate here in round 4 as we're going to go around the merry-go-round again. G2 will kick things off down in the basement. It's going to be their second defensive rotation.
It is, and it's going to be, again, another different hold as well coming in from G2. This time, it's not the loose roam where it's just players having a bit of freedom doing what they want. It will be their actual off-site hold, using the castle barricades, for example, as, you know, just setting things up, and then hopefully you're going to be able to hold them extremely well. That will be, of course, in towards the open area where they reinforce the open area hatches above, and they will then also leave some of the site hatches soft so they can retreat and have a good exit if needed as well. That hatch that is being shown right there. So, yeah, again, seen it before from G2. It's just going to waste a lot of time, a lot of utility. And I would hope, if I know what G2 are going to do, you would expect the people who then get paid to know what G2 are going to do, the analyst team for Liquid, they should have no issues with this.
No, I'm sure they're going to be well aware. Paolo going to be on the drones, just setting up the marble staircase, making sure that's all clear, checking elevators, and again, good attention to detail here. Liquid, of course, were hit hard on Clubhouse once or twice from players that had not been drawn, so just making sure that's not going to be the case. And to be honest, the intel game is maybe something G2 could look to improve on. There's still 6 drones left alive here, halfway through the round. If they could take a few more of those away, it could have a big impact on Liquid.
Another thing I want to pinpoint is that castle barricade that is on the bottom floor, that double door looking in towards red. Very strong castle barricade if you know that it's there and you can work around that. What that will do is it will stop the utility dump that we like to talk about that goes down in towards red corridor. Red corridor is where all your C4s, your smokes, all those kind of operators, they're going to be playing in that position. If you block it off, then they're safe. That means they can deny the plant with very little issue. And a lot of the times we will see teams in the last couple of 10 seconds where things maybe don't work, they will just try and drop the hatch and get some kills. They drop the hatch, they don't just get to look to red. They have to then worry about every other angle, so it's very strong in that regard, just to catch them by surprise.
Liquid are trying to move quickly here, but they just don't have the map control that they need. They've managed to get the mid-floor, but they haven't got a server lockdown. Doki almost gets caught out by another nade, but he manages to escape this time. Alamo managing to find Maya, and Liquid are just having to play into difficult positions, and as much as they've taken a reasonable amount of control, they haven't taken the key areas that they needed. Palu manages to find Uno, but the trade is there immediately. Doki looks for his man, but no, it's Alamo to close it out, and that's going to be another successful G2 defense, and that was pretty comfortable. I've been using this metric lately. It's more of a feeling than a number, but how How affected were the players on site? How bothered were the players on site? And the realistic answer in that round is not at all. For all the good work that Liquid did, at no point were any of the players inside a site for G2 ever really troubled.
No. I mean, to be fair, there's a moment there I was worried about Doki. It looked as though he trapped himself in as a nade landed at his feet.
It was that was some real siege timing, was that one?
One of them, but look, he was safe enough in server. He had the Great Wall of Server, we'll call it, I suppose, where he's just blocked an entirety one side of the server, he just sat behind it. But like I said, G2, they know this map. They know how to work it really, really well. Liquid, I think, just being caught out where I wouldn't say that their lineup. Look, I do think that not having Ying and Grim for both sides is going to be a big issue because those two operators are so strong for the attacks. So I think there is an element of that. That's kind of you're almost walking into Bank already with one hand behind your back, and it is very difficult to do that. But there is still other operators you can bring that are very strong. You know, immediately I'm thinking, surely Dokkaebi has to be a look-in. You know, Dokkaebi, how strong is that operator to have that universal gadget? You can bring, you know, a variety of different you know, just throwables as well. You can have the EMPs if you need that. You can have the flashes, which is probably what you would want to have. And if Azami's up as well, that DMR will shred through the Azamis with ease. So there is different avenues of approach that you can go towards. And also shields. You know, they can bring the shield for basement. If they have an issue of taking server, which it looked like, maybe your Monty's your answer.
I think, you know, the other element that we need to recognise as well is that Liquid just aren't winning their gunfights like they were on Clubhouse. You know, we came out of Clubhouse and we had, as we said, you know, in terms of gunfights and gun skill, we had great individual performances from Maya, Resets, Nesk, Palu. They all had their moments, but they've all been a little bit quiet. You know, nobody's got more than a couple of kills.
I think Dronework has been a little bit more weaker. And that's where Dokkaebi can help a lot.
They've had the drones online though, and they just haven't really, I think, been recognised.
I seen Benji in that first round. That's all I needed to see. You know, how is he allowed to do that? That's where, yeah, little things like that. Was that Duck Patrol? Did you see that? 20 ducks on the desk.
They're doing the business at the minute, at least on Bank. G2 are going well. They've got the 4-1. They'll be looking for a 5-1 half, I'm sure. You know, but looking at that, you know, potential for 4-2 or as a minimum, G2 have got to be winning the defense. You know, that much is for sure. But yeah, they're looking pretty confident at this point.
I'm looking forward to seeing, again, how G2 want to go about their top floor now. You know, we mentioned before they have a lot of different varieties of strategies that they can do on all of the different bomb sites. And, you know, we've seen that there in the basement. This time it was that open area hold that worked out for them. And now they end up going for the top floor, so we'll see what the approach is going to be. There wasn't really too many jump outs as well in that round. You know, everyone from G2 was pretty static. They just wanted to play in their safe positions. They didn't really go aggro as much as maybe you would think, you know, with some of the players that they have. So yeah, it just depends. And how many ducks do they have?
We've got ducks, we've got Loch Ness monsters, we've got
fish.
We've got fish, we've got all sorts going on in Manchester so far.
Do you think we could fry the fish?
I don't think we can.
We fry?
I don't think
Joel
we can really suggest that about Joel. Joel has become an important part of the Siege community at this point.
Wouldn't he though? Do you not think?
Maybe a bit fluffy.
Imagine if Bleed rock up tomorrow, instead of the Joel fish, it's like a fried fish that got like it's just a piece of cod battered. We know what happened to him.
I don't think it'd be well received, Demo. I don't think it'd be well received. Joel has got an awful lot of supporters in the community.
Might have more supporters than the actual team itself. I think.
He's got, to be honest, I think Joel's got more supporters than anybody. To be fair. Ever since he made his first appearance in Atlanta, that's it. He's been a very popular staple ever since.
Anywho, looks like we're back in.
I think we're going to be heading back in any second. Yes.
Here we go. Oh, they went open area.
Okay.
Which is obviously this is the site that they lost. I was expecting to see the top floor, but no, wanting to have another go at the open area before we kind of hit that top floor again. Look, I'm a little bit shocked again that maybe Monty doesn't see a look in here for open area because he is so strong at just walking in through the double door of kitchen, getting in behind the bomb chassis and planting for absolutely free. As I've said that, I see a Monty locked in. So hopefully it stays, and I hate getting ropes up to him. Hate it.
We'll see, where that Monty is put to use. We will keep a close eye on that as we get into things. But as you say, it was a site that they were unable to win last time around. It's a little bit of a gamble of a site choice, I think, from G2. Kind of got that top floor that you've already won. You maybe go there, you've got your 4-1, you've got your 4 that you want for that half. You want a minimum 4-2 here. But it's one of, I'm not going to criticise it as a choice, because if they come away and win this and then they've got that top floor to go to for the 5-1, then yeah, it's a brilliant choice.
So immediately I can just tell from the operator selection that Liquid have, this is going to be very by the book. It's going to be a very minimalistic take where you're looking to control square. You're looking to do maybe just a little bit of soft destruction, but that's really it. You're not interested in archives and tellers. You're not interested in taking towards lobby. All you need to do is just take what I mentioned. You have the gridlock to cover off the flanks, which is going to help them out a lot, as we know, especially for that bottom blue stairs as well. You need to try and cover off that area. That's always an area that we see defenders try and creep up in towards. But if you can get the ace in towards square, he can open up the quad wall. You open up the quad wall, you have the long angles on your side, and then your Monty can walk in like I mentioned. So this should be a very easy, minimalistic take from Liquid.
Doki on the Solus there, just watching towards electrical, and if he had his scanner activated, which I think he did, he's going to see the droning going on. He will have seen the actual drone coming across as it is doing now, the Flores drone, but he will have seen the regular drone as well. So Doki should be screaming out to his team here. They're stacking up around electrical. They're going to push electrical in through double door. Benja, he manages to pick up Maya, and that information is obviously coming in from Doki there, because you can see G2 lining themselves up, getting onto that archives window, ready to challenge into it.
The only issue, as mentioned before, with the quad wall, if it's not opened up, then Doki can do this. You can't plant there, Lagones. You have missed the step. Doki gives himself up, and oh no, Benja swings as well. The wall was muted. They didn't even realize that they couldn't open up the quad wall either, and Liquid have been punished for it now.
Ness knows that there's one potentially above, but I think as he heads up there, the G2 player moves back downstairs towards site. Nesk is just cautiously having a look across. Only 2 around on site, no 3. Yeah, so as I was saying, one has just returned down those main stairs, but how much time is that going to burn? There's only 50 seconds left to go. How long is it going to take Ness to realise there's nobody else on the top floor? He's gone to the hatch, he's been cut down. Palu is left all alone. Alamai manages to find the long kill, and that is going to be G2 taking another round. As I said, coming into it, little bit of a gamble on the site, having already lost it, but if they win it, you then look and think, what a great move, what a genius play, because now they've got a top floor to go to that they've already won, and that looks to lock them in the 5-1. So a really well managed game coming out from G2 here on Bank, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, Liquid missed a step. Didn't open up that wall.
Yeah,
we need
big mistake.
Quad wall open. We don't know. We don't hear them. Even if we did, I don't speak Portuguese. I don't know about you, but maybe.
About 10 words.
About 10 words. But the wall needs to be opened up. And the thing is as well, I was going to mention before we just seen the planter try and walk in by himself, I was even going to mention they're going to have an issue with getting that wall open if Benji's and Tellers and Archives. He can just shut off the Selma charges, so they haven't even addressed that issue. Liquid have just tried to skip a step, and that's where they've faltered. Like I said, the attack they were going for is the attack I like. It's the attack that works. It is a safety attack. It will get you a round win. But if you don't do it correctly, you're not going to win it.
We've just had the tactical timeout coming from Liquid there, and you look at the players and it just looks like the energy's just down a little bit. Like they came out of Clubhouse and they were so hyped up and they just got the big win, and now it just feels like they're kind of in limbo, in a little bit of a position of like, what do we do here? We've got nothing to bring to this, and at the minute it looks like G2 could potentially just cruise away with this, to be honest. 5-1 half, grab a couple of attacks. Honestly, I think Liquid are going to really struggle here, and they're going to be looking towards Nighthaven.
Yeah, 5-1 is difficult for any side to come back from, because you're not allowed to make mistakes at that stage. You're just not, and I think whenever we're dealing with 2 teams that, yes, haven't had the greatest of stages where they have looked weak, whenever it comes to international events, they tend to do well. And they are still all great players. If let's say if both these teams went FA tomorrow, let's say they all disbanded, how many players from this lobby would be picked up immediately for teams? 10. That's the way you look at it from that perspective. They're all
11 out of 10 players would be picked up.
That's the way you have to look at both of these teams. And because of how highly we rate them, whenever they're against each other, they're not going to give each other any breathing room whatsoever.
Oh, no.
They're going to demand perfection from each other.
And that's what I love about this game so far. Every mistake that we've seen has been punished.
They're pushing each
for
other to
every
limits.
negative, there is always a positive because the other team just immediately step on it and crush them. And it's been great from both of them. Looking towards that potential map 3, we have to start thinking about it because it's becoming very possible at this point with the lead that G2 are developing. Nighthaven Labs, it is a favourite of Liquid, so G2, they need to be coming out of this, for me, as strong as possible. Get that 7-1, 7-2, really put Liquid on the back foot, really get in their heads before you go into that map.
Well, I think Alamau's got in the head of Apollo. He has ran out of garage on the Oryx and eliminated him off the lobby rappel. Oryx is the only one who can do that run out because he can obviously sprint faster than everyone else using the Ramadash ability. So, yeah, all credit to Alamau. He just finds a cheap trick and it works for him.
Doki manages to pick up resets. I honestly think that Liquid
and he's back in the building.
Are almost checked out of this game because there's just nothing that they can do at the minute. They do manage to take down Doki. Maya is up above and catches him on his way back in, but still, Doki has got to a point of nearly halfway through the round. He's got his kill, he's wasted time, he's done everything that he needed to do. Nesk manages to take down that Yokai drone, just removing some of the utility from G2, and Liquid just have a little bit of breathing space here whereby they can start thinking about a bit of verticality, trying to find those angles on into sight.
And they have the back, so losing the Ram isn't as big of an issue as what you would probably think it would be, because you do have that secondary soft destruction, and Maya's just going to drop straight in towards open area, but 2 kills from Lagones. Takes out Virtue and Benja. Alamau's also gone, and Uno all by himself. He gets the down on Danesk, but still 2 more to find. Lagones has the diffuser, keep in mind, so that depth isn't going to do much for him. Lagones is going to get the plant, but a tap from Uno out of nowhere. He's going to switch to the Echo Drone, but it's not enough time. Lagones has got the diffuser planted, but again, Uno still has plenty of time to him. He can rotate this Echo Cam into a position where his teammate can use that for information, but the HP, both of them are dead to each other's guns.
This is absolutely unreal. What a 1v1 finish that we're going to see here to round 6. Lagones just holding his angle. Knows Uno's coming, but Uno finds the angle. 1 versus 3. And it all started with that down onto Nesk and a beautiful 1-tap into open area. And Uno, he rescues round 6 and he looks cool as a cucumber doing it.
By the way, that is the most excited we have ever seen Uno. Ever. He's finished.
And he still looks super cool.
Not happy people.
He still looks super cool.
Oh.
Love to see
Live
it.
Uno reaction. Clutched a 1v3 against Liquid.
Nah.
Yeah. Do it in my sleep, mate. Been here before.
Excellent stuff from G2. Honestly, this really so far has been a tale of 2 teams. Liquid looking so good on Clubhouse, but G2 showing that they too have big performances in them. We always knew that a Phase 1 matchup between G2 and Liquid was going to be a special thing. We always knew that it was going to be hard fought. It looks right now, we will see as we start getting G2 onto the attack, but it looks right now as if we are heading for the map 3 that I think everybody wanted.
Look at that. Landball, you can't do that anywhere else. Just don't, he's sitting there saying, right here, he's right here. Where's Waldo? He's here. I found Waldo. Here he is. Easy. As easy as you like. But again, I love the fact that even the diffuser got planted, the fact that Uno took the time to set up the camera, which I thought was very, very important to do that in that situation. And even more so, to predict that he would run to open area. Well, if he just went to square, he wouldn't know.
The thing is, that's the sort of thing that you can learn from, that you can take away for your ranked games at home, because it's easy in a 1v1, diffuser down, to think, I'm limited time, I've got to go and find this kill, I've just got to get going. And it's easy to get drawn into
seconds.
that.
That's a long time.
You've got 45, take your 7 off for the diffuser, you've got 38 seconds, use them. And you've just seen taking 5 or 10 seconds to reposition that Yokai drone was very possibly the difference. It's not to say he wouldn't have won it, but it's very possibly the difference between winning it and losing it. If your teammates are zoned in and they're looking at that and they're giving you that info, bang, you should be able to win your 1v1.
It's the difference between a 50-50 gunfight and a guaranteed gunfight.
Exactly.
Because he gets the guarantee now. He knows exactly where he is, whereas a 50-50, it could be a case of he looked right instead of looking left. You know, it's one of them.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's just it's a great great example of how you can, take what these players do and take it away and improve your own game at home. So we're going to see the Tuberai being used on both hatches there, just to try and keep them close for a little bit longer. It's not going to work any further than past the minute as we get that one open up. The next one will likely go soon as well. Alamai just signalling that it's currently Tuberai, and he's going to be waiting for that to clear.
Get the Maverick in, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Cade is there as well, so you will have to resort to using Virtue and his trusty blowtorch. Benja, nothing in the back hatch. That is easy enough for him to get opened up, and here comes Virtue. Should have no issues whatsoever. The only issue I would have, though, is I've noticed as well with obviously the changes with the kind of lineups that you have now, being C4 whenever you're doing a hatch, it happens sometimes as well. So there is a way to do it where you don't get hit at all by any projectiles, but you always do have to be extremely careful. And yeah, I think Virtue's done a great job at that. You can see Maya is fishing for it, but no, nothing comes off, and he gets punished from it. And that is just because Virtue probably would have heard him just shuffling his feet every few seconds.
Yep, great stuff there from Alamau, just teaming up with Virtue, using that intel once again. Something G2 have done really well this game is use that information, use that intel. We saw it with Uno on the clutch, we see it there for the entry. They're just taking every advantage. Virtue drops down into server, they know that Palu's playing here, he goes to the shotgun. He's in a tricky position, both sides of him, and this is what I was talking about when we saw Bank earlier. Get down, get both sides, and there is nothing that the Blue Stairs player can do. Palu going to be cut down 5 versus 3.
Great stuff from G2. You take out Blue now. 20 seconds on the clock, it's not a lot of time, but you do have the man advantage along with the full utility uses off the Capital flashes as well. In goes the smokes, in goes the flames, in goes the players of G2 as they need to try and get the plants out. And C4 will stop the fun from happening, and kills come back now for Liquid at 2 versus 2. Virtue though on the backstab takes out Nesk. No, not Nesk, he's the only one left as those resets who gets eliminated. And now Nesk has to try and clutch up, but he can't do it. 1v2 not in the cards for Ness this time around. Virtue with 2 mega important kills.
Particularly here on Bank, but of course we had a couple of rounds on Clubhouse that were the same. I feel like Liquid today maybe being a little bit too reliant on those clutch moments, those big hero plays from, individuals having to pick up 2 or 3 kills to get them back into a round, and it's starting to tell because there are fewer and fewer rounds that you're going to win like that. And G2, now that they're on their map, now that they're on Bank, are starting to really punish those situations. Liquid did well to fight it back to a 2v2, but G2, nope, we're digging our heels in. We're going to start planting that diffuser. We're going to close this round out. It goes 6-1. The question now, of course, is can they close this out any quicker than Liquid did? Liquid was 6-1 on Clubhouse, and they let G2 back into it a little bit, whereas G2 need to send a message now and say, no, we're the ones that are able to close games out. We're the ones that are here to do the business and just get this done. 7-1, send a message.
Just doesn't seem to be any energy from Liquid. It's just not there as what we've seen. Like the first opening, I'd say 3 rounds of Clubhouse, Liquid were up for it, and they were ready, and it just
the energy has definitely dropped off.
And I wouldn't say G2 have looked overly excited. They just seem a lot more relaxed than what they were. Like, whenever you see them on Clubhouse, it looked as though that just the nerves were getting to them a little bit, and it's like, don't tell me this is happening already. It's too early for this to already be happening to G2. We know that'll come. We always know that one point G2 will just look completely out of it, and it's, somebody just found a set of ghosts in the cabinet.
I've said it countless times. At every tournament, the team that goes on to win it, every team will have a bad day. The point is having that bad day at the right time. It's having that bad day at the right time and either doing it when you don't have to get the win or being able to get the win even on that bad day. It's about how you deal with it.
Don't have a bad day on the grand final this Sunday. Alamau.
Oh my
word. Now he makes up for it. What a double kill. Oh my word. Don't know if anyone's seen that. I nearly just took out Tim with a right hand as I flew it back. Sorry, Tim.
On my left side, I can't dodge you from that side.
That's true, you can't see me in my left.
Out of nowhere, Demo's hand just slapped my headset off my head. Nesk, he gets back there onto Marble Stairs, but he can't take down Doki. It looks like it's over, Demo. It's going to be flawless. It's almost flawless on the scoreboard. 6-1 turns into 7-1, and G2 lock it out.
strong performance. Again, it was expected from G2 Bank. Again, I still have not seen this team lose this map. They refuse to lose it, and I think Bank as well. That kind of sets the statement right now for the rest of the tournament. Don't take this side to Bank because they are so darn good at it. And that means we go to our third map. We go to Nighthaven. Liquid have a lot of soul searching to find. Equally as what we kind of said about G2. How do they respond from Clubhouse? I would say that Liquid have to dig even deeper because that loss is even worse than G2's in Clubhouse. Like a 7-1, Liquid weren't even in that game.
Yeah, it's definitely a different look for Liquid coming out of that game as well. Of course, coming out of Clubhouse, there was a lot of hype, there was a lot of excitement. They've not been able to follow it up. They've been beaten up, quite frankly, on Bank is the only way to put it. But like you said, maybe that's what you get when you take G2 to their best map.
Yeah, I mean, this is their fortress. This is where, not the map, but not the map fortress, which...
Bank
is the
fortress.
Names are difficult. A fort, just a fort? I don't know. But look, Uno, big clutch as well to keep them, in a very strong half. Virtue, great backstab. Just everyone did their job today for G2. I think everyone you could pick out had a moment. That was almost a bad moment for Alamar.
But then a good one.
He made up for it. And, Doki in the Blitz, never thought I'd see the day that he'd be on the Blitz.
No, we can have a look at our map stats as well coming in there. Still not much objective play coming along. Only one plant being secured, but we can see Alamau having a really big game there. 10-3. We obviously, we question a lot his ability to go up against the other Brazilian teams, but he's really delivered there on Bank.
He has, and again, big game player, I think, is always...
he is.
It's something I associate him with.
Yeah.
And against Liquid, let's hope he can keep it going, because if he's having a good game, especially as the IGL, as the shot caller, that is the main person whose mental state you need to keep in check.
Yeah,
because
really
he will
is.
dictate how the team plays. We've seen it before. If Carl shuts down, the whole team shuts down.
Yeah, 100%. As soon as you see him go quiet, it could be a bad day. But there's going to be absolutely nothing quiet about the G2 team coming into map 3. It's going to be Nighthaven Labs where we will decide who wins this Phase 1 upper bracket match between G2 and Liquid. It's the third map that everybody wanted, so I know you're not going to go anywhere. We're having a short break, but we'll see you real soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Blast R6 Major Manchester. We just went through, of course, game 1, but also halfway through our second match of today. I'm Milosh. We're going to have a little chat here before we go into map 3 of Team Liquid versus G2, which I know quite a few people have been definitely looking forward to for today. So far has been a banger. No way to expect how our third map will go. And I'd like to take a look at our map bands once more, just to kind of refresh all of that in your heads, see exactly where we will go to, because on Bank, our previous map, it looked quite shaky for Team Liquid after they won that first map on Clubhouse, which is G2's permaban, which it was wild to see it there anyways, but here we are, our decider, Nighthaven Labs, that is G2 that banned Oregon to take us to it, and where G2 will be starting off on the attacking side. Of course, this map is more complicated than a lot of people kind of give it up to, at least in terms of pro play. But the question is, have any of these two teams figured it out? And I want to answer that question with our wonderful casters over on the A stream, Asa, Pyrite, and Demo. Let's dig into the strategy of it here, because Demo, what are your thoughts so far in Nighthaven and how EU plays it versus how BR does and how it shapes up between G2 and Liquid?
I don't think there's much. Well, it's very strange to talk about G2. I think G2 in terms of Europe are probably the closest thing we have to Brazilian side. Obviously, that comes from the influence of Alamau and also Romalio, the coach. So in terms of how Brazil play it, just probably look at G2 and how we've kind of done in Europe. But look, I think Nighthaven's kind of got it set in its ways, where obviously Hard Breacher is going to be your key, very similar to what we've already seen in Clubhouse.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you're comparing it to Clubhouse, then yeah, Liquid will field day, but we know that always doesn't work out in that kind of same fashion. I think the bans play a big thing as well. If we're dealing with Hard Breacher bans or even like Thatcher or your Maverick, then that really changes how the attacks want to play out. But for the defense, I think it's mostly make sure they don't open up the walls, play your power positions, should be fine.
I mean, Ace here, shield play has been very important for teams, even though it's been very wishy-washy on our first day here in phase 1 of the major. How do you feel this going? Because Alamau brought, you know, a boatload of Monty, didn't really go anywhere in map 1.
Yeah, we see how powerful the shields can be. Like you say, there's been a lot of misses today. Nova was struggling on the blitz earlier in Man and Demo's first game, and then looking at this one, you've picked up on it yourself. Alamau bringing the Monty, not always getting the most value out of it. It looks like maybe teams have prepared. They know that they're going to be facing the shields. They know it's going to be difficult, and they've kind of got plans in place. But I feel like for G2, maybe there was opportunities to get a little bit more out of it. So whether we see more on Nighthaven or not, I guess time will tell.
Yeah, there's a lot of lessons for those watching at home about how to play Monty specifically, or shields in general. Hopefully, we can learn some of them in our match. And speaking of which, our game is ready. So Ace, Demo, please take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We will get on into this map 3. It's the map 3 that everybody wanted today, Demo. We wanted to see these two teams go all the way and battle it out. Nighthaven could be a real interesting one. It is #1 map preference, really, for Liquid. It is consistently banned against them. They won it 19 days ago against W7M. That's the new W7M roster, not the old one who are now with Fury. But yeah, this is a map that they can definitely do something on. We know that there's going to be limited information about it as well for G2 to have worked on.
One border.
We've got a bingo card.
The KKK.
Fresh has got a bingo card. There we go.
Get it up. I mean, G2, you guys don't see anymore. G2's like, let's do it. Let's do border. They wanted border.
They love border.
They want the border. But
G2 will be quite happy with that.
Apologies. We fresh feeling that as a bingo card. Observer puts in wrong map.
Could have.
Maybe we gave them too much respect.
I doubt it. Our observers deserve all the respect. It happens. We'll get that switched up. We'll be straight back into Nighthaven in a couple of seconds. That is our decider. We'll just get that lobby remade, and we'll get it thrown back in. I believe Medics is working swiftly behind the scenes. Or is it Sky?
I think so.
Okay.
I think we've got him. Or the observers call him Skizzle.
Okay.
Sky or Skizzle, whatever floats your boat.
There we go. We're going to get one. We're going to get back in as soon as we can do. So far, if you're just joining us, it is 1-1. We are heading into map 3. G2 made a good run back on Clubhouse, but were unable to close it out. Liquid winning ultimately 7-4, and then 7-1 it was to G2 on bank. Really, really dominant on that second map. And that's the other question. We've spoken a lot about the map demo, but of course the big question that hangs in the air as well is how much is that mental impact going to play into this third map. Liquid came out of map 1 super hyped, shouting, excited. They came out of map 2 looking like they just lost the tournament. They were very downcast, and now they've got to come in to map 3 and they've got to keep fighting, get themselves back into it. So the question is, how quickly can they hit that reset button?
Yeah, I think winning the first round is important for Liquid. You know, they won the first round in Clubhouse. That's the kind of attitude they had.
Yeah.
Whereas I think if you give G2 near the first round, they're just going to, okay, we got this. You know, this is because G2 aren't like the most animated team whenever it comes to that. Everyone else is just kind of just chill. You know, I think G2, they have the expectations that, yeah, this is who we are, this is what we do. Obviously, speaking of Nighthaven, G2, last time they played it was the 1st of May. So pretty recent, you know, just over 2 weeks ago. We've seen that in the grand final of the LCQs up against ENTS. 7-1 for G2.
It was a big win. It was a big win. Are they going to... The thing is, though, and this is no disrespect to ENTS. ENTS did very well in the LCQs. You know, really upped their performances and did well. But I would expect Liquid to be, on that Haven especially, a step up. G2 are going to have to bring something special. But, like you said, it certainly displays a capability to play that map. It certainly displays an understanding of the map. That much is for sure. Like I say, the fact that it's banned out so consistently against Liquid is going to mean that there's been limited information as well for G2 to work off. They have played it recently, as I said, 19 days since they played it against W7M, so there is going to be at least a recent VOD for G2 to have worked off, so they could potentially be prepared. But if you don't have a lot of odds, it can be difficult to always understand plan A, plan B, plan C, because maybe you only see them attack a site one way, and maybe they've got 3 ways of doing it. So we'll see whether Liquid have got any surprises in store for G2.
Oh, look at the attacker bans. Maverick and also the Ram. Both operators excel extremely well on your basement, your downstairs sites. I just look at that and I think Maverick's banned. That single wall on the basement defense should never be opened. Should never be opened if that operator is gone. Cade also comes in as, I suppose, a bit of a ban to try and help that, but look, Bandit can still run amok. That's what you're dealing with. I also think the Ram ban's really good as well. Ram in the basement, very, you know, safe operator. You don't have to think, but just throw it and just press the button and it'll go through, open up all of the vertical angles. I still think top floor's gonna be really difficult though. You know, top floor, how do you deal with the Bandit trick? And you're gonna have to go below, maybe with a Buck or an Ash or something like that. G2 are going to have to work for these attacks in the first half. You just can't, they're not going to be easy. You are going to have to work extremely hard to make it happen.
We're going to get into round 1 here on that Haven then, and this is going to decide, of course, just to give you the picture of where this game stands in the overall Manchester Major. We are in Phase 1, Day 1, right at the beginning. Nobody's going home today. That will come tomorrow, but this is the upper bracket. Whoever wins this will continue on to play against GK and will have the opportunity, should they beat GK, to qualify for Phase 2. And I'm sure either of these two teams are going to be confident that they can go in there and look to get results. So could be a big opportunity for them. Whoever loses will drop down to that lower bracket and will be playing initially to keep themselves in the tournament tomorrow. That is the reality. They're going to be going up against Fear X, I think it will be, down on the bottom side, and then looking to play through from there.
Bomb located by attackers.
Correct. Not going to complain. I'm not going to go against you, Tim. You're right.
I love to be. I do try.
Quite difficult if you have Dez as a partner, I suppose. Are you ever right in that relationship?
Never right.
Never right?
Never right.
It's always,
Dez is still here.
To be fair, it's always my fault as well in my relationship. He always says it's my fault.
Honestly.
But hey, that's an only problem. He's casting with someone else today. Don't worry, I get him in a few days. I get him back.
Let's get into it then. 45 seconds. We've got a presence around the map here to begin with from Liquid. They're up on a couple of staircases, playing on that mid-floor, castle barricades, basically setting up lots of problems for G2 to solve here. They're looking to move in to begin with at the top of Aqua Stairs. You know, maybe look to push down from there, but there's a lot of droning still going on. I think G2, and it just goes to show how big a map Night Haven is. You know, there's a lot of spaces to find to make sure that it's clear, but Alamau, he manages to find Nesk, picks up the Solus, and that is a big opener.
Yeah, they've used the castle barricade to try and help Nesk, and only really Nesk, because he was kind of like the lone roamer who was towards kind of the lobby side of things. You have those castle barricades on the fish double door and also the single window, so it just allows, I suppose, an ease of access for Nesk to try and rotate around. And the castle challenge on to the vertical angles, and that's only going to go one way. Virtue wins that engagement. So 2 kills. Very little time, I would say, has been wasted as well for G2, so it hasn't been a great successful roam from Liquid.
No, that's it. They've not really. You don't mind if you lose 2 lives, but you buy 2.5 minutes, but that hasn't been the case for them. And now G2 have got essentially an age to start softening up the side. Palu's getting aggressive here, but there's a man just around the corner from him. Flash goes out, but it doesn't act quick enough. Dorky moves just that little bit too soon. The flash doesn't detonate. Palu gets the kill. Resets, picks up Uno, and all of a sudden, Demo, what was a 5 versus 3 becomes a 3 versus 3.
This is scary. Very, very scary right now. Palu has the shotgun primed and ready. 2 flashes remain for Alamau. A smoke will also go out from Palu just to try and delay them, but what's everyone else in G2 doing? We know where Alamau is. How has no one else from G2 really made any progress towards the bomb site? Sure, they've got all of the vertical angles opened up, but you haven't really got the kills to back it up, and Palu appears again at the right place at the right time. Oh, G2, a 3v5 is slipping through the fingers. A miss nade just kind of sums up the round. In its own, another kill happens for Liquid again. Benja down, and what has happened for G2? Oh my word, a 3v5 evaporates before our very eyes.
Palu has played that absolutely brilliantly. Twice, Demo, twice he has played off the flashbang. This is something, again, that you can pick up and take away. If somebody throws a flash at you, it doesn't detonate instantly. And if you react immediately, you can catch them before that impact is going to happen, before that flash effect is going to come in. And Palu's done it brilliantly twice. Doki throws one, and instead of retreating, Palu steps into the flash and catches the man. And then he does it to Alamau as well. He just steps into it and gets him with the shotgun just before the flash effect comes in. Really good play from Palu.
All you need to do for G2 is Doki flashes, he pushes the way he did. No one was helping him. No, the G2 weren't helping each other out in that scenario. Top floor is in their control. You needed somebody rotating from garage corridor just to have the other angle. Like, it's really simple to say, but G2 just didn't communicate, didn't say to each other, let's do it. Maybe Doki thought, oh, I'll just kill him myself. Alamau thought, oh, I'll just kill him myself. You are against Liquid. Can we start putting a bit of respect on Liquid? Maybe is that the issue with G2?
I think it's maybe a little bit easy when you come in on the back of the bank game that they've just had. They've kind of run over Liquid, let's be honest. They've bullied them around the map, they've beaten them up, and you come in here thinking, yes, we're 5 versus 3, it's happening again, we're all over this. And yeah, I think you've just got to take that pause sometimes and think, we're playing into Palu here. If we give him a chance, he's going to take 3 of us out, and that's exactly what has happened there. So we move on. It's going to be round 2. Liquid will continue their defense this time up on the top floor, and we're going to have that Tubarão coming out. We've had a lot of Tubarão use so far in this game. I think we will see that continue throughout the tournament. They're just going to be holding them out of electrical, out of IT for the time being.
Yeah, Monty comes in extremely strong for the top floor. Great operator for the top floor attack. Clears away garage with ease, as seen, but more importantly, is a great operator for pushing in towards Fish. You'll see Alamau in the kind of first half in towards garage, making sure he can help his team feed out that information so they can just get themselves set up on that side of the map. Whenever things will start to slow down a little bit, Alamau will then rotate out the garage window and then over towards Fish. You will then have a bit of an exit coming in towards Fish where you're just again pointing out kills left, right, and center, and because this wall is open, it means that nobody in the defense can sit in a position that is going to be safe in that bomb site. So you're just forcing everyone out. But one thing I see is that they've actually reinforced, see that wall right beside Nest to the left. That's reinforced, so it means Alamar can just walk in with very little issues. However, a flank has come in from Garage. How has a flank come in towards Garage? Alamar with a pistol again goes down. G2 looks so easy for them, but again, out of nowhere, Liquid have pulled it back.
We've already seen Uno manage to pull off a 1v3 once today. The question is, can he do it again? And I'm going to use that word again, unforgivable, if he manages to do this. Liquid have got to be asking serious questions. They know where he's coming from, and they're going to have absolutely none of it. I love that from Resets. He's the one with the shotgun. He's the one that can take that fight at a real close angle. Right, I'm going to get up to the reinforcement. I'm going to give myself every advantage in this fight. Wins it out, and Liquid 2-0 on the defense.
Honestly, I think, again, G2 opportunity spotted that really well. Whenever that wall, that close wall is reinforced, it means you can walk in. There's nobody holding you from electrical then.
Same problem with when they tried to go in through the triple wall on Clubhouse, if you remember. Sent Alamau in, Doki lost the gunfight. Sent Alamau in here, Doki loses the gunfight as Ness manages to kill him. Granted, this time there was a trade there immediately, so it was better, but they still lost that fight and didn't gain the ground that they wanted.
I think I'm just annoyed, right? I reinforced that wall one time, and I got grief for a week from my staff. They went through the VOD replay and seen who reinforced it.
Located a bomb.
And I'm sitting there getting griefed.
A classic.
Liquid just done it, won the round. Can't win.
A classic. I love the VOD, the old ranked VOD review.
Such petty individual. It's a ranked game, but obviously these people take ranked as though it's life or death. It's not life or death, it's ranked.
Elo's everything, Devin.
Oh, you're one of them.
Elo's everything.
Don't get fresh in here as well. No point.
Here we go, the Lagonis is going to be getting the outside. Hatch should have time to get himself safely back in. A little bit of risk and reward, but I don't think I've really ever seen too many people get killed doing it. So that's just going to secure the hatch down into Freezer, which is going to prevent that easy access down into Kitchen. Just try and burn a little bit more utility. Kitchen's quite an interesting spot because there's not really much vertical that you can get that sees into Kitchen, particularly around that window area. If you open up from the connector door into Meeting Corridor, if you open up the floor there, thank you very much. If you open up the floor, you can get the long angle down into Kitchen if you lie prone, so you can kind of see in there, but you certainly can't see past the half wall. So this area around the bomb chassis, but for the window, is pretty much one of the safest areas in sight.
I do like the addition of the Blitz. I mean, I think Blitz just jumping in straight for the window will probably get you, a kill. Will just be able to just take that really small gunfight, because again, you mentioned Kitchen, there's not really any vertical angles you can get, but there also isn't really any room for two players. It's just one guy can sit in there, and that's where your Blitz can do a lot of work. There's going to be Virtue in first, on the back of the Candela, finds one, but no, can't find the second, and it's only down to the Blitz, who also gets eliminated. Everyone else from G2 lost their engagement, so that push coming in through Kitchen was futile.
You might remember before coming into this demo, before coming into this final map, I pointed out that Nighthaven had been banned against Liquid 13 times recently. I think we're starting to see why. We're going to have G2 call the attack timeout. They've sort of tried to rip the emergency brake here, and they're just trying to put the stoppers on this.
They did the same in Clubhouse, that didn't work. So.
Yeah, just trying to put the stoppers on this, because right now, Liquid are absolutely running away with this. They look just beyond dominant, really, here on Nighthaven.
Obviously, we have to say, this is defender-sided.
There was a 3v5 that they were able to win out.
Yeah.
So there is a couple of little plus points for G2.
I think it's always going to be decided on, the defense kind of stuff. Because, again, I think 4-2 halves are kind of... It's like 5-1 halves are kind of generic.
It feels like G2 are spotting opportunities and they're going for them, which is fine. Like they think they've seen the opportunity to get in through Kitchen window and aggress on and kill it. But it's almost, it feels a little bit like Liquid are manufacturing the opportunities. It's like, here, we're going to tempt you. We're going to put a few sweets down on the floor. We're going to tempt you into this opportunity, but bang, we're ready for it. And it just feels like that. It feels like they're always baiting them into those opportunities.
It's like the blitzing is at the main show, Liquid are more than happy letting the main show run. But all the other G2 players are like the commercials. No, we'll kill the commercials first, then we'll go for the big show.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Everyone else is losing whatever job it is that G2 are setting up. They're losing those engagements. And it's like, yeah, the main push is working, but if you don't have all the little pushes also combining into a big push, it's not going to work.
Great stuff from Liquid so far, and I'm sure the Brazilian team are going to look to continue in the same vein as they will go for the same site rotation now. They're going to be. Oh no, we're going to see a little bit of storage actually. Demo.
Camera feed up and running.
I mean, I think it's a good sight if Solus is open. And I think the weird thing is that Solus is open, and yet Liquid haven't brought in the Solus, which I'm very surprised about. This is a bomb site where getting a plant off can be quite easy. You know, we've got a bomb site where you jump in a window and you can plant pretty safely as well. So you kind of need the Solus to see where that diffuser's going down, and then, you know, just shooting for the floor. Quite easy, isn't it? But yeah, they're going to opt to go for it without the use of the Solus. So and the thing is as well, you sit there and say, oh, but they'll play off the echo cams. I mean, G2 have been playing a lot of Dokkaebi. All it takes is, okay, let's go for the plant, call, Echo can't use the cams.
Yeah, and you've got the RQ on side with Alamau as well. You know, potentially look to use that. You're very reliant on those Yokai cams, as you say. So Benja just going to be opening up those verticals from above, using the soft breach charges on Ace. Not going to find an angle onto anybody for the time being, but can hold this. It does, as I was going to say, can hold this for a little while and just prevent too much movement in and around site at least.
Oh. Well, not sure about this sometimes from G2. I always say, if you want to know where a team, what their kind of idea is with their attack, if you're not entirely sure, just look where the diffuser is. Alamau has the diffuser in hand, and he's on the garage door, and that kind of screams to me he may be just looking to walk into the site and try and go for a plant. He will now rotate over, and is he going to go up or will again? Is he going to go back to garage? I just don't know, but I think just the vertical pressure needs to be applied. Uno jumps in after seeing that door is going to be castled off. He misses the default cam though of a few shots, but again, yeah, look where Alamau is. You would expect he's just going to try and walk into him.
5 versus 4 then as Virtue manages to pick up Nesk. Alamau now holding the long angle. G2 have the advantage here. They need to use it this time. As you say, in comes the Dokkaebi call. That prevents that use of the Valkyrie cams, of the Echo drones, of everything, whilst those calls are ended or whilst you wait for the time to tick by. Utility is pouring on in here. G2 haven't been able to find another kill yet. 50 seconds left to go, and as I say that, Uno manages to pick up Maya, and it's looking good for G2 here. But once again, Liquid fight back. Lagonis resets. Bring it back to a 3 versus 3. 45 seconds left to go.
Palu looking for the flank in towards Garage. Uno has found a big kill on the resets, but Lagonis still above, causing so many issues. Palu with the swing around. Nobody's covering him. Virtue caught in the open. A quick prone from Palu keeps himself alive, and Lagonis can hold from above. He has all those vertical angles now working against G2. Virtue knows exactly where he is, but the quick peek up from Palu nails him right in the head with that shotgun.
Palu is really feeling himself. He is definitely that guy on that Haven Labs. He's just getting round after round, locked down for his team here. And G2 have got absolutely no answers, Demo. They're being pushed around here. They're being bullied out of Night Haven. Liquid look electric.
Look, it comes down from a flank from Lagonis. Something so simple. One guy flanking should not be the reason why the attack fails.
Liquid have just got all the answers. I think they've seen the questions before they've sat the test. They've got all the answers. They seem to be just predicting really well what is going to come and where they're going to be able to hurt G2. We've seen it in a few rounds now. It comes back to what I was saying about they're almost baiting them into these opportunities and saying, we'll give you a little bit of space here, but as soon as you try to take it, we've got the plan, we've got the flank, we've got the fight ready.
It's just weird because I look at the setup from Liquid, for example, and I see the way they're set up. You have the Dokkaebi to stop any of the echo cams coming in, and you've opened up all the top floor angles. You know, Liquid are going to be off-site. Like, it just feels like, for me, it's like, how do you not win it from there? It looks so easy. You should just be able to walk in and plant. I just don't know what G2 are missing. Like, it just feels, oh yeah, G2 in a great position, everything covered, vertical angles, you can stop the echo cam coming in, you can walk in and plant. You know, I think that's the way you would describe how you win that attack. And it looks like G2 are going to do that, and then something goes wrong. And I just cannot pinpoint what goes wrong.
Makes me wonder if, and this is speculation, it makes me wonder whether the team are at 4-0 down or 3-0 down at the time, maybe just getting a little bit quiet.
It looks disjointed as well, I think.
Well, this is why, you know, are the team just getting a little bit quiet? The comms aren't there, and, you know, maybe so those opportunities aren't quite getting called of like, right, we just need a dog to call, in we go, we'll get the plant now. And maybe that's not quite there. I don't know, we'll see. You know, maybe as we go on, as we see those those player cams, we'll get a better idea. But it is a potential, of course. But Liquid right now, they're going to be feeling so confident. 4-0 up. They've already done what they need to on the defensive half. If they can get another round here, another 2 rounds, everything's just a bonus at this point now.
Alamau on the shield again. Is able to take out the mirror window, and Benj is there using the information. So one thing that they struggle with, not just in Clubhouse, but obviously in Nighthaven as well, from what we've seen. I mean, still, Ness has been able to get kills, but again, the wall's open, it's pushed them out. What they need is they need the pressure coming in through Fish. I cannot exaggerate how important it is that you have another avenue of pressure coming in. A great swing from Doki again, but still, kills are being traded back and forth from Liquid. They're not just going to let G2 get away with everything.
And the problem is his numbers dwindle, and one of them is Monte. It becomes an issue because he doesn't have the same gun power. He does manage to pick up Maya though. 2 versus 1 as resets onto Uno, and this is now very difficult for Alamau to do anything. He's fighting with a pistol only. Palu is down. It's 1v1. Alamau's going to have to make a move.
Oh, he's going to go for the defuse instead. There's no way Paulu's going to be revived. He gets off the plan as well, pulls out the pistol, doesn't leave the shield out as well. Oh, Alamau, you are dancing with fire. He's got a ping. They've got information. He will plant right in front of the breach. Gets off. No! And he gets the pistol kill. Oh my God!
Ooh.
Hey,
I know that Milosh is watching this. I'm wondering if he saw that demo.
No way. What? Nani?
Milosh enjoying the game as much as we are there, I think. Loving what he's seeing.
I don't know. Look, Tim, you're a little bit older than me. Maybe 2. No, no. I'm 25. You're what, 27? 28? Does that sound right?
Me, 28. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
My blood pressure, bro. Get the machine that checks the blood pressure, because
there's so many people
dealing with this.
So many people in the chat and on Twitter going, "This is not 28."
Plus 10. Plus 10.
Oh, dearie me. Right, here we go. Liquid 4-1. What a great finish. Let's come back to that. Alamau, 1 versus 1 on the Monte. Not always the easiest thing to do. It can be a tough one if you're not going to have the opportunity to get the diffuser down, and that is, of course, always the most difficult bit in a 1v1. He's limited to only having the pistol. He does have the slight boost of the shield in front of him. It makes the gunfight a little bit more difficult. I like what Liquid did there in that situation. He created distance, which is what you want, really. You're fighting against the pistol, create distance and, you know, take your advantage of your gun. You've got a better range. But then he comes in and he gives him the close fight. And it just made it possible for Alamau to swing him on that corner. And it was great stuff from Alamau. What a round. G2 needed a hero play and Alamau stepped up right then and there.
Honestly, if they can get a 4-2 out of this, they've salvaged it massively. You know, they would look like a shipwreck. You know, Titanic 2.0, and somehow they've been able to pull it back. And right now, they have had some issues at the moment with actually trying to open up some of the walls. Again, it was expected. With Maverick banned, you have a bandit downstairs. That single wall that I mentioned, you're just never going to be able to open up that wall. And to open up the wall, the only way you do it is then take Garage. Look at Liquid, they're not going to give you Garage. They're going to roam. They're going to stop you from doing that.
Ness just working onto this catwalk window for the time being, hoping somebody's going to hop in and give him a little freebie to kick things off. Again, something that G2 need to do here. They've been getting the entry kills really, really well. It's more been the mid-round and the late round that has been the problem. Liquid being able to fight in, so need to get the entry and cement it. Palu picks up Doki, but Uno is there for the trade. Not the end of the world for G2. It clears one out at least. They've lost the Deimos, not ideal, but they've still got the utility that they need for the round.
They do. And again, Deimos is just there to hunt the roamers. I mean, the roamer's been hunted. You know, he's dead, so he's done his job. Alamau, already down on Pillar, he's taking the space extremely fast along with Virtue. They're going to go for a different approach. They're going to try and hit the site as quick as they can, and they start to line up. Alamau finds one, Virtue finds the other. What a double push from those two.
G2 really finding their feet when it mattered most, when they needed it. They managed to secure their final 2 attacking rounds and take a 4-2 half in which, to be honest, Liquid could sit there kicking themselves because there was definitely an opportunity for a 5-1 or even a 6-0 with the way they've played at the beginning of things. What Liquid can't do now is let that energy be drawn away from them. It's fine, they're quiet, they're peaceful, but they can't let it be drawn out of them because they were playing on confidence so far through the beginning of that map, and they got to keep that going.
They'll be very happy to get those 2 rounds back. Because 4-2, I would say, is like, yeah, we're happy. If we get 2 attacks with a Maverick ban, we're very happy with that. Like, we really are. So I think the defense now comes in for G2, and you would say that they're going to be a lot more confident. They're going to be really excited to get their hands in towards this defensive side of things. And now I would say the pressure's kind of shifted on the Liquid, because now we need from them free defenses round. Obviously, 2 gets them into that overtime. So yeah, pressure now shifts. We start to see how G2 want to do with their defense. And looking at their lineup, I mean, the Clash comes in as an operator. I wonder what that's going to be for. I would probably say, right, remember I mentioned before how strong Monty is for pushing fish. Well, the best counters to Monty, it's another shield, it's the Clash.
It is. You go head-to-head. Clash is going to win it out because, of course, the electrification, if you don't know, the taser effect that Clash has works through the shield of Monty, so there's nothing that he can do about it. So, yeah, definitely the ideal counter. And like you say, I think, you know, just reading into the fact that G2 themselves used that Monty so much on that push. So it's definitely something Liquid are going to need a plan for. But here comes Nesk. He's on the knock, but the barricade is just going to slow him down, Demo.
Yeah, just a wise move. Just one barricade has essentially made your nuke null and void. You know, that's all Ness is going to be able to do. And look, it's not as though it's a heavy util information kind of lineup coming in from G2. A lot of their, I would say, information is more, you can see it. You know, the Clash is going to be able to see the nuke. The mirror window, information, but you can see. You're not relying on the cameras.
Maya going to be getting that connector wall open, so this is good progress from Liquid. You want to get that connector wall open, make sure you've got the flank and rotates cut off from lobby up towards meeting corridor up the stairs. Make sure you've got that locked down, and then you can start working in from that. The next job is make sure you've got control of electrical, and then you can start thinking about a breach on into site.
Yeah, they haven't opened up IT though. That's the only issue that they've kind of came across.
It's another one of those phantom pressure points. Even if you're not going to use it, get it open.
It's just very difficult, again, like we mentioned, with not having the Maverick. Open up that wall is a bit of a nightmare. So, yeah, look, Liquid are going to struggle on the attack, open up the walls, equally as what G2 did.
They've got the book, get underneath,
I think they have done that, but then the issue is that you have a mirror window that's opened. So that's where they start to have a couple of issues.
Yeah.
And there's also going to be a lineup of a C4, so even if, Thermite can just place the Thermite charge on the repel, as soon as he hears that, the C4's ripped, and that's a dead Thermite. So it just stops him from doing that. Love that from G2.
Yeah, it's well played from G2. Good setup, like you said. Lagonis going to go in and deal with the other mirror window, looking out into connector. Maya manages to deal with Benja, picks up the open, and Nitro goes out, not going to find anybody, just playing in behind that shield here, Virtue, but he's going to be meeting face-to-face with another shield. It's going to be the Monty of Lagonis right up there, just pushing onto electrical door. Virtue taking damage. It's getting difficult for G2. They're trying to play inside a pressure cooker here, Demo.
Oh, Uno flashed out. Still alive, though, and the Monty hasn't really moved into the site, probably because he's been smoked out, and also the Clash is now moving in towards Electro, trying to hold that down. The wall will be opened up, and Uno now has to play in that kind of safety corner, but the floor below him is entirely open. As long as Liquid can just play with this man advantage and rotate somebody over for a backstab, they should be able to win this. But again, that Clash is just delaying that Monty. Here comes the backstab coming in for Fish. Virtue's going to try and hold it. He will be flashed out, but somehow gets the kill. Doki with one as well onto the Clash. Reset pulls out the pistol, but to no avail. What a hold from G2, they stand strong.
Was really, really good. Liquid got a lot of what they needed. They got connector open. They were able to find a couple of kills. They got control of electrical. They had the opportunity to push into site, but they had no answer to the Clash. Doki stood in the breach and said to the Monty, yeah, what you gonna do? Here's some electricity, enjoy it. And then that backstab just didn't work out. Virtue with a huge moment on the flash kill. Brilliant stuff from G2. They dug their heels in there because Liquid were pushing them hard.
Honestly, see Doki in that breach, it's like Spider-Man holding the train back.
Yeah.
You know, I have no idea how they've won that round. Liquid opened up everything, they flashed everything, their utility dump was good. They bucked below everything.
I think the way that I would put it is G2 there at the end in that last 30 seconds have worked with a surgical precision. They were low on manpower,
10 seconds
they were at a
remaining.
disadvantage, but they recognised the two
5
key
seconds left
spots
before insertion.
and they just held on to them. We don't need to worry about the other stuff. And they made that decision very, very quickly. So with surgical precision, they recognised Monty's going to walk into sight through that breach, Doki holds that. They're going to push Fish, that's going to break us wide open, Virtue holds on to just that. And it got them the round, and it was really, really well done. It brings us back within one. This is the map 3 that we wanted. This is the G2 Liquid game that we wanted. This is phenomenal siege to kick off the Manchester Major.
I want to see a 4-4 now, because that means Liquid won 4,
I want to
G2
see
was
overtime.
4.
I want to see everything.
And then anything
Demo.
goes from there, but it's just, again, G2, the momentum can be infectious at times for that team. Like, if they just have that little bit of a blood in the water, they're gonna go for it. They will. But like I said, Liquid, I thought the attack setup was really good considering how handcuffed you are, considering Maverick's banned. But yeah, just wasn't enough. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure out how G2 won that round. It's just, honestly, I just thought they were going to be dead. Because it's so... See, whenever there's like multiple angles being opened up all around you and flashbangs come in, you're almost sitting to yourself saying, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm going to die here in 2 seconds. It's like you almost get into that mentality, but just the kills never came, and then G2 take their chances.
Round 8 then, we're going to have Liquid trying again on the attack. They're moving really confidently actually. They've got themselves into the top 4 really
beautiful.
Palu is going to be cut down by Uno. Has a little bit of support up there as well. And again, it's good from G2 just doubling up. But Nesk, he's there with one of his own onto Benja 4v4. But Alamo has the trade 4v3. G2 keep themselves in the advantage.
What a play from Doki and Uno. Doki has prepped the castle barricade, punches it, and straight out a shotgun from hell from Uno. Takes him out. Down goes Paulu. Nesk obviously got taken out as well from a great rotation, and Liquid are really struggling, very similar. Like, trying to clear out this player on the corridor stairs was the same issue G2 had, and now Liquid are feeling the same.
Yeah, absolutely. They've not really got any answers to it. We have the smoke canisters coming out, Resets taking a couple of lungfuls of that and taking the damage that goes along with it. The one thing I would say for G2 is look at the hit points. Alamo, Uno, Doki, all on low health. Doki 1 bullet, Uno 2, Alamo potentially 2. It's gonna be a tough fight if it comes to it at the end. There is potential where Liquid move in and somebody just gets banged 2 or 3 kills really, really quickly, but that's important. Alamo cuts down Resets. Maya, Lagonis, of course, on the Monty is only really half a gun. He's only got the pistol to work with. Maya trying to get something going, but in a 1v4, it's not going to be possible as Virtue finds the trade. That's going to be another round, and G2 level things up 4-4.
Oh, great individualization of just getting the kills, hitting them where they're weak. You know a player's going to be pushing towards cargo, double up on them. You know the Monty's by himself, double up on them. G2 just played that man advantage so well. Liquid, same issues as what G2 had. Clearing away those players on cargo has been the bane of these attacks. Like, they have really struggled. They only got control of cargo stairs because G2 gave it to them as well. Like, I would have probably said the Warden could have sat there for a lot longer than whenever he pulled back.
Let's head into a Liquid timeout then. They've decided that they need a few extra seconds to be having a chat. Huxord is going to be having some input in between these rounds because G2, as soon as they've got themselves onto the defense, they've really started to find their feet here on Nighthaven. And at the minute demo, I mean, I looked at this thinking, you know, G2 might be hoping for a bit of overtime potentially, but right now, I'm not sure how many attacks this Liquid team are going to have in them because G2 are just setting up so well.
At 4s there, I was thinking they'd be lucky if they get overtime.
Yeah.
Like, they really would. They'd be lucky if they get 5 rounds, 4 rounds.
That's 4 rounds in a row now.
Momentum, massive thing. Not just in terms of the game, but the mental warfare that goes on. You're giving G2 that belief that they can do anything. I said it before, G2, on their day, can beat anyone in the world. but then the next day they can go and lose to the worst team in the world. That is the dynamic of this team. They show up when they want to, and that has been a big issue for them, I would say, the entire EUL stage, where they have lost games that you just think, what's the point of supporting this team? What is the point? And then they might come out and surprise you and think, I'm so happy I support this team. They will drive you round the bend, and they've been doing it for years. This isn't just a one-time thing. This happens all the time.
5 seconds to go.
Well, as a supporter of a number of sports teams that do exactly the same to me, I can understand the excitement at least. It's the unpredictability that can be fun. But let's see how predictable the rest of this matchup can be. 1 round apiece, of course, one map apiece. This will be a winner takes all here on Nighthaven. 4-4. Everything else that has gone before doesn't really count for very much now. We are dead square, dead level. It's going to be whoever comes out on top over these next 4 rounds.
So I'm happy to see the Solus coming in. I think G2 understand the power of this operator that you can have with the storage. I mentioned before how easy it can be just to walk in and plant. We can see that G2 have decided to try and hold every floor. It's a full triple floor setup. They've got players in towards the basement, and reinforcements down there, and also players in towards the top floor. We see a Grim and a Ying come in from Liquids. In terms of pushing power, they have more than enough to really deal with that. But I think it just comes down to, can you stop the Solus from ruining your day? Because Solus can go below and deny, but can also go above and deny. She can do both. So for Liquid, they then have to control both. They have to control top floor, they have to control basement, and still have to try and get the plant down. G2 are making Liquid work tooth and nail to secure this.
Impact Nade is going to go out from Doki, just looking to clear out some of that utility. Again, IT wall is open, but still not really in a usable fashion. It is going to force him potentially out of that position, but Benja able to aggress forward, get himself into electrical. Few pot shots through the window, not going to catch anybody on the other side of the barricade. Lagonis ready, looking to get that Candela in through the window.
That's what I'm waiting for. Like, it looks as though they're ready. He has the diffuser in hand. But are G2 going to be ready for it? In it goes. They know there's only one player inside. It is going to be the Debarro, but he has the C4. Will go out. Is that enough? Yes, it is. It denies. Lagonis getting the plant out, but a great refrank though from Ness, and he will start going for the plant. Where's the reaction from G2? Impact goes in from Doki. He knows where he is, but he looks the wrong way. There's a player right beside him, and Garage Alamo with C4, but now it's a 1v3 for Alamo. Then he has to try and clutch up into the 1v2 now. Diffuser is called on the ground, but 45 seconds. Can Liquid get this over the line?
This could be an absolutely huge moment for Alamo here. He's managed to get himself into a position, but no! Parlu is watching! Parlu is ever present for Liquid, gets the final kill, and they manage to put a stop to the runaway train that G2 had become. They get themselves around. It's 5-4. Is this gonna be the Brazilians bouncing back?
Oh, it needs to be. It needs to be. They took a 4-round drought before they were able to get their 5th round on the board. I mean, G2, I would say that Liquid, I think they've really seen the weakness. There's only one guy in sight. We take the double trade. We get the double trade, we can try and get the plant down. Paulu was such an important kill. Paulu was able to get a kill in the basement, rotate towards the top floor, get another kill, and then go to the mid floor and get another kill. He got a kill on every floor of the sites, on the map, every floor. That's not easy to do.
No, it's not at all, and Paulu is making the difficult look easy today. Really has had a great game so far. Quiet couple of rounds, but certainly stepping up again there where Liquid needed him. Finds himself 10 kills, 5 deaths. He's going to be taking the Ying this time around. Liquid just need 2 more rounds. G2 only need 3. It's a first to 7, of course. If we do go to 6 apiece, then we will get 3 rounds of overtime to decide the ultimate winner here, and it will be the ultimate winner. They will move forward to play GK in the upper bracket for that coveted spot in Phase 2. The loser, of course, will drop down to the lower bracket and will need to find 2 wins in order to qualify. That's the difference of the swing here. The winner gets an extra chance. They get 2 games to potentially qualify. They can play against GK. If they lose that, they drop to the lower bracket. So they have a real advantage. The loser drops down and has only 1 more chance.
So this is a bomb site that I have no idea how G2 were able to hold on to it. It was just everything looked to be going in favor of Liquid, but they had a big issue, of course, with opening up the main wall, mostly because they were only bringing in, I believe, Deimos and Hard Breach gadgets, and then also the Thermite. But now you've got the Ace, you've got the Selmas, so the Impact Trick or C4, whatever you want to do, isn't going to work for them. So they have delayed it just a little bit now with the Tabaro, but eventually it will run out. Eventually you're going to be able to get that wall open. So I wonder if that's going to make the difference. It's just Liquid have that wall opened up, put more pressure on G2, gives them another avenue that they can push in towards. I would say it probably will.
Information game is still going on for Liquid as the drones continue to race around. Said a couple of times that Liquid are having a little bit of freedom on the drones halfway through the round. They've still got 6 left alive, so plenty of information is going to be feeding in for them. Ness, last time around, tried that knock push in through there. This time decides, you know what, I'm just going straight on the Ash, but Virtue manages to pick up resets. Ness is there, ready for the trade, but Virtue, he's got himself away. Parlu, however, picks up Doki, manages to find his man. Ness with a huge double, and that could be the key, Demo. That could unlock things for Liquid as Lagonis manages to find Virtue. It's all up to Uno underneath.
C4.
He's got no C4. There's nothing he can do. Lagonis, here's the man underneath. It's enough to get him off the plant, but all he does is relocate, and he's going to stick it this time.
Uno had a clutch already in towards Bank, but these are very different circumstances. The Ying is just letting her rip. No access for Uno today. He's going to have to try and go for it sooner or later, or else they might come to him, and they do. The Liquid on to map point, on to series point.
Woo! The thing is, Demo, either of these teams, whoever wins this, they deserve it. They've both had such great moments. We have been treated to an unbelievable game of Siege here on day one. This has been pure wall-to-wall entertainment. We've had everything. We've had a close game. We've had a run back. We've had G2 just running away with Bank. We've had a bit of everything. We've had clutches, plants. We've had support play. We've had the whole package. The question is, can Liquid wrap this up here and now? Can they close it out? That was something that they struggled with on Clubhouse. They had many more rounds opportunity on Clubhouse, but G2 were able to get back into it. This time, they only get 2 bites at this.
But they have to beat the basement, which, as we know, is a juggernaut of a site. Whenever you look at the bans, you've lost the Ram, so opening up above is going to be difficult. You've lost the Maverick, opening up that single wall is going to be nigh impossible. So you're just going to be handicapped from the get-go. You're not going to be able to have that luxury of just, oh, we'll just sweep for it. We'll throw the Ram drones in, it'll open up all the verticals for us. Oh, we'll get the Maverick in, no bandit tricking to worry about. You have to go through all of that. That is the difficult part. And looking at the lineup, no EMPs. This is a field day of your bandit. Absolute field day. Just leave them there and just walk away, that's it. But I would say no on Liquid. They'll probably try and get in above. They'll try and do a bit of vertical action here or there. Once they sit to the side, yeah, it's pretty opened up, then they'll probably try and send the blitz in. But G2 aren't going to give them that. They're not going to give them that verticality as easy as what they would like it to be.
I love this from Benja, right up in the faces of Liquid. Like you say, G2 really sort of throwing everything at this round. They know that they need to get the win. They're going to give Liquid absolutely nothing for free. Benja missing his opportunity on the drone. And Maya is going to pick up Alamo. And that could be Liquid moving themselves one step closer to continuing here in the upper bracket. Nesk manages to find Uno, but Toki is there for the trade. C4 goes out, not going to find its mark. Benja continues fighting, sees the bug, but can't quite catch the man.
Oh, they've just left him. They've dropped the hatch. They've went against him, but no, it's going to work out for Benja. He gets both of them. How has he got both of them? G2 have flipped it on its head. Liquid are thinking, oh, we're geniuses, we'll leave him or run away. No, Benja comes to you. Benja will find you, and Benja will end you.
Cannot be leaving themselves open to an attack from the hatch like that. Surely there was an opportunity for Liquid to turn and take that fight, close Benja out, and then what do G2 do? But no, they've managed to turn a man disadvantage back in their favour. 3 versus 1. Parlu, I've said a couple of times, he's had a great game today. He's going to need to go even bigger if Liquid want to win this here and now. He's got a 1v3 facing up against him, but he has time on his side, Demo. The clock at least is in his favour. Does a little bit of droning, can't find anything, but with the default cam up, they know where he's coming from.
Yeah, he has flashes which he can maybe try and use, but now he's trapped. He's just stuck in this corner. They're just going to start firing bullets. Eventually, they'll get him unless they give him picks like that. 45 seconds, bear in mind, no diffuser, and there we have it, the long angle from Benja, the man of the round, who somehow got those 2 kills. Like Liquid, they just think, we'll leave him. We'll let him be up there, we'll just hit the side, but then it works against them. They just weren't expecting that as soon as they open the hatch, Benja would be there immediately.
Yeah. I think that's it, and I think it was Benja's speed of thought that got him those 2 kills. They must have known that he was there because he took shots at the book. But like you say, they think, right, drop the hatch, just get away from him. If we get into sight, we're safe. But Benja had made a speedy decision.
Benja knows what they're doing.
After them.
He read what they were going to do.
I'm going straight after them. So as soon as they're dropping, he's already stood on that hatch. And think about the operator he took out. He took out a blitz, which in a man advantage situation like that could be absolutely lethal against the defenders. But great play from Benja to close out the round. And that's going to be G2 taking it all the way to 12. We wouldn't expect this one to have finished any different. And honestly, if we got a couple more rounds, I couldn't say I'd be surprised in the least. Both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail. They are both fighting so hard to take this initial win.
Top floor. They've won it once, they've lost it once. G2, last time they were here, they got caught out by Nest, just making a bit of a play. He thinks, I'll just walk into electrical, I'll see if they line up, and they did, and I'll get a few kills, and from there it's just wraps. It's easy for Liquid then to play up that man advantage.
Swapping mags.
Honestly, I think the way both teams have been playing, the first kill's so important. It's massive in the grand scheme of things.
Reset's just going to be taking those pot shots to open up the angle into Warehouse. And it's going to be a little bit of a push towards the top floor then for Liquid. This is where it's all going to be decided. We've seen the good, as you said, we've seen the bad both come out of G2 up on this top floor site. The question is, what are we going to see from Liquid? They managed to get IT open pretty much immediately. That is a good start from them. Getting that long angle, we've seen a lot of fighting done over that wall so far, and they really haven't had to mess about this time.
No, get the walls open. It's always the step one that we look at whenever you deal with these top floor attacks. I wonder what G2 are going to do differently, because if this is shaping up in the same fashion that Liquid had the last time they were up here for this attack, then you would expect it'll probably end the same way. So it's up to G2 to adapt, it's up to G2 to change what they're going to go for. Again, it's mostly the same lineup. However, I think they brought in the mute, probably because the drones have just been rampant. Oh my god, what a kill! Doki gets shot at from below and he just says, have that! Have a bit of that, won't you?
Well, the big question now is how impactful is opening that mirror window? If that mirror window being open wins them the round, then Nest's death was worthwhile. If it doesn't, then yeah, you've got to ask the questions, and Doki's done fantastically well to turn on him so quickly and find the kill. 5 versus 4, advantage G2, 1 minute 15, and with the time ticking down, Liquid don't really have much control here, Demo. They haven't really cleared out too much to get themselves into a position to execute. They're going to push up backwards stairs here. They're looking to get aggressive. Lagonis is going first. They need to make sure they're getting these kills at the top.
It's a good play to try and scare away the defenders, but he didn't get any kills from it, and the smoke can just stop it. Virtue came up behind them. Virtue flanked the flankers for Liquid. Doki trying to push it as well, using the freeze. Oh, what a pick! Doki on the 3 of them in the round. Tim, I think we're going there. We're going to the place that you know and love as Reset's going to get ganged up by all of them. Hang on a minute, 2 kills coming. The favor of Resets. Still 3 more to find, but G2 are in positions where they can play off each other. Jumps outside, rotates around. Resets has to go up against this crossfire. Uno and Benja close to each other. Benja gives away. But there we have it, Tim. Where are we going?
We're going to overtime. And what a game this is turning out to be. Let's have every single round of it. Let's have every single drop of this siege that we can get, because both of these teams are delivering. G2 in those final moments got a little bit excited. They threw themselves at Resets and he almost had an opportunity. A 1v5 became a 1v2 by the time he was taken down. But G2, after those first couple of kills, did exactly what they needed to do. They just dropped back, they sat in position, they knew that the kill was theirs.
They have read, I think, the last 2 rounds extremely well. I think Benja read it extremely well. I also think Alamam has done some great shot calling. Let's double up on Fish, where we know they're going to go. They're going to go to Fish. I'll play prone, you play up high. Anyone who comes in, they're going to come up against a firing squad. They then probably have some form of information. They hear a bit of shuffling below. You know that they're going to come also from the bottom of Fish. There's 2 people from Liquid went there. What then have G2 done with that extra man that they got previously from a great shot from Doki? Let's send him on a flank. Let's flank these guys as they push up in towards Fish. There's no way, like, Liquid have not been bringing a single operator. No Nomad, no Gridlock. That hasn't existed in this game, even the series. That has not been a thing. So flanks for both teams, I wouldn't say have been abused, but they have been sitting there ripe for the picking, and G2 come at the correct moment to abuse the lack of flank protection.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Let's go then. It's going to be round 13. Liquid move on to the defense, which is going to give them an advantage. The defenders, of course, so far have won for 2 halves each time. They're going to go down to the basement. No major surprises, Demo. We've seen the strength of this site in this game so far. It's been very... I mean, let's be honest, though. It was down to a big Palu 3K last time, or at least one of the times that Liquid defended it, that they were able to hold on to it. So we'll see how this one plays out. It could be an opportunity for G2.
Look at the lineup from G2. It just screams we're going to oppress the living daylight out of anyone who could be just sat on those cargo stairs. Myers went for a jump out. He's taken out the IQ, but very swiftly has been traded onto. So I would say probably an okay trade for both sides. An IQ, sure, you lose the IQ. Maybe the Valkyrie might be a bit of an issue, but again, Castle is used to Castle barricades. He can do what he wants at that stage. So again, it's not horrible for both teams. So we'll see how it plays through. Alamau is on the hunt. They will try and spot the Solus, who you need to try and find, and they have spotted him now, so you would expect that the Deimos will come in as soon as that is recharged, as Doki had just used it previously to try and track out Lagonis and the Valkyrie.
Yeah, you'd expect the next one to come in.
Waiting for it, here we go.
To Nesk then. It is now available, and there you go. Solis has been targeted, so that's going to leave a lot of information. Doki is coming in looking for the kill, but Nesk tries to play into it, tries to bait out a kill of his own, but he can't find him. Doki manages to slam him with a vendetta. A beautiful headshot to give G2 the advantage on the attack 4v3, but it's Parlus in the same spot. Yeah. Once again, out comes the Toxic Babes just to slow that push, and G2, they'd better have an answer to this.
You would hope so. Doki still has 1 scan left. If they can spot out the smoke, I don't know if they have, then they can track Palu, and that will solve a lot of the issues. But like I mentioned before, just have one person push from one side and the other from the other, and flash them out, you should have no problem whatsoever. But again, you're just slowing down the clock. Maybe they're going to try and avoid it. C4 has also been ripped there by resets, but nobody has really went into that location to have that C4 of any form of value. Doki now creeps around, will eliminate a bit of barbed wire. Smoke also gets tossed in, but just look at the time again. Polu is just playing it so well. Now he can go for the flank. Now he can go for the aggressive play.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He's looking to step up, and he finds his man. Takes down Doki 3 versus 2, though, as Benja has managed to get down onto that basement level. Lagonis comes around. It's going to be up to him. He can't find it. And G2, they managed to take the first attack. And now they're going to move on to defense, Demo. This could be their game.
Oh, my goodness, G2. We were sitting here debating. They have to get rid of Polu. They have to. No, they don't, Tim. They don't have to get rid of Polu, they just avoid him. Let's go for the other players. There's no point pushing against Polu, who's had our lives every time we went against him. Let's just go for the weaker players in the site, and they did that. They used the man advantage they had gained. The way that they moved around the map, using the Deimos, using the Dokkaebi to clear away the roamers, was extremely well done by G2. Just look at that example, clearing away Nesk and the Roam and the Solus. I thought that was extremely well done.
Yeah, it was good.
Just gives you that man advantage is so crucial. Even if Doki dies, it's still a 3 versus 3. Again, you get a big kill, it goes into the 3v2, you try and get the plant down, there's still a guy above, so Polu isn't going to be able to do much from the vertical angles you expect. Oh, he's above, he can go aggressive, but no, there's still somebody above being able to check him.
G2, they won top floor twice, they won basement twice, they did lose the top floor once, so I think we're likely to see basement, and that is where they've lined up. And this could be their final stand. All they've got to do is hold on for 3 minutes. All they've got to do is win this round. After 3 hours of play, they are in a position. They've now got the series point. Liquid have had their chances. They were 6-4 up. They were unable to close it out. G2 now get their throw of the dice. They're going to get 2 chances, because even if Liquid win this round, there will be 1 more to play. Can G2 close it out on Nighthaven?
Liquid looking at their lineup. Again, pretty orientated as well in terms of trying to go above and clear away the roamers using the Dokkaebi. You have the bucket as well, so you can do some form of the soft destruction, as we know. But like last time, G2, they're not wanting to give away that control for free. They want to make Liquid work, and that's one thing you have to commend both teams. They have really shown the best out of each other, haven't they? The setups and the defense, they have made the attackers work so incredibly hard, which I think makes it even more impressive that the attackers are winning rounds. It's just how well the defense has been playing, how well they've been setting up, and the attackers are still finding a way through that.
Tentative start so far. It feels like one of those rounds that Liquid really don't want to lose, but you've got to play it like you want to win it, not like you don't want to lose it. You've got to go in there and maybe try and get yourself an advantage, but it's such a difficult balance to find because, of course, you don't want to give G2 anything for free. Nitro comes out. That could be a big moment. Capcan down as Maya manages to find the kill onto Venger. We know he's had some big moments, but Dokkaebi is there with one of his own onto resets. However, he's going to stray into the path of Parlu. Nesk manages to pick up Uno, and this one looks like we could be set for every single round of map 3 because it's up to Alamau and Virtue. 2 versus 4, 1 minute 19 left on the clock. Liquid have got so much time to work with Demo. They've got 6 drones, they've got a ton of utility, they've got everything they need.
All they need to do is slow it down. Just take it at your pace. You've done the hard job. You've gotten 3 kills and you've only lost 1. Hatches are soft, some of them are soft that you can use. Look, Garage Hatch is already opened. There is options now for Liquid. You've done a bit of vertical action as well. Now you need to get the drones in. You need to get some form of information. They still have 6 drones alive. Get one of them sent down there. Get one of them to check out where the remaining 2 players are. Almost swinging into the hatch. Virtue almost had him, and he will be just tiptoeing around, but Maya is there to stop it, and now Alamau. Brazil versus Brazil. Alamau brings one with him, but no more than that. Liquid pushes all the way to round 15.
What matchup we are being treated to. 15 rounds on map 3.
Get the defib. Get the defib.
We come in here with 4-2 defensive halves, Demo, and then the attackers win both of the first overtime rounds. What is going on? Liquid now find themselves on the defense. Will they be able to find that defensive advantage when they need it most? When they're going to beat G2? When they're going to get revenge for SI24 after G2 sent them home on home soil? Can Liquid get it done and send them to the lower bracket?
And the issue we have, like you mentioned, both the overtimes were won by the attacks. Who does this favor then? Who does this go to?
Who knows at this point? It's anybody's.
Looking at the way G2 have attacked the top floor previously, it has been about using the Monty to gain early control of areas such as Garage, forcing the pressure onto Liquid. I look at, the kind of connector electrical side. G2 have not been interested in that whatsoever. Everything's coming from Garage and Fish. Every push has happened from that side of the map. Liquid should know that. Liquid should know they have no interest in going towards connector, going towards electrical. They should be geared up, trying to hold in towards that Garage. Double shields! Triple shields if he had the fuse shield on as well. Double shields they've brought in. They've got one form of hard breach being a hard breach gadget. What on earth have they got? What is this? This is either gonna be genius, brilliant, whatever you want to call it.
0-0.
Or you are clowning yourself, G2.
Virtue picks up Maya. That is going to be a big opener for G2. He has got in so aggressively. Here comes the push through electrical. Dokkaebi looking to go in. Manages to find his man. It's Alamau with the kill. Dokkaebi taken down. 3 versus 3. As somehow Liquid fight back. 2 versus 2. And a final twist in a game full of twists finds us in a 1 versus 1. It's Alamau versus Lagonis. It is a shield fronting up to the bandit. Alamau, we've already seen him in this position and he won it out last time. This time, he takes the damage and Lagonis will hit the Nitro that sees Liquid win what has been an unbelievably hard-fought game between them and G2 here at the Manchester Major.
What a way to finish it off! I was expecting this could be the longest 1v1 in history. There was 2 minutes on the clock as that came in. 2 minutes! And then a C4 looked as though it was delayed. It was a dud, it was a false C4, and then it just blows up and it catches him. I mean, what a way to finish it. It felt a little bit anticlimactic. Oh, he just blew up out of nowhere. Stepped on a landmine.
What a toll that must have taken on both sets of players, Demo. They'll both know that they've been involved in a special matchup there. That really does tell you what a perfect time for it. It's day one, and that just reminds you of exactly why we get so excited about these major events, about these international tournaments, because that is the excitement, that is the entertainment, and that is the enjoyment that we've got to look forward to for the next week and a half.
I mean, what a map. Just a roller coaster of a map. You know, sawed off the first two. That was the best of one we were watching.
It all came down to it, Demo. It all came down to it. We now have Milosh. He's with the winners. He's going to have a chat to Palu.
Thank you very much, lads. And yes, congratulations to Palu and Team Liquid. A tough game to go to max OT. Emotions are running high. Right? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a great match. I think we struggled a little bit on the bank, but in general, we were playing really well. That's it. Like, we did a really job playing for the game, and that was it.
Let's be honest. Where was this Team Liquid during the stage? What was happening there?
Yeah, it was hard at the beginning. Like, I always say, like, a tough start's good because you make you stronger to the journey, you know. So yeah, it was a good start. We made the roster move. Like, Maya joined us. We were like feeling a little pressure at the beginning, but we built a really strong team. I think we are ready to beat anyone.
It's very good because I've seen Liquid over the years. I was a bit of a Liquid hater during the stage, not gonna lie, but this is big redemption here. What does it feel like to you to get that revenge on G2 after SI and knocking you out of the running on home turf, and of course with Alamo on the other side?
Yeah, it's like at the Invitational, we were kind of, it's hard to explain, but we were playing it, but we knew that we were like limited, let's say. Like, we could reach it, maybe the semi-final, a final, but we knew like our team wasn't like that strong at the time. So like, we made the move, as I said, with Maya. He made so much joining us, and we are a unit right now. Like, we have a really care for everyone, and that's it. Like, it doesn't matter if we are down 0-6, I think we can turn in matches, you know.
All right, I'm very much looking forward to it because GK on the other side are very excited to play you. Today, seriously was saying, I want to play against Nesk at least once in my life, so there's something to go through it. Thank you very much, though, Palu. Congratulations on your win, yourself and Team Liquid. For all those out there, we will have another interview in a bit with Team Liquid as we have Lagotness himself joining us. So if you have any questions and you're a subscriber, make sure that you put them in the chat and we'll take a look at them. But toss it back to our casters for a moment. I'll see you in a minute.
What a matchup we've just seen, Demo. It comes back to us now after we've had a moment to calm down. I don't think I'm going to have calmed down until probably sometime about Monday or Tuesday after that game. But, you know, for both of those teams, they've thrown everything into that. What a matchup. And in some ways, I look at it and I think, win or lose, surely that's got to be at least a good setup for the tournament.
Yeah.
What a warm-up. You've come into it as hard as it's going to get.
And I don't know if you recall what I said earlier. It's like, you can still lose the game and still look good. I think that's the case for G2.
Well, yeah, I think so.
They've lost the game, but down to a 1v1.
Yeah.
You know, G2, again, I think they looked a lot better than what they did in Stage 1. I think they've kind of carried on that momentum that they had in the LCQs. And look, it's one of those matchups where it comes down to a hairpin. You know, like, just it was such a dud C4. I don't know what to say at the end there, but honestly, well-deserved by Liquid. They really dug their heels in. Look, Paulu said it wasn't the greatest of bank. I think they'll just scrap that. They should forget about that, and they'll just focus on the good things. They should focus on their clubhouse, focus on their Nighthaven. Because, look, G2 and Bank, every team will have that same issue with G2 and Bank going forward. I suppose that's a good thing, though, I suppose, for G2, is your Bank was really good today.
Just looking at the faces there, the celebrations, how much it meant to all of Liquid to get that first win. We can see our stats from the entire series there. Just, you know, great performances on both sides. What you've got to remember is, if we have an amazing game of Siege that has you on the edge of your seat throughout it, and us as well, That means we've had two teams that have really turned up, two teams that have delivered 10 players that have just done absolutely everything they can inside of the server.
And also, you look at the stats, it looks as though G2 across the board are actually performing better, yet Liquid have walked away with a win.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit of a strange one. You don't really see that, but look, again, like I said, Liquid all
how it happens.
fairly deserved. G2 not out yet, they still play tomorrow. It also means we get Nesk versus Neskin tomorrow.
It certainly
Which
does.
is, I suppose, a fun one.
As you said.
Whoever's casting that, good luck.
That leaves Liquid moving into continuing the upper bracket, play GK, and G2 dropping down to the lower bracket. They get another chance. But talking about another chance, we have another interview, and it's going to be Milosh talking to Doki this time.
Thank you very much, friends. We decided to up it to another level. A big thank you for Doki to joining us here on the interview to kind of chat about all of this. Doki, first of all, again, sorry. The L against Team Liquid, but you're not out yet, right? There's still a shot. Let's just talk through this game. What was your attitude kind of all as a team going into the match?
I mean, I think the map bans went pretty good. Clubhouse, I don't know, they're good at Clubhouse. We're not so good at Clubhouse. Bank easy, and then Nighthaven we thought was pretty easy, but like we trolled so many 5v3s, these type of situations. We can't be losing them, so all good. I mean, we played good. We just couldn't close out the rounds we should be closing, so we can't expect to win if we don't do that. So,
I mean, with two teams at this level, there has to be a point where it's like, okay, those small mistakes reverberate much bigger. What do you think were those kind of small things that could be fixed up? Because you're still in the running tomorrow.
yeah, I mean, like against a team like Liquid, like you always need to make sure everything's correct and you have no gaps. And we had some gaps today, like people flanked. I think I died one round, really important round. Like I pushed a guy I shouldn't have pushed. So just things like that you can't be doing, I guess, when you're playing against top teams. So losing you learn, losing you learn.
It happens. There was one round on Nighthaven that I found wonderful when you were on the attack. There was like a timing push directly to kind of buck the top side into the wall and then walk in and push into the side. I think even Jack himself, Fresh, was sitting back and saying, did they copy that from somebody in Ranky, or at least part of the stack? Because it seems like somebody was doing that in the back rooms of scrims.
No, I mean, we just have a lot of creative players and creative coaching staff, so I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest, so I don't know. That's how good it is. That's how good it is. I don't even know.
I'm not even surprised. There's a lot that was going on in that game. But on a light note, what do you have to do for tomorrow? Everybody's seeing G2 out of phase one. That's the expectation. How do you see that going?
I mean, we need to beat FearX. I think they've improved since SI, so they're looking good. I don't know. That game should be in ours, right? But you never know when at these events, like anything can happen. So we just gotta do what we did today. I'm not disappointed with the guys today. A bit disappointed in myself. I could have done better, but I think we played pretty decent as a team. So I think if we just replicate that tomorrow, should be fine.
Still, after, I guess, destruction on map 2 and max OT on map 3, honestly, toss a coin, it could have been something completely different. Doki, thank you very much for joining us in the interview. I know these ones are not easy, but hey, graceful in defeat just as much as it is when we have our wins. So, Doki, anything you'd like to say before we close off?
No, thanks for the support, and I'll see you tomorrow.
There you go. Doki, as ever, friends, it's time for us to close the show. So, Doki, please, you may head off. Unless you want to host one day, we'll kind of consider you for it. Fair enough. Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow, because we have quite a bit kind of to go through. Everything is split between A and B stream as we have had it today, but there are more games to watch out for. GK will play Liquid, FearX will play G2, and of course Bleed will play at SSG, and CAG will go up against Cruelty. And there's of course 3 matches, 3 best of 3 series that we will go through. Make sure that you're tuning in for more action. We'll be starting earlier tomorrow because we have more games to cover. Of course, today was kind of I saw your subreddit post. You didn't like it that we started, so late for you, but it's all right. We got you covered tomorrow. Normal starting time, as always. Of course, local time for us here in the UK. But it's time for us to say goodbye. So thank you so much for watching day 1 of the Blast R6 Manchester Major. It's been a pleasure being part of it again with a wonderful team here, their talent, production, and everybody that makes it happen. For you watching at home, I love you so very much. We'll see you tomorrow.